Chapter 151. Flower Fairy Valley Exchange Student. The appearance of the three little dragons injected new vitality into the Garden of Eden. In order to have enough to eat, the three little dragons were very enthusiastic about their work. Most importantly, this job was not difficult and was very easy for them. The former fire-making boy Dabai fainted in the toilet crying. Just when the Garden of Eden was thriving, the exchange students from Huaxian Valley finally arrived. The flying boat of Huaxian Valley is as pink as the monks of Huaxian Valley, with colorful spiritual flowers on the top. As soon as the flying boat lands, there is a charming fragrance. Following closely behind them were the graceful monks from the Flower Fairy Valley. Huaju, I didn't expect that the person leading the team would be an old woman like you. Wu Daoshan said with a smile. I didn't expect that I would be receiving a reckless man like you. Huaju felt depressed. Brother Wu. Dai Luohu, who was behind Huaju, poked his head out and greeted him. It's junior sister Dai. I thought you'd come too. Wu Daoshan said somewhat embarrassedly. Inside the main hall, Wu Dao Tianzhong pointed out the inner gate peaks in the Wanshao Gate that were willing to receive Huaxian Valley, saying, these are the inner gate peaks that are willing to receive you. You can choose whatever you like. Huaju searched carefully and found that there were no 4 inner gate mountains. He was a little dissatisfied and said, none of the 4 inner gate mountains are open. Wu Daoshan glanced at Huaju and said speechlessly, it's not that I won't give it to you, but are you sure you can learn something by going to the 4 peaks? Why not? Huaju asked somewhat unconvinced. Are you sure? Wu Daoshan asked back. Huaju gritted his teeth and was about to say something stubborn, but another woman behind him pulled Huaju's clothes and said, Master, our strength is too far behind the disciples of the 4 peaks. Huaju was a little discouraged and said, that's it? Is this your disciple? Huajianyu, another true disciple of Huaxian Valley. Wu Daoshan looked at Huajianyu in surprise. This disciple is good, at least he is much more sensible than her master. After a large number of Huaxian Valley disciples chose the mountains they wanted to go to, only a few people were left in the hall. Wu Daoshan looked at Huaju and said, Elder Hua, you and your 2 true disciples don't need to choose. Just come with me to see the Great Elder. He will make arrangements. The Great Elder is upstairs, you can just go there by yourselves. I'll leave first. Wu Daoshan waved his hand and left. Huaju also has some friendship with the Great Elder Yesheng, so Huaju will be the leading elder of Huaxian Valley this time. Long time no see, Huaju. Yanhua was sitting next to Yesheng, and spiritual tea had been brewed on the table. It's been a long time since we last met, Yesheng. Have you and Yanhua finally gotten married? Huaju said in a daze. Yes. This time, the disciples of Huaxian Valley came to our Wanshao sect. Your sect leader wants to form an alliance with our Wanshao sect, right? Just like he did with the Sankong sect. Yesheng saw through the plan of the sect leader of Huaxian Valley at a glance. Huaju did not hide it and said, yes, we don't even have an immortal golden immortal. We don't have the resources of an infinite sea of stars. We can't even take care of a mere world. If we don't find a backer, are we waiting to die? Yesheng sighed and said, I've said it before, you guys in Huaxian Valley should train more disciples who specialize in fighting. You always want to take shortcuts. Don't you know that your own strength is the most fundamental thing? Huaju remained silent. If only it were that easy. What's more, the original founder of Huaxian Valley was just a gardener, and a passionate gardener at that. It was already very good to have the current scale. In view of our friendship and with the help of Yu Shanghua, we will do our best to enhance the strength of your disciples this time. However, the most fundamental thing for us in the Wanshao sect is the spirit beasts. How much you can learn depends on your own disciples. Yesheng shook his head. The official business was over, and the next thing was personal matters. Under Yanhua's urging, Yesheng finally said with a serious face, I heard that one of your sect's true disciples, Dai Luohu, seems to have a relationship with Wu Daoshan. Huaju looked at Yesheng with a strange expression, and then saw Yanhua who looked gossipy, and said with some amusement, Luo Wu, Elder yet asked you. Huaju pulled out Dai Luohu, who looked shy. Hello, Great Elder. Dai Luohu felt so ashamed at this moment. This girl is pretty. Daoshan has been hiding in the Garden of Eden in Baiko Peak. If you want to go there, just go directly. That place is considered the place of my disciple. Thank you, Great Elder. Dai Luohu left in a hurry. Yesheng chuckled and said, I haven't given you a gift yet. Never mind. It'll be the same if I give it to you next time. The other one should be your disciple. Jianyu, why don't you go and pay your respects to elder yet? Huazhu urged the disciples behind him. Hua Jianyu pays his respects to elder yet. Hua Jianyu said respectfully. Well, not bad, your foundation is pretty good. As your elder, I don't have any gifts for you. Let me give you a warrant. Whichever spirit beast you like, if it is willing, you can take it away. Ye Sheng casually drew a golden warrant. Thank you, elder Yat. Huazhu felt somewhat grateful in his heart. He could pick any spirit beast from the Wanshao sect. This was a great gift. If he was luckier, he would get a divine beast. Maybe the Huaxian Valley would even produce a golden fairy guardian beast. Master, elder Yat, I also want to visit the Garden of Eden on Baiko Peak. Hua Jianyu put away the order and said respectfully. Go, go. Ye Sheng agreed. Looking at the senior brother who went out early in the morning and then came back again, Chen Zhuge was very confused. What made Chen Zhuge even more puzzled was that Dai Luowa from Huaxian Valley arrived soon after. Then a beautiful female cultivator came who Chen Zhuge did not recognize. Who are you? Chen Zhuge asked Hua Jianyu who came to visit. Hello, senior brother. I am Hua Jianyu from Huaxian Valley. I am currently here at Baiko Peak for training. My junior sister Dai Luowa should have arrived. Hua Jianyu said respectfully. Seeing Hua Jianyu's proper etiquette and respectful attitude, Chen Zhuge felt a little uncomfortable and said, Junior sister Hua, there's no need to be so restrained. I'm more casual here, so you can be as casual as you want, but don't attack the spirit beasts at will. Yes, senior brother, I wonder where my junior sister is now. Hua Jianyu asked curiously. Chen Zhuge pointed to the courtyard and said, Are you catching up with senior brother? If there is nothing else important, I think you can go in later. Is it Wu Daoshan, senior brother Wu? Hua Jianyu asked in surprise. Isn't Wu Daoshan the eldest brother of the Wanshao sect? Shouldn't he be in the main hall? Why is he in the cave of an ordinary disciple in Baiko Peak? Chen Zhuge didn't know what Hua Jianyu was thinking. Based on the idea that everyone who came was a guest, he took her on a tour around the Garden of Eden. Of course, the most important thing was to promote the spiritual beasts in the Garden of Eden. Especially after Chen Zhuge learned during casual conversation that Hua Jianyu was the disciple of Elder Tianxian, who was leading the Huaxian Valley team this time, and was also a true disciple of Huaxian Valley, his expression became even more enthusiastic. If he could get Hua Jianyu to say a few more words among the disciples of Huaxian Valley, saying that the spiritual beasts in the Garden of Eden were very good, then he could grab all the business of Huaxian Valley in one fell swoop. Big deal, big deal. Chen Zhuge shouted wildly in his heart. Hua Jianyu didn't know what Chen Zhuge was thinking, she just thought that this senior brother was very enthusiastic. Could it be that he was also attracted by her beauty? Thinking of this, Hua Jianyu became more defensive. Chen Zhuge was unaware that his enthusiasm was counterproductive, and he was still working hard to introduce the spiritual beast in front of him. Chapter 152. Dabai's Wine. Junior sister, how about this medicine rabbit? It is a spiritual beast that can help grow spiritual plants and spiritual medicines, and can also process spiritual medicines. It is definitely suitable for you. Chen Zhuge introduced it enthusiastically while holding a medicinal rabbit that was born not long ago. Hua Jianyu's mind was a little distracted, and it was not until Chen Zhuge was about to bring the medicine rabbit in front of her that she came back to her senses. Junior sister, are you okay? Chen Zhuge was a little suspicious, wondering if his price was too high. However, for a 5th level medicine rabbit, my offer was less than 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. This price was already very cheap for a special spirit beast like the medicine rabbit. The disciples of the Flower Fairy Valley couldn't all be so poor. The reason why Hua Jianyu was distracted just now was not because of anything else, but because of the spiritual beasts introduced by Chen Zhuge. There were too many of them, and each of them seemed to be no weaker than the ordinary disciples of Huaxian Valley, which made Hua Jianyu very embarrassed. Although the cultivators of Huaxian Valley are a little weaker, they will basically not lose if they encounter ordinary spirit beasts in the wild. However, in Chen Zhuge's Garden of Eden, Hua Jianyu feels that if the disciples of her own sect encounter such spirit beasts, it is hard to say whether they can escape. The key point is that these spirit beasts seem to be sold quite cheaply. Brother Chen, do you have a stronger spirit beast? Looking at Huaqianyu, who seemed dissatisfied, Chen Zhuge narrowed his eyes and thought quickly in his mind, could it be that this junior sister is a master with spirit stones? Come with me, but be careful. Chen Zhuge warned. The true disciples of Huaxian Valley are basically all Mahayana. They have a secret method that can directly break through to the true immortal. However, the difficulty of this secret method is a bit high. Basically, except for the true disciples who can practice it, it is difficult for others to practice it, and they will stay in Mahayana for a long time. Ecosphere. Since the rapid reproduction of low-level spirit beasts in the ecosystem, powerful spirit beasts basically no longer have to worry about food, so the ecosystem seems to be much calmer. However, those spirit beasts that have survived from the beginning to the present are also very powerful, and they have rich experience in life and death battles. Senior brother, where is this? Huaqianyu looked at the indestructible barrier in front of him and asked hesitantly. This is a paradise for the strong and a hell for the weak. Dabai said seriously while wearing the sunglasses magic weapon he made himself. Dabai, why are you here? Chen Zhuge was speechless when he saw Dabai coming out. Why was this kid running around everywhere? Don't say it. Didn't you live in the ecosystem before? Then I asked you to help me promote the magic weapon. Dabai took out a stick and said with gritted teeth, a group of four-armed apes placed an order for a large number of stick magic weapons, but when they handed them over today, they didn't have any spirit stones. Why don't you look very angry? Chen Zhuge was a little confused. I used their monkey wine to pay off my debt. In the next 100 years, they have to make wine for me for free. Dabai produced another gourd of monkey wine and said with a smile. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a share. Come on, 1 gourd for each person. This sister has never seen one before, so take it. After stuffing the monkey wine, Dabai jumped away. Is this senior brother's spirit beast? It's really interesting. Huaqianyu chuckled as she looked at the monkey wine in her hand. Excuse me, junior sister. Chen Zhuge put away the wine gourd in his hand. Okay, junior sister, before you go in, you have to tell me what type of spirit beast you want and what attributes you prefer. Huaqianyu was a little suspicious. With this tone, he could say whatever he wanted and it didn't matter. Wasn't he being too arrogant? It would be best if he has wood or water attributes, and has a certain ability to take care of spiritual flowers. He'd better be stronger. Huaqianyu stated a condition that he thought was very difficult. What about cultivation? Chen Zhuge suddenly thought of a spiritual beast. At least there should be a return to the void, after all, I have already reached the Mahayana stage. Then we don't need to go in. Junior sister, come with me. Linghu district. Outside the spiritual liquid pool, Chen Zhuge pointed at the turtle standing outside the barrier, looking eagerly, and said, he has reached the peak of return to void, and his strength is not bad. His bloodline limit has been broken through. Although the probability of becoming an immortal is not high, it is possible. He can automatically gather nearby spiritual energy, which is good for spiritual plants. The most important thing is that he has dual attributes of water and wood. As long as he practices more spells, it shouldn't be difficult for him to take care of the spiritual flowers. Looking at the lark turtle with a blue shell and a sad face in the distance, Huaqianyu suddenly felt that this senior brother could not possibly have any opinion about her. How could he introduce a turtle to a girl? But back to the essence, this turtle is still quite interesting. Do you want to buy it? Considering the warrant given by Elder Yat, Huaqianyu thought that she could put it aside for now and declined politely, brother, to be honest, Elder Ye gave me a warrant that allows me to choose a spirit beast from the 10,000 beasts gate at will, provided that the spirit beast is willing to go with me, so I want to consider other spirit beasts later. So that's how it is. That's okay. You are here. Junior sister Hua, are you going to ask junior brother Chen to buy a spirit beast? You have come to the right person. The spirit beasts junior brother Chen has here have very high talent and potential, and there are also many rare spirit beasts. Wu Daoshan praised. Chen Zhuge told Huaqianyu that he had obtained the warrant from the great elder. You're lucky. You should find a chance to go to the main hall. There are basically all mythical beasts there, but they all have parents, so it's very difficult to take them away. If you want those that are a little more mixed, you can go to the 4 major peaks and caves to choose. There are quite a few mythical beasts there, but they are limited to those 4 types. Wu Daoshan suggested. Thank you, senior brother. I plan to get familiar with other spirit beasts here first before trying again. Hua Jianyu thanked. Okay, your junior sister is also planning to stay here, so you can build a small house for yourself first. Wu Daoshan said generously. After listening to this, Chen Zhuge wanted to say, isn't this my Garden of Eden? Then Chen Zhuge received a large bag of spirit stones from his senior brother, junior brother, thank you for your help. Looking at the pile of spirit stones, Chen Zhuge said with emotion, with spirit stones, you can do whatever you want. Although the appearance of the two true disciples of Huaxian Valley did not cause much waves, it did stir up gossip to a certain extent. After all, both of them lived in Chen Zhuge's Garden of Eden, and the meaning behind this was very intriguing. I don't know whether the life of Wu Daoshan during these 3 days is good or bad, but I always feel that it seems to have a little more meaning than before, especially when Dai Luoho came forward to wipe the sweat off my face after instructing Wu Shu, which is something I have never felt since I completed my practice. Today was no exception. Wu Daoshan finished today's wushu training with great enthusiasm. Turning around, he saw a woman holding a long sword beside Dai Luohu. Junior sister Yu. Why are you here? Wu Daoshan said at a loss. Yu Yinghua looked at Dai Luohu who was holding a towel, and then looked at Wu Daoshan who was sweating profusely. A smile appeared on her lips and she said, I was wondering why you didn't stay in your own cave. It turns out there is a beauty here to keep you company. Junior sister Yu, aren't you sparring with junior brother Li Yao? Don't mention it. I went to find Li Yao after you ran away. It's only been a few days since the fight and that guy retreated into the Qinglong secret realm and didn't come out. Everyone else is gone, and there's only one pervert left in the 10,000 Insect Valley. Yu Yinghua said a little disappointed. So, junior sister, are you planning to relax here this time? I know where there is some good wine, shall we have some? Wu Daoshan invited. That's fine, it's a good time to relax. The plain-looking black cave, with a white jade-like and magnificently decorated interior, is Dabai's nest. Since paying off Yu Meng's debt, Dabai has taken time to refine a large number of magical instruments to improve the environment of his own cave. In Dabai's own words, the idol's residence must be high-end and classy. This place is pretty good. Yu Yinghua felt that the decoration was very much to her taste. The three of them continued walking inside for a while and came to the living room of the cave. At this moment, 2 figures, one young and one big, were drinking at the dining table in the living room. Judging from their red faces and the empty wine gourds scattered on the ground, they had apparently drunk quite a lot. Dabai, I really envy you for being able to refine weapons. Now that you have no foreign debts, you can really live a happy life. The Silver King, who looked like the oldest boy, said with envy. I have been very miserable recently and even lost my job, all because of the 3 new little dragons. Those 3 guys were 2 big eaters. Even with Chen Zhuge's care, the spirit stones the 3 little dragons earned in a day were enough to eat only half full at most. In order to eat more spirit stones, they activated the ability to travel through space. Although they could only travel a short distance, the speed was much faster than that of the Silver King, so the Silver King had no job. Yu Li patted Yin Wang on the shoulder and said, no need, no need. It's enough to have enough spirit stones. It doesn't cost money to eat and drink at home anyway. We can't eat spiritual chickens and snow rabbits every day. Even eating red flame sheep will produce spiritual stones now. The Silver King said with a sad heart. Brothers, one of you goes first. Dabai interrupted with his glass raised. The 3 beasts did not notice the appearance of Wu Daoshan and the other 2 until they clinked their glasses and discovered that the 3 glasses had turned into 5. Dabai was a little confused and asked, why are there 5 glasses of wine? Am I drunk? Following the hand holding the wine glass, he spotted the 3 people from Wu Daotian. Dabai ejected backwards and stood on one leg, saying, hey, who is that? It's the eldest brother. You scared me. Why didn't you say anything? Seeing that they were acquaintances, Dabai relaxed his guard and warmly invited everyone to drink together. Wu Daoshan was very happy at this drinking gathering and gave up junior sister Yu's idea of challenging him to a duel. Yu Yinghua also thought it was a good idea. It was quite interesting to drink with those little guys. Dai Luohu was also very happy, as if she was getting closer to Wu Daoshan. Silver King and Yueli were also happy. As famous poor beasts, they had not drunk so happily in a long time. Since everyone is happy, there must be a hurt child Dabai. Where's the wine? Where's my monkey wine? Where's such a big pool of monkey wine? Dabai looked at the dried-up pool of wine with a tearful look on his face. I just got it for less than a day and it's gone? Chapter 153, Garrison Mission, Dachan Dynasty. The next day, in the courtyard, Chen Zhuge looked at Dabai who was hugging his thigh and wailing, feeling helpless. It was just a pool of monkey wine, wasn't it? But a pool of monkey wine seemed to be worth a lot of spirit stones. All right, go get 2 jars of immortal drunk by yourself, and don't take more. Finally, Chen Zhuge couldn't stand Dabai's wailing anymore, and had no choice but to give him 2 jars of immortal drunk. Looking at Dabai who left with a smile on his face, Chen Zhuge always felt that this guy was pretending. Yu Yinghua stayed in the Garden of Eden for only 1 month and then left. The peaceful life was not suitable for this battle maniac. It was said that she went to find senior brother Li Yao again. Although he had never met him, Chen Zhuge mourned for her. As for Wu Daoshan, he stayed in the Garden of Eden. After all, he had nothing to do now, and with Dai Luo by his side, it was much more comfortable here than staying in his own cave. Hua Jianyu has been taking care of the spirit beast cubs with Mara Saya during this period, but she seems a little sentimental. The number of cubs she has bought now is at least 80, if not 100. It is said that she even asked her master to borrow a large sum of spirit stones. Senior sister Wen Ruo took Li He to do the mission, hoping to improve junior sister Li He's indifferent mood and experience the various aspects of life. Junior brother Chen, your ancestor has sent someone here. Wu Daoshan said in surprise, holding a mission certificate in his hand. My ancestor? Chen Zhuge was a little confused. Who is my ancestor? It's the Great Elder. The person who came has left, but he gave me the mission certificate. It seems to be a garrison mission in the mortal world. Wu Daoshan looked at the mission certificate in his hand with some surprise. The mission of garrisoning in the mortal world. Chen Zhuge took it with curiosity, and then the figure of the Great Elder appeared in the air. Chen Zhuge, although you are a disciple of Wen Tianming, you are also my disciple. Your master is in seclusion now, so I should teach you. After understanding you, I found that your practice is too smooth. This time, I will give you a garrison mission in the mortal world for 100 years. I hope you can grow. Another 100 years. Chen Zhuge was a little reluctant. It seemed like he had never been to this mortal world once. Is that so? Then junior brother, you'd better go for a trip. It's good to gain experience in worldly affairs. Wu Daoshan expressed his opinion. But I've never been there once. Then you should go even more. Let me tell you, the experience in the secular world is very interesting and the threat is very small. Wu Daoshan said with a somewhat obscene wink. Whether he is willing or not, this mission has become a fact and Chen Zhuge must go. There is no need to talk about the preparations before departure, such as spirit stones, elixirs, etc. Anyway, I basically didn't use them the last time I went to Bucha, so I just take them with me. There is not much spiritual energy in the mortal world, it is not easy to carry a cave with you, and you can't bring too many spiritual beasts, so Chen Zhuge chose the martial rats with the highest martial arts, a total of 36, which directly drained most of the martial rats. As for the other contracted spirit beasts, Chen Zhuge thought about it and decided to take Yueli, which was mainly for strength, and Silver King, which had the ability to fly. The others didn't seem to be very suitable, but they were not dangerous anyway. Junior brother, in addition to the spirit beasts, I think you might as well bring more people. Don't you have a territory of a small world? Can't you just pull a group of people out? Wu Daoshan reminded. So Chen Zhuge gathered 1,000-man Wuhao army in Taiyuan city of the martial arts world, which was equivalent to 1,000 physical cultivators with nascent soul cultivation level. Looking at the huge team, Wu Daoshan felt that his junior brother was really cautious. They were going to the mortal world, not to the front line. In the mortal world of the 10,000 beasts domain, in the northern land, in the Dachan dynasty, inside the imperial palace. Yan Wen stood at the highest point of the palace, looking into the distance, his eyes full of expectation. I wonder which junior brother will come to take over the task. It's been 300 years, and finally someone has come to take over. If I stay any longer, my descendants will exceed 10,000. Mr. Imperial Master, it seems that the new Imperial Master you mentioned has arrived. Wan Ren, the commander of the Imperial Guards, knelt on one knee and said. Ha ha ha, you're finally here. Yan Wen moved and actually used his precious spiritual energy. After teleporting his army to the entrance to the mortal world, Chen Zhuge discovered that he had miscalculated. The spiritual energy in this mortal world was so thin. Wasn't it possible to support the consumption of a normal cultivator? In fact, Chen Zhuge would understand as long as he thought about his own cultivation level. Normally, the cultivation level is not all Mahayana. Generally speaking, the golden core and nascent soul levels are about the same. Fortunately, the 1,000 men he led were cavalry, and after strengthening their mounts, the blood tigers, they could barely keep up with the speed of the Silver King, who relied on his own power to fly without using spiritual power. After 3 months, the group finally arrived at the imperial city of the Daqin dynasty. Taking out the imperial seal that came with the mission, Chen Zhuge successfully entered the imperial city and came to the palace. "Sir, could you please wait a moment? You have too many men here, and I dare not make the decision on my own." The young general guarding the city looked at Chen Zhuge bitterly. He really didn't dare to let in the 1,000 cavalrymen. Just looking at the powerful momentum of the cavalrymen, he was afraid that they could kill everyone in the imperial palace. Nothing. Chen Zhuge is a gentle person, at least in the eyes of other fellow disciples, he is a gentle person. After a while, Chen Zhuge saw Yan Wen appear in front of him. "Excuse me, is this senior brother Yan?" Chen Zhuge looked at the cultivator in front of him and said affirmatively. "Junior brother Chen, ha ha ha, you are finally here. And this cavalry?" Yan Wen looked at the majestic cavalry behind Chen Zhuge with some surprise. "This junior brother seems to be a very cautious person. Wouldn't it be better to bring some people with you to handle the chores?" Chen Zhuge laughed. He couldn't say that he was afraid of death, so he brought more people with him. Yes, there is too little spiritual energy in the mortal world. It is indeed a bit inconvenient for Mahayana cultivators like us. Come here, take my junior brother's people to the military camp first, and arrange for good food and drink for me." Yan Wen casually said to the eunuchs who had just come out from behind him. "Although I really wanted to just explain everything and run away, I still had to get to know the emperor of the Daqin dynasty first." Emperor Daqin, who had just received the news and was about to come out of the imperial study, saw his own imperial master and the new imperial master as soon as he opened the door. "What a coincidence, we are here. Cai, this is my junior fellow apprentice Chen Zhuge, and your future national teacher." Yan Wen introduced, without much respect in his words, more like he was treating a junior. "Uncle San, Xiao he understands. Meet Master Chen." "Cai," he said respectfully. "You're welcome. I don't understand state affairs and I won't interfere," Chen Zhuge stated directly. "Now that we know each other, let's talk about the national master. By the way, Zia, please prepare the dinner. Junior brother Chen and I will be here later," Yan Wen instructed. "Okay, third uncle." Imperial Master Hall Yan Wen poured a cup of spiritual tea, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. This was his last pot of spiritual tea, but fortunately he would be free soon. "Junior brother Chen, let me tell you about the garrison mission. You don't need to pay attention to the content of the mission. The nonsense about ensuring the well-being of the people is not important. There are only 3 things we need to do. First, you can help when a natural disaster strikes the dynasty. You can choose not to help, but you can't not help every time. In any case, there can't be too many casualties among mortals. Secondly, we must ensure that those demon cultivators who are causing chaos are eliminated in a timely manner. Their cultivation base is generally around the golden core stage, and most of them are independent cultivators who have reached the end of their ways. They will use the souls of mortals to practice magic skills in an attempt to break through. Otherwise, it will cause a large number of mortal casualties, which is worse than a natural disaster. Third, it is spiritual energy. Don't use spiritual energy casually. It is not easy for us to recover our cultivation in this mortal world. Okay, that's all. The rest doesn't matter. Junior brother, you can be the emperor even if you want to, but if you don't, the throne will have to be returned to the Cai family. They are the legitimate family and are said to be the descendants of a true immortal elder from Suanwu Peak." Yan Wen finished speaking in one breath. His mouth felt a little dry, so he couldn't help but drink a sip of spiritual tea. Then he signaled Chen Zhuge if he had any other questions. After digesting it for a while, Chen Zhuge said, "Are there no other forbidden things?" "Of course not. We are Mahayana cultivators. Not to mention that the Cai family are only the mortal descendants of true immortal elders for who knows how many generations. Even the descendants of heavenly immortal elders receive the same treatment." Of course, golden immortals are different. Yan Wen asked in surprise. Could it be that this junior brother has no idea about this mission? I understand. Chen Zhuge seemed to be thinking about something. This task without any taboos seemed to be a test of one's mind. Dinner. All the officials with names and surnames of the Daqin dynasty came, even the concubines and princesses in the harem showed up. The scene was very lively for a while, and Yan Wen, who was about to leave, was in a very good mood. He pulled Chen Zhuge to toast him repeatedly. In the middle of the banquet, Emperor Cai he appointed Chen Zhuge as the new imperial teacher and the 1,000 cavalrymen he brought with him as the National Defense Army, specifically to deal with those rebellious demonic cultivators. Mortal wine is of almost no use to monks with high levels of cultivation, at least it is impossible to make a Mahayana monk drunk. Chen Zhuge watched Yan Wen carrying a concubine towards his own palace, and was speechless. This senior brother seems a little unreliable, and how can you tolerate this Cai? Chen Zhuge actually didn't know that half of the concubines in the harem belonged to the imperial teacher, and this concubine was not actually the wife of Emperor Cai, so Cai certainly didn't react. The new National Master Hall has actually been built a long time ago, right next to Yan Wen. After Yan Wen leaves, the original National Master Hall will be demolished. As for which hall to build, it will be decided by the new National Master. 3 days later, Chen Zhuge looked at Yan Wen, who was leading a large group of people, and a lot of question marks popped up in his mind. Brother, what are you doing? Chen Zhuge pointed at the cultivators behind him, most of whom were practicing Qigong, building foundation, and a few were in the Jindan stage, and asked in confusion. Junior brother, do you know how many years I have been here? 300 years in total. There is nothing here that attracts me, so I got carried away and became greedy for some beauty. Then I became like this now. Yan Wen said with some distress. Chen Zhuge's mouth twitched. Is this a little greedy? You know, it is difficult for a cultivator to have children with a mortal, and if they consume a little spiritual energy and kill their essence, it is impossible to leave offspring. This senior brother Yan is really unruly. Amid the cries of many mortal descendants, Yan Wen left in a graceful manner with his descendants who were able to practice cultivation. Imperial Master, these are the recent people's livelihood and tax revenues of the Daqin dynasty over the past decade. Cai he handed over 2 memorials respectfully. Chen Zhuge looked at the yellow book in silence, and said angrily, don't show me this. I'll stay for 100 years. Just deal with this kind of thing. It has been half a month since Yan Wen left. During this half-month, different concubines, princesses, daughters of officials, and legitimate daughters of aristocratic families came to the imperial master's palace to harass him every day. Especially after he discovered that the imperial teacher had a relatively gentle temperament, he became even more outrageous, and the cloth he wore became less and less every day. Chen Zhuge, who was fed up with it, decided to come and see how Wang Chao attended court. The result was the scene before him. Looking at the officials who were trembling and speaking in a low voice, and then looking at the emperor who was handling government affairs while looking at his expression, Chen Zhuge felt even more depressed. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Chen Zhuge teleported away from the hall. Your Majesty, what's going on with the Imperial Master? Is it something we did wrong? The Prime Minister stepped forward and asked. Cai he thought about it and felt that there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the Imperial Master just now. Maybe he simply felt that attending court was boring. However, attending court was indeed quite boring. Apart from the little incident with the imperial teacher, the court meeting went on as usual, except that this time the officials' voices were noticeably louder. Imperial Master Hall. After taking a sip of the so-called tribute wine, Chen Zhuge felt that it was a huge loss to complete the garrison mission this time. Master Imperial Master, what's the matter that makes you so upset? An enchanting voice sounded. Chen Zhuge glanced at him and asked, who are you? I was secretly amazed. Isn't this the concubine that Yan Wen brought back from the dinner that day, wearing gauze, her snow-white skin faintly visible, and her twisting figure while walking, all show her strong charm. Master Imperial Master, my name is Su Mei, and my title is Imperial Concubine Mei. I am the Imperial Master's Imperial Concubine. Su Mei licked her red lips and said with a moving look in her eyes. Cough cough cough. Chen Zhuge was choked. Although he was also a normal man, he was not to the extent of being considered a fellow man with his senior brother. After having a few drinks with Su Mei perfunctorily, seeing that it was getting late, Chen Zhuge said hastily, it's getting late, and I haven't prepared lunch yet, so I won't keep concubine Mei. Su Mei looked at Chen Zhuge with some distress and said, I am innocent. That night, Imperial Master Yan took me away and told me to serve the new Imperial Master in the future. Su Mei's words and the fragrance lingering in the hall made Chen Zhuge eager to make a move, but he immediately came to his senses, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Is this the red dust? The power is really great. It's only been less than a month, and I almost couldn't control myself. Forget it, find something to do. Yu Li, go and inform the 1,000 people I brought with me, and have them form teams to search for demon cultivators and rare exotic beasts in the Daqin dynasty area. I want the exotic beasts alive, but I don't care if the demon cultivators live or die. Yu Li, chewing a white radish, walked out from the back of the hall and said, Got it. Watching Yu Li jumping away, Chen Zhuge felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. There used to be 10 evils in the Daqin dynasty. He wondered if these 10 evils had any blood left. As long as there was a trace, he would be able to put together a new one in the next 100 years. Chapter 154. Undercurrent. Su Mei, with her charming face, returned to the imperial concubine's palace with a sad face. Everyone, go down. Su Mei waved away the palace maids and eunuchs and said coldly, Why don't you come out? As expected of a backup plan left by the 3 gates, a mere return to void can actually discover my existence. A dark shadow appeared from the corner. Looking at the ugly old man in front of her, Su Mei said with disgust, Old man Suihai, have you lived too long and don't want to live anymore? The new imperial master is still in the palace. Ha ha ha, even old man Yanwen didn't notice me, how could this newcomer possibly notice me? Said the old man in the blood sea arrogantly. I am not one of those low-level demon cultivators. The concealment ability of the skills I practice is unique and ordinary Mahayana cultivators will never be able to discover it. Su Mei sneered twice and did not respond, but asked, What do you want from me? Of course we will cooperate. The 3 gates have now completely evacuated to the infinite star sea. You should all have become abandoned pawns. The old man in the blood sea had an expression that showed he had everything under control. So you bugs in the dark come to me for cooperation. Su Mei said with disdain. I remember you have been in the palace for almost 100 years, and you have changed your identities several times. It seems that Yanwen has never done anything to you. The old man Suihai laughed. Su Mei's fists hardened. This damn Yanwen, who was obviously a pervert, had never made a move on her. She originally thought it was because he had discovered her identity, but it turned out to be because he thought she was too dissolute and was using her to control his Taoism. Now he is offering himself to the new national teacher. It is simply shameless. Since you don't agree, then, my lady imperial concubine, please think about it carefully during this period of time. Think about what would happen if the people from the 10,000 Beast sect discovered your identity as a disciple of the Threefold Gate. Old man Suihai laughed sinisterly. Su Mei stood in the hall with an uncertain expression, thinking quickly in her mind and came up with 2 answers. First, it is to cooperate with the old man Suihai. Although I don't know what his purpose is, it is definitely not a good thing. However, there is probably a certain chance of escaping. However, if I do this, I will become a demon cultivator. Second, it is to seduce this disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect. As long as he can form a Taoist couple with me, then there will be no problem. After all, the 10,000 Beasts sect is a relatively gentle sect compared to other top forces in the heavens. This is also the reason why the Threefold Gate had its eyes on the 10,000 Beasts sect before. Should I hide from people from now on or sacrifice my looks? Su Mei was very conflicted. Neither of these 2 options seemed to be good choices. In fact, there was a third one, which was to become a casual cultivator. However, with her beauty, if she became a casual cultivator, she would most likely become a maid of a big shot, which was painful to think about. Although Chen Zhuge didn't know what happened in Su Mei's concubine's palace, he still sensed something wrong. Hey, a strange Mahayana cultivator? Why is his aura filled with the smell of blood and a cold smell? Could he be a demon cultivator? Chen Zhuge was a little surprised. There was actually a demon cultivator in the palace? It's quite interesting. Didn't senior brother Yan notice it before? Or was it a deliberate test? Chen Zhuge said with interest, touching his chin. The owner of the aura is not strong. If you have to convert it, he is probably just as powerful as an ordinary demon servant army. It's just that the demon cultivator may be a little more cunning. But for Chen Zhuge, it's all the same and there is no danger at all. Forget it, let's see later. Anyway, there is no damage now. Let's catch him when we have time. Chen Zhuge really had no interest in such a weak Mahayana. He could just let Yu Li go when the time comes. Anyway, it had just made a breakthrough recently, so it was a good opportunity to find something for it to do. On the other side, after leaving the palace, old man Suihai came to an underground cave in the imperial city. In addition to the old man with blood sea who had just arrived, there were 3 other people in the cave, namely the old man with dry eyes, the thousand-handed grandmother, and the master of 100 infants. The most powerful master Bai Ying was the first to ask, Suihai, what did the disciple from the Sankong men say? Are you willing to cooperate? Elder Suihai shook his head and said, it's not that simple. He was once a disciple of a big sect after all. But I think if I persuade him a few more times, he will agree. After all, the threefold sect has no place to stand in the heaven now. Yes, how are you doing over there, Kuyan? Of course everything went smoothly. The descendants of old man Yanwen are not good people. After knowing that they can gain cultivation by becoming magic cultivators, most of them have directly joined us. Kuyan sneered. Very good, Jian Shao, don't make any moves yet. We'll contact the remaining disciples of the Sankong sect later, and wait until Su Mei, the leader of the Sankong sect, agrees. No problem. Jian Shao nodded in response. You all know the strength of the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect. We must first determine the location of the 10 evil spirits, and then work together to kill them. Then we retreat according to the previous plan. Remember not to make any mistakes. We must endure it recently and not hunt mortals. Bai Ying said with a gloomy look. In the palace. Cai he came to a secret room inside the palace, looking at the blood-red figure in front of him roaring to the sky, with an excited smile on his face. It's almost there, Imperial Master, Immortal, Humph, this Dachan dynasty can only belong to my Cai family, and all you outsiders must die. The owner of the blood-red figure is none other than one of the 10 evils Ho. Chen Zhuge didn't know that in just a short period of time, these outrageous things happened everywhere in the Dachan dynasty. At this time, Chen Zhuge was looking for information about the ferocious beasts that had appeared on this land. There is no detailed information about the beast in the Sutra Library of the Imperial Palace. It only simply records that there was once a powerful and brutal beast that ate people wantonly, causing the people to live in misery, until the arrival of the immortal, who killed the beast and established the Dachan dynasty. So, this immortal should be the ancestor of the Cai family, the true immortal elder Cai of Suanwu Peak. Chen Zhuge said thoughtfully, but this is not right. With the power of the 10 evils, can a true immortal kill it? Even if this true immortal comes from the 10,000 Beasts Gate, it won't work. The reason why the 10 evils are called the 10 evils is naturally because of their incomparably powerful strength and brutal personalities. Any cultivator of the same level can kill them. So why are they called the 10 evils? It would be better to call them the 10 beasts. Chen Zhuge felt that this record was unreliable and he had to look for other records. Miss, aren't you cold-dressed like this? Chen Zhuge said speechlessly as he looked at the young girl whose lips were frozen white. Thank you for your concern, Master. I'm not cold. Looking at the girl who was still stubborn and wanted to dance, Chen Zhuge waved his hand and released a rejuvenation spell, then fixed her on another chair. Looking at the girl whose face had turned red, Chen Zhuge asked, do you know where there are records of the ferocious beasts that once wreaked havoc here? The girl struggled a little, but found that she couldn't leave the seat. She was a little disappointed. When she heard Chen Zhuge's question, she asked curiously, Master Imperial Master, are you looking for the Book of the Kailan? Chen Zhuge was a little surprised. It seemed that the girl knew it. Yes, there was a ferocious beast called Kyang that once appeared on this land. It was said that it killed many people. It had a human-like face and was very scary. The girl said with some fear. What's your name, and where do you know these things? My surname is Yan, my name is Hanyan, and I am from the Yan family. Yan Hanyan introduced, I saw this information from the notes of my ancestor. Could your ancestor be senior brother Yan? Chen Zhuge was embarrassed. It's the former national teacher. Yan Hanyan nodded. Chen Zhuge was confused. This person from the Yan family was a descendant of senior brother Yan, and he sent a young girl here. What was he trying to do? Did he know anything about ethics? Go and give me your ancestor's notes. If anyone tries to stop you, take out my seal and say it's what I want. Chen Zhuge threw out the seal of the national master. By the way, this bottle of pills will be your reward. I think you should draw qi into your body. Although your aptitude is poor, you are still able to practice. Just practice a little at a time. If you take too much, you might explode. Chen Zhuge made an explosion gesture. Yan Hanyan shuddered, as if she was frightened by Chen Zhuge, and nodded repeatedly. Chen Zhuge was very satisfied with this, so he removed the restrictions on him and let him go back. I'm really lucky. I got a clue so quickly. I really suspect that I am the child of destiny. Chen Zhuge said narcissistically. The Silver King conserved his spiritual energy and shrunk to the size of an ordinary eagle. Looking at the narcissistic Chen Zhuge, he wished he could just take out the photo stone and record Chen Zhuge's current appearance. Unfortunately, there were few spirit stones and the eagle was short of breath, so he could only silently give up this tempting idea. After returning to the Yan family, Yan Hanyan was summoned by the head of the Yan family. How was it? Was it successful? Yan Quan, the head of the Yan family, looked at the girl carefully, and then said disappointedly, it failed. Who said that? Look what this is. Yan Hanyan seemed to have no respect for the head of the family in front of him. He took out the seal of the national teacher and said proudly. The seal of the Imperial Master, has it really come true? Yan Quan was a little surprised. Although the girl in front of him was very beautiful, she was not at all like the Imperial concubine Su Mei that the ancestor had mentioned before. Could it be that the Imperial Master liked younger girls? Seeing the patriarch's increasingly wretched look, Yan Hanyan said unhappily, the Imperial Master asked me to bring him my ancestor's notes on the ferocious beasts. Okay, no problem, girl. Can we in the Yan family give you the records of the ferocious beasts? Yan Quan said with a serious face. Yes, the Imperial Master seems to attach great importance to this ferocious beast notebook. Yan Hanyan reminded. Yan Quan frowned, then said, you can give the fierce beast notes to the Imperial Master, but when you give it to him, you must tell him that this thing did not come from our Yan family. Although Yan Hanyan didn't understand, she still agreed. You have made a contribution this time. As long as you build a good relationship with the Imperial Master, I will give you one of the pills left by the ancestor. Yan Quan said with a kind face. Yan Hanyan pretended to be happy and expressed her gratitude again and again. As he walked out of the study, his face showed contempt. Who needs a pill from you? The National Master gave me a whole bottle. Wait until I have established my foundation. He, I will let you know how powerful I am. Chapter 155. Notes of Demon Cultivator. After getting the notes, Yan Hanyan went to the Imperial Master's hall in the palace without stopping. Master State Master, these are the notes of our ancestor. They mainly record the appearance of ferocious beasts in the past. Some parts are obscured by secret methods and we cannot see them. Yan Hanyan handed over the notes respectfully. After carefully feeling it, I found that this notebook indeed has the aura of senior brother Yan Wen, so it should be authentic. Is there anything else? Chen Zhuge looked at Yan Hanyan who was kneeling below and asked curiously. Yan Hanyan hesitated for a while and said, Master Imperial Master, I want to stay here and practice with you for a while. Stay with me? Aren't you from the Yan family? Chen Zhuge narrowed his eyes and looked at you. Afterwards, Yan Hanyan told a very bloody story, which was roughly about her parents dying early and she had always been bullied by her family. Because of her beautiful appearance, she was originally going to be sent out for marriage after she came of age. Fortunately, Chen Zhuge came, and she was assigned the task of doubting the national teacher. If Chen Zhuge had not been a man who could remain calm in the face of temptation, it would be hard to say which of the two was more miserable. It sounds very much like a protagonist template. Chen Zhuge thought silently. You can stay, but you can only practice in the side hall. Someone will deliver your daily food to you. Just don't walk around if you have nothing to do. Chen Zhuge felt that this little girl had the potential to be a lucky child. Anyway, the National Master's Hall was very big and did not need such a person. There are indeed many places in the notes that were blocked by Yan Wen. This is a simple little secret method of the Wanshao sect. As a disciple of the Wanshao sect, Chen Zhuge naturally knows it. After removing all the coverings, Chen Zhuge began to read the notebook. Hello, junior brother. I am Yan Wen. When you see this notebook, I will have left and you will be the new Imperial Master. I'd like to say sorry here. I'm just an ordinary Mahayana cultivator. I've exhausted my potential and am only interested in pleasure. I can only leave you some information. I believe that you are very curious about the ferocious beast that once ravaged this land because you have obtained this notebook. I can tell you directly that the ferocious beast is indeed one of the 10 fierce beasts. There are no records about that period in the palace. Even if there are, they are vague. Because I found that the current members of the royal family Cai may not be the descendants of elder Cai of Suanwu Peak. I don't know what happened, but the accident is likely to have occurred at the time when the immortal came to kill the ferocious beast. Ignore other unimportant information in the notes. During the last 30 years of my term, I discovered a lot of problems. There were at least 2 or more Mahayana demon cultivators in the imperial city. 100 years ago, before the 3 gates were destroyed, many hidden players remained in the Great Cheng dynasty. Now they have become abandoned. I don't know if they have cooperated with the demon cultivators. This requires junior brother to investigate it himself. The Yan family also has problems, but after all, they are my own descendants, so I can only rely on you, my junior brother, to do it. I hope you can leave some innocent blood. Finally, something is wrong with the royal family Cai. The spirit of the beast is most likely in the hands of the Cai family. I suspect that the Cai family may have mastered how to use the spirit, but I don't know to what extent. Brother, please be careful. So, this place covered with secret methods is to convey information to me. Chen Zhuge was speechless. Since the senior brother himself discovered that something was wrong, couldn't he report it directly to the sect? I'm afraid senior brother Yan also wants the 10 evil spirits, but unfortunately the last 30 years are too short to plan, especially since the Cai family is very likely to have control over the spirits. Senior brother probably doesn't dare to take the risk. As for reporting it to the sect, it's really unnecessary, and the reward won't be much. It's better to do a favor for the next junior brother who takes over. As expected of an old cultivator. Chen Zhuge showed a hint of sarcasm. His potential has been exhausted and he dared not take a gamble. After discovering that Cai might have the spirit of the 10 evils, he retreated. This senior brother Yan is really cautious. But it's not that I can't give it a try. Chen Zhuge said thoughtfully. It has been a year since I got the notebook. This year, the Daqin dynasty enjoyed good weather and the few remaining demon cultivators were completely wiped out by the National Defense Army led by Chen Zhuge. However, Chen Zhuge's order to search for strange beasts caused a lot of turmoil among the people below, but under the iron hoof of the National Protection Army, things began to return to normal. In a secret side hall of the National Masters Hall that is filled with array formations. The 3rd kind of strange beast, but I still haven't found the bloodline of Ho. Chen Zhuge was a little disappointed. During this year, Chen Zhuge only discovered 3 kinds of strange beasts. These beasts could not evolve into spiritual beasts due to insufficient spiritual energy in the area, but they did not completely lose their spirituality and turn into ferocious beasts. Forget it. We can still get a spirit beast in the spiritualization stage, which can be considered as a usable fighting force. He casually drew out the blood and injected it into one of the spirit beasts, and a divine spirit beast appeared in the side hall. Touching the big head of the lion-like spirit beast, Chen Zhuge said casually, "Go and have fun, don't hurt anyone at will." The big lion disappeared in the blink of an eye. My Fei Palace. Looking at the old man in the sea of blood who appeared again, Su Mei asked cautiously, "What are you doing here again?" "Empress Su, have you thought it over?" asked the old man in the sea of blood grimly. "What is there to consider? I won't cooperate with you guys who are hiding in the dark. Instead of living in the dark all the time, it's not bad to end my life here." Su Mei was a bit of a wimp. "This year, I almost took off all my clothes and climbed into Chen Zhuge's bed. This guy really doesn't like beautiful women. He doesn't look very old. Could it be that he has experienced the test of beauty in the world at such a young age? This is too unbelievable. Cooperate with us, and after the mission is accomplished, you can safely evacuate this mortal realm and return to your normal place of cultivation. No one will find out that you are a demon cultivator, so you can be at ease as a casual cultivator." The old man in the blood sea was not in a hurry. This condition is the best outcome for Su Mei, who now has no way out. She can change her appearance and become a casual cultivator. Maybe, if she works hard, she will have a chance to become an immortal. Su Mei did hesitate for a moment, and when she was about to reply with "I'll think about it," a muscular rabbit appeared between the two of them. Yu Li looked at the old man Shui Hai in front of him with an impatient look and said, "It was you, old man, who made me stay here for a year. I am finally out. Do you surrender on your own, or do you want me, your grandfather, to beat you into surrender? The old man Suihai was laughed at by Uliki. What is this, a rabbit is threatening me? Even if this rabbit's muscles are indeed well developed. Court death. The blood-red handprint was slapped towards Yuli. In order to be discovered by the new national teacher, the power of old man Suihai's handprint could barely reach the level of returning to the void. However, it was even hidden, without a trace of fluctuation. Looking at the miniature little palm in front of him, Yuli slapped it apart with his little hand. Mahayana. The old man in Suihai saw Yuli's cultivation level. It is impossible to catch this rabbit in a short time, so I'd better run away first. By the time the new national master reacts, I'll probably be finished. Blood escape. The old man in the sea of blood turned into a bloody man, and he jumped up like a diver, head down, and was about to escape. Then bang, the confused old man Suihai looked at the runes that appeared on the ground and shouted, "Formation! Why do you think I took so long to show up after you talked about it?" A huge rabbit image appeared behind Yuli, with a grim smile on his face. "I think we can actually discuss it." Old man Suihai felt something was wrong when he saw the powerful pressure. "Then let me beat you up first." Sumei, who was afraid of being implicated, huddled in a corner and witnessed the entire violent outburst. An hour later, the old man Suihai had been beaten beyond recognition. Yuli dragged one of the old man Shuiha's legs and came to Sumei, and asked expectantly, "Do you want to resist?" Looking at the violent rabbit in front of her, Sumei wisely raised her hands and said, "I surrender." "What a pity, come and catch up." Yuli was a little disappointed. Sumei was sweating profusely in the back. This rabbit was too violent. "Brought it back." Chen Zhuge looked at Sumei, who was trembling with fear behind Yuli, and a person whose original appearance could no longer be recognized. "Master, could you please not give me any surveillance missions next time? They're so boring." Yuli felt that he was not suitable for lurking, and this kind of mission was more suitable for his second brother. "Okay, I'll try my best." Chen Zhuge waved his hand indifferently. After Yuli got a bag of spirit stones and pills to replenish his spiritual power, he jumped away. "Tell me, what happened?" Chen Zhuge looked at Sumei and said. Sumei wanted to struggle. "I don't know, Master Imperial Master, I..." "Okay, triple door." Chen Zhuge interrupted impatiently. Sumei felt discouraged when she heard this, and there was a trace of fear in her heart. She was worried that her identity was exposed and she was going to die. "Tell me what's going on first." Sumei's face turned pale and blue, and she felt very conflicted. "You've been abandoned, you won't still be loyal to the section." Chen Zhuge looked at Sumei in surprise without saying anything. "The triple gate is completely gone in the heaven realm. Doesn't Sumei want to say it? Talk nicely and I can give you a chance to live." Chen Zhuge suddenly thought that Sumei might also be afraid of death. After hearing Chen Zhuge's promise, Sumei began to slowly tell her story as if she had grabbed the last straw. To summarize it simply, although the Sanzhong men had gone to war with the Mara clan before, they had always had the upper hand on the battlefield, so they planned to expand their territory. The people in the Holy Land of Galaxy are too proud. If you take advantage of them, they will beat your brains out. It's not worth it. The internal fighting between the two sects in Sangguang territory is very fierce. Once outsiders get involved, they will unite against the outside world and fight more fiercely. They are not easy to deal with. The areas beyond are too far away, the only nearby ones are the Savage Realm and the 10,000 Beasts Realm. There is no need to think about the Savage Realm, as there are so many races of mythical beasts there, they can completely destroy the Triple Gate. After much thought, the only option is to think of ways to plot against the more powerful 10,000 Beasts Gate. So, why does the Triple Gate think they can covet our 10,000 Beasts Gate's territory? Chen Zhuge was puzzled. The 10,000 Beasts Gate should be much stronger than the Xingd Holy Land, right? That's what they thought. Maybe, the elders in the sect feel that the people of Wanshao sect have gentler personalities. Sumei expressed her opinion carefully. Chen Zhuge looked at Sumei speechlessly. This was a woman whose intelligence was all in her breasts. How could the invasion between sects be caused by this? If the entire Sanzhong men was so stupid, they would have been destroyed long ago. No, now the Triple Gate has indeed been destroyed. Chapter 156. Demon Cultivator. That's it. Why did this evil cultivator appear in your hall? Chen Zhuge pointed at the old man Sui Hai who had woken up but looked dazed. After hearing Su Mei's trembling answer, Chen Zhuge finally understood that this evil cultivator came to win over Su Mei, and he had appeared once a year ago. Haven't you just reached the return to void stage? Do we still need to win you over? Chen Zhuge asked suspiciously. Su Mei explained in a low voice, the hidden pawns left by the three gates are not just me, there are also two Mahayana sisters. They should want to win over their sisters through me. Is that so? Okay, you just stand aside first. Chen Zhuge waved to Su Mei. Looking at Su Mei who was standing aside with her head held high and her chest puffed out with a serious expression, Chen Zhuge once again felt that this woman was not very smart. It's your turn now. Tell the truth or give me a beating before telling the truth, or do you want me to search his soul myself? Chen Zhuge said to the old man in the sea of blood who had recovered. The old man in the blood sea looked at his unrestrained cultivation, then looked at the young Mahayana cultivator in front of him, and secretly rejoiced in his heart, good opportunity. Sea of blood. Chen Zhuge looked at him with joy on his face, and then a cold breath burst out, and a strong smell of blood covered the entire hall, but it was suppressed by the formation in the hall. By the time this magical power reached his eyes, only a small ball of red and black smelly blood was left. Chen Zhuge covered his nose with some disgust, and casually slapped the two thick vines of Tianqing. The blood clot dissipated, and then a large number of spiritual flowers bloomed in the air, emitting bursts of fragrance until all the stench in the air was eliminated. So, this is all your strength? Chen Zhuge was speechless as he looked at the dull-eyed old man from the blood sea below. No wonder the demon cultivators could only hang around in the mortal world. Their strength was not just weak. This is impossible, this is impossible. The old man in the blood sea seemed unable to believe what he saw. I have a record of escaping from the Mahayana disciples of other sects. Even if that sect can only be considered a second-rate sect, I am still a disciple of the sect. How could there be such a big difference? Looking at the old man from the blood sea who had not yet come back to his senses, Chen Zhuge sent a message to Yu Li in his mind, asking him to come over. What's wrong, master? Yu Li said reluctantly. He was counting the cute little spirit stones. Beat him again. Chen Zhuge pointed at the old man in the sea of blood. All right. Amid Yu Li's reluctant expression, the old man Shui Hai was beaten beyond recognition once again. Awake? Then talk nicely. After all, soul-searching is a bit too cruel. Chen Zhuge said lightly. The old man in the blood sea shuddered all over, and then told all the information he knew. So there are 3 more demon cultivators like you? Their strengths are about the same as yours, but one is slightly stronger, right? Yes. That's not what you think. With such little strength, you dare to try to capture the 10 evil spirits? With your strength, you will probably be swallowed by the spirits as soon as you get close. Chen Zhuge said speechlessly. The spirit can still attack. The old man in the sea of blood was stunned and asked, isn't it dead? Your knowledge is even more outrageous than that of a casual cultivator. Be a good person in your next life. If you really can't, be a casual cultivator. Don't be a demon cultivator anymore. Chen Zhuge waved his hand, and countless vines submerged the old man in the sea of blood. A blood mist burst out, and was then absorbed by the vines. Yueli, you heard it just now, right? Take the Silver King and kill the other 3 demon cultivators. Chen Zhuge did not plan to take action himself, as the strength of these demon cultivators was too weak. However, in order to prevent the demon cultivators from escaping, Chen Zhuge gave the Vajra lock to Yu Li. With such a holy weapon of heaven and earth, these demon cultivators could not escape. Su Mei, who had witnessed the disappearance of the old man in the sea of blood, said to Chen Zhuge, who was sitting on the throne, I can contact my senior sisters and ask them to come over. Very good, go ahead. Chen Zhuge was very satisfied with Su Mei's initiative. In the imperial city crypt, Master Beiying and 2 others were sitting around a small wooden table, waiting for old man Sui Hai to bring back good news. Then they saw the cave was pierced by a huge rabbit image, and the most unlucky old man with dry eyes was stepped on by the rabbit image. Yu Li's arrogant voice sounded, why are there only 2 of you? There is another one. Master Beiying looked at Yueli, swallowed his saliva, pointed at Yueli's feet and said, Senior, why are you attacking us? Master Beiying should have guessed that this spiritual beast was most likely a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect, but he still held out a glimmer of hope. Hey, it's under my feet. I was wondering why it hurts my feet. Now there are 2 left. Yu Li clenched his fists and showed a terrifying smile to the 2 demon cultivators in front of him. Bang bang bang! The sound of continuous beating of flesh rang out, and the scene was horrible. Silver King couldn't help but turn his head away, recalling that before he set out, Ao Li came out of the ecological park specifically and warned him, "Don't mess with Yu Li, he is a violent maniac, and he likes to hit people with his fists the most." The Silver King didn't quite understand it before, but now he understands. It is obvious that Yu Li has a magic weapon. The power of the magic weapon is more powerful and can directly knock the demon cultivator unconscious, but he chose to use his fists. Half an hour later, Yu Li, looking refreshed, dragged the 3 demon cultivators who were locked by the diamond locks and called to Yin Wang, "Let's go back." Looking at the 3 demon cultivators in a group, Chen Zhuge did not delay and directly searched the soul of Master Beiying. In his chaotic memory, Chen Zhuge discovered that the old demon's skills actually required babies to practice. It was really a pity that he died. After looking through a lot of bloody memories, Chen Zhuge finally found the information he wanted. In the scene, Master Beiying obtained a piece of paper in a secret place, which recorded the place where a lion died recently, which was the Daqin dynasty. So Master Beiying came to the Daqin dynasty. After a long search, he finally learned that the spirit of the beast was still there and was in the hands of the Cai royal family. Then he began to summon 3 old demons he knew, intending to join forces with them to seize the spirit and try to break through and become an immortal. In Master Beiying's plan, after Yan Wen, the old disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect, leaves, old man Sui Hai will try to get Su Mei to join them. With Su Mei's presence, they will cooperate with the spies left behind by the threefold sect, and then mobilize some minor demon cultivators to create chaos in various places. Then, the group will rush straight to the palace to grab the spirit essence. As for Chen Zhuge, if you can defeat him, then kill him. If you can't defeat him, leave the people from Sanzhongmen as the last ones. Chen Zhuge looked at the 3 people who were still unconscious in front of him, and this time he was really speechless. "This plan, this is also a plan, so you are just reckless. Why do the people from the 3 gates have to support you? Can practicing magic also damage your brain?" After turning them back to dust, Chen Zhuge planned to wait for the people from the 3 gates to arrive and then ask Cai for the spirits of the 10 evils. Although he didn't know how a mortal could control the spirits, it was probably fed with blood. Hundreds of thousands of people were buried alive at once. The appetite of these spirits is really huge. The Cai family is really cruel. These materials were obtained by Chen Zhuge from the Sutra Library in the Imperial Palace. 10 days later, Su Mei came to the National Master's Hall with an embarrassed look on her face, bringing a female cultivator who was only slightly less beautiful than her. "Why is there only one person?" Chen Zhuge, who had received the news a long time ago, looked at the female Mahayana cultivator with little spiritual energy left behind him and asked in confusion. "It's very simple. Senior Sister Ruan led the others to defect and become independent practitioners." Ye Qingqing said calmly. Defected? It hasn't been that long yet." Chen Zhuge was speechless. Why were the disciples of the threefold gate so unreliable? Because of misophobia, Senior Sister Ruan has a very serious misophobia. She is not used to anything in the mortal world and always feels dirty. She uses magic to cleanse her body every day, and she also uses her own magic power to produce food. So when the spiritual energy was insufficient, she ran away with the other sisters. Ye Qingqing explained. Chen Zhuge opened his mouth, speechless. What a willful hidden chess piece. Doesn't the Sankong men have a problem with their brains? They sent such a disciple to be a hidden chess piece. I know you must be wondering why they would send this kind of disciple as a spy. I was also very curious, so I made some inquiries. It's because there is an elder in the sect who likes to read stories from the mortal world. He thinks that disciples with personality have more life and are easier to integrate into the section. Ye Qingqing read Chen Zhuge's thoughts. Your sect's elder is really a talent. Chen Zhuge praised reluctantly. Do immortals and mortals live the same way? And his personality is really speechless. My name is Ye Qingqing. I heard from Junior Sister Su that you can keep us alive, so I came here. So how are you going to keep us alive? Ye Qingqing asked calmly. I'll ask the elders of the sect. You guys stay here with me first. Chen Zhuge planned to send a letter to the sect. As for the recipient, it is naturally the otaku Zhu Ying Huang. He has a high status and does not run around, so he is simply the best recipient. I would like to mention here that last time Zhu Yinghuang wanted to prove that he was not a waste and went to the front line, he was beaten by the great demon generals of the demon clan in turn. If the contracted vermilion bird spirit beast had not been really strong and finally forced a way to survive and took Zhu Yinghuang away, Chen Zhuge might not have seen this good friend again. Since this incident, Zhu Yinghuang has become a waste, so what? Zhu Yinghuang, who was already in a mess, threw the empty bottle in his hand to the ground and said drunkenly, "Where's the wine? Xiao Hong, get me another bottle." Zhu Yingke looked at her completely depressed elder brother and said coldly, "The last time you met the great demon general was the heir of the Moro and Shaka clans. It is normal that you cannot defeat him with your actual combat experience. Don't lie to me, isn't this just an ordinary demon general? I heard that Brother Chen's disaster beast can kill a demon general alone, so I am just a waste." Zhu Yinghuang said with a decadent look on his face. Zhu Yingke was speechless. To be honest, she didn't believe it. Those two people heard that you were going to the battlefield, so they changed their clothes and came here. They planned to kill an important figure to add to their own achievements. This is the information from the two demons. It's up to you whether you want to read it or not. Also, this is a letter from your brother Chen. Zhu Yingke threw down the two letters and turned away with Xiao Hong. "Hey, don't take my Xiao Hong away. I haven't been served wine yet." Zhu Yinghuang grumbled somewhat dissatisfiedly. Then he took out a letter and opened it. What a coincidence! It was the information of the two demon generals. Zhu Yinghuang was stunned when he saw the shocking information on it. It's true. I didn't lose unfairly. Then what have I been doing during this period of time? Hiss. Zhu Yinghuang, who was trying to clean up in a panic, suddenly smiled bitterly and said, "It doesn't take a while, let's take a look at Brother Chen's letter first." Finished reading. Zhu Yinghuang was surprised and said, "The Sanshong sect left a spy in the mortal world of the 10,000 Beast sect? What the hell is going on? Oh, you want to recruit 2 disciples from the threefold gate into the 10,000 Beasts gate? Isn't this very simple? Just give them an affiliated token. But I have to talk to Brother Chen about this. The character of these 2 people is too bad, otherwise it will have a bad impact on me." Zhu Yinghuang said to himself. Is it that simple? Chen Zhuge was still a little unconvinced after receiving the reply. After confirming the letter again, he called the 2 people who had been waiting anxiously. "I've done the job for you. It's up to you whether you want to accept it or not." Chen Zhuge suspended 2 subsidiary disciple tokens in the air above the 2 people. "Take this token, and you will be mine, and half of the 10,000 Beast Sect's people from now on. However, your words and actions outside will represent me, and you cannot betray me, otherwise I will let the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall take action to deal with you." Sumei got it at the first opportunity. She didn't care about so many things. She was going to sell her body, so what did it matter? As long as she could survive, she could even become an immortal in the future. That would be great. As for Ye Qingqing, she hesitated for a moment and said, "You won't force us to do something we don't want to do, will you?" "What aspect are you referring to? It's just serving in the bed or something." A blush appeared on Ye Qingqing's calm face. Chen Zhuge was speechless, and then Sumei on the side said something that made Chen Zhuge even more speechless. "Actually, it's not impossible." "What are you thinking about?" "I don't need it. You just need to do the work. I still have a lot of businesses outside, and I just happen to be in need of cultivators with higher cultivation levels like you." Chen Zhuge dispelled the worries and expectations of the 2. "Go back if you have nothing to do." After driving the 2 away, Chen Zhuge planned to find Cai later. The 10 evil spirits were good things and he couldn't miss them. Senior brother Yan Wen's notes mentioned that Cai might have the ability to control the 10 evil spirits, so he must be more fully prepared. First, he notified the 1,000 National Defense Army to gather in the military camp and prepare for battle, and then he summoned Sumei and Ye Qingqing. Together with the Silver King, Yu Li, and myself, there are 4 Mahayana monks plus a return to Void pendant. It should be about the same. The spirit of a true immortal, even though it has been consuming mortals for so many years, should be of the Mahayana level in terms of strength. Chen Zhuge said thoughtfully. "Forget it, never mind. Let's take a risk. I don't believe it can kill me. Does it really think that all my body training was in vain?" Chen Zhuge was bold for once. He arrived at the imperial study with a group of people and beasts in a menacing manner. At this time, He was dealing with memorials to the emperor and had no idea about the big event that was about to happen. It was not until the imperial master and other people appeared in the imperial study that they realized something was wrong. Chapter 157, The Birth of the Hound. Imperial Master, what's going on? He looked at the magical combination in front of him with some surprise. Concubine May herself knew her. She was the concubine of the previous imperial master. The woman next to her must be the one chosen by the imperial master, but what the hell was this silver eagle and muscular rabbit? Considering the relationship between me and senior brother Yan, it should be normal for you to call me uncle. Chen Zhuge said with a smile. Greetings, uncle. He was a flexible man and he called him uncle directly. Don't be anxious. This is the notes that senior brother Yan left for me. Take a look. Chen Zhuge threw the notes to Cai. Seeing Cai's expression change drastically, Chen Zhuge said generously, give me the spirits of the 10 evils, and you can still be the emperor safely. Your mother is still in the Yan family, right? I remember that you also grew up in the Yan family. He stopped pretending and said with a grim look, the Yan family has nothing to do with me. My mother should have died a long time ago. It was that damned imperial teacher who forced her to live until now. You want spirit essence? It seems that you so-called immortals are also afraid of this thing. If you listen to me and teach me how to become an immortal, I can let you go. Chen Zhuge looked at Cai in bewilderment. Brother, are you serious? It's just a spirit. Even if its main body is resurrected, it can't cause any trouble if I shake it. Cai continued his performance. Forget it, since he has been discovered, let him be born in advance. I originally wanted to let him be born during the heavenly sacrifice ceremony and create an identity of a reincarnated immortal for me. It's your bad luck. Chen Zhuge did not interrupt Cai's actions. He watched him bite his finger and see blood dripping on the jade ring in his hand. A scarlet light came from the most remote cold palace in the imperial palace. Because of Yan Wenbo's compassionate character, most of the concubines in the cold palace were taken out by him, and there were no casualties. Hey, is this the beast blood formation? Chen Zhuge was a little surprised when he looked at the familiar formation. Although the beast blood formation is a relatively simple formation, its upper limit is very high. As long as you are willing to invest in materials, it is possible to reach the immortal level. Although the formation in front of him was not the best, it was just barely on the edge of being a true immortal. As the red light grew brighter, the figure of the Kailan finally appeared in the sky above the beast blood formation. As the silhouette of the Kaiyan became clearer and clearer, Su Mei's legs became weak and she said, Senior sister, am I seeing things? This is Kaiyan, right? Ye Qingqing's face also turned pale as she said, it seems to be a dot. Hey, why does this aura seem a little off? Chen Zhuge looked at the monster whose cultivation level was fluctuating and whose eyes were red and green, and felt confused. Ha ha ha, see it? This is my sacred beast. With the sacred beast here, I will surely become an immortal. He laughed loudly towards the sky. Su Mei, supported by Ye Qingqing, taunted, your divine beast hasn't even become an immortal yet, and you still want to become one. The breath of the Kailan stopped, probably at the peak of Mahayana cultivation. His eyes had turned completely red, and his entire figure began to rush around in the formation. Looking at the performance of the Huo in front of him, Chen Zhuge finally understood what the immortal who had killed the Huo was thinking. I see. This is really a big deal. They actually want to use the mortal emotions to cleanse the fierceness of the beast and use the scattered energy of mortals to revive the beast. This is really a good idea. What a pity. Chen Zhuge looked at Cai with pity, this prodigal son, who thought he was smart by eating the essence given to the Kailan by mortals, causing the Kailan, which was originally not very ferocious, to be filled with killing again. The strong evil spirit dissipated the absorbed essence, causing the Kailan, which should have been a true immortal after resurrection, to become the current Mahayana cultivator, not to mention that its spiritual intelligence has almost disappeared. Roar! The monster that broke the formation let out a deafening roar. If Chen Zhuge had not set up the formation in advance, all the mortals in the imperial city would probably have died. Different from those Mahayana demon cultivators who mixed with seawater, He was a true Mahayana cultivator, and a truly top-notch Mahayana at that. Let me have a while. Chen Zhuge was itching to do something. He and his companions could still handle the He with Mahayana cultivation. It was a good opportunity to test their progress in cultivation during this period. I'll go first. Yu Li saw the ferocious big guy and rushed out first, then flew back at a faster speed than when he went, knocking down a hall. Silver King looked at Yu Li with great admiration, saying, "Isn't it painful for a Mahayana who has just broken through to fight against the 10 evils who have reached the perfection of Mahayana?" It hurt, of course it hurt, but this is the medal of manliness. Yu Li looked at the mad beast in front of him and wanted to do it again, but was stopped by Chen Zhuge. "I'll deal with him, you go and transfer all the mortals in the palace." The Dharma realm. A golden giant who was 100 feet tall appeared in front of the monster, with a diamond chain wrapped around his body. "Let me see the strength of the 10 evils." The fight between the two huge monsters destroyed the magnificent palace. As for Cai, who had been clamoring to become an immortal, he had been crushed to death by the collapsed hall. In his hand was indeed the core that could control the formation. According to the original immortal's idea, as long as the resurrection of the Kailan could be guaranteed, the Kailan, which was not vicious, would naturally accept the favor and would naturally lead the descendants of the Cai family to practice. But now the Kailan has lost its intelligence, so how could it possibly look at him differently? When the beast blood formation was activated, Elder Caiu of Suanwu Peak also sensed it. "It's so fast, shouldn't the Kailan take another 300 years to revive?" Although he was a little confused, he still went to the Dachan dynasty on Earth as soon as possible. When Caiu arrived, he saw a Mahayana disciple of a sect beating up the monster that his friend had killed. But shouldn't the resurrected monster be a true immortal? Why was it only Mahayana? And why was it even more ferocious and had it lost all its intelligence? With a heavy punch from Chen Zhuge, the monster staggered and fell down. Tied up with a diamond lock, Chen Zhuge muttered, "It's not very strong, is it because it has no intelligence and only has instincts?" Chen Zhuge, who had retracted his magical powers, saw an old man pulling at the bound beast with a strange look on his face, muttering, "This shouldn't be possible, this shouldn't be possible. With so many resources, how could such a defective product appear?" "Excuse me, are you Elder Cai from Suanwu Peak?" Chen Zhuge's voice interrupted Caiu's mumbling. "It's me. Which sect are you from?" Caiu was very gentle. "I am Chen Zhuge from Baiko Peak, and my master is Wen Tianming." Chen Zhuge said neither humbly nor arrogantly. "If he doesn't reveal his true identity now, this beast will be gone. Although he is low-key, he can also be high-profile. A disciple of a celestial being." Caiu's heart skipped a beat and he sighed, "My old friend, I'm afraid I can't keep this beast." "So you are Elder Wen's disciple? I wonder what's going on? The formation that my old friend and I set up originally should not be able to resurrect the monster like this." Caiu asked puzzledly. Originally, Chen Zhuge wanted to find Cai to explain, which would be more convincing. Unexpectedly, this unlucky guy was crushed to death by the collapsed house. Fortunately, we have Brother Yan's notes, the previous footage of the soul searching of the demon cultivator, and the fact that the traitors in the Yan family are still alive, so we can probably piece together the whole story. After learning that the Cai royal family had fed mortals to the beasts as sacrifices, Caiu sighed sadly, "It is God's will, it is God's will." As Caiu told his story, the truth about the rampage caused by the ferocious beasts gradually surfaced. It turned out that the Kaiyan was not devoured by its ferocity at the beginning. It was still a well-behaved baby who ate and slept. However, Caiu's old friend, Cai Kun, the ancestor of the Cai royal family, accidentally splashed some demon blood on the Kaiyan when killing a demon cultivator. You should know that the 10 evils do not mean that they are born ferocious beasts, but because their combat power is so strong that they are almost invincible in the same level, the cultivators named them the 10 evils. Powerful combat power naturally has side effects. The monster stimulated by the devil's blood began to fall into madness from time to time. The large number of dead and injured monks in the surrounding area led to the encirclement and killing of the Kaiyan. Because it was dominated by its ferocious nature, the Kaiyan clan no longer cared about it. Finally, while it still had a trace of consciousness, the Kaiyan ran to the mortal world. The mortal world is basically home to large sects, so it is quite simple to encircle and suppress a true immortal beast. Unfortunately, the two people who received this task were Caiu and Cai Kun. Because Cai Kun was closer, he arrived at the battlefield first. After recognizing that this was the beast that he had implicated, Cai Kun began to feel reluctant to attack. He did not use his full strength against the 10 evils of the same level, and the outcome can be imagined. When Caiu arrived, Cai Kun was almost dying. Finally, feeling guilty and unstable in his Taoism, he decided to die and start over. Then, he died under Cai Kun's death. This resurrection formation was set up based on the last thing Cai Kun left behind. Cai is also the place where Cai Kun is reincarnated. When Kaiang Neng is born, Cai Kun will also be born with him, and then they will sign a contract and return to the sect. So, they destroyed their own ancestors. Chen Zhuge looked at Caiu in shock. There was something wrong with this story. It's not that it's gone. Forget it. Generally speaking, Cai Kun's avenue to heaven has been turned into a country road. But it's not a big problem. He was a true immortal in his previous life. It would be ridiculous if he can't become an immortal in this life. Caiu didn't know what to say. The actions of his old friend's descendants were indeed a bit weird. I'll leave it to you. It's better to keep it alive. The karma on it is basically all on my old friend, and I have taken its true spirit away. I will take away those Cai family members of the Dachan dynasty who have no karma, and those who have karma, I will leave them to fend for themselves. As for the royal family, you can choose another one. Caiu left a mess behind and walked away. No, let me do it. Chen Zhuge looked at the devastated imperial city and was speechless. He didn't know how to do it either. Which of you two knows how to do it? Chen Zhuge looked at Su Mei and Ye Qingqing behind him. Ye Qingqing crossed her arms and said, I only know how to fight. Actually, I know a little bit. Su Mei said a little embarrassedly. Very good, from now on you are the first empress of the Dachan dynasty. Chen Zhuge waved his hand, and Queen Su Mei officially came online. Facts have proved that Su Mei did know a little, but that was a little too much. In just a few years, she managed to manage the Dachan dynasty in an orderly manner. She was a real political talent. Chapter 158. Surrendered in years. Su Mei, it's such a waste to use your ability as a hidden player. Chen Zhuge said in surprise as he looked at the bustling people on the street. In the beginning, letting Su Mei be the empress was actually just a last-ditch effort to give her a try. As a result, she performed very well, even far exceeding Chen Zhuge's expectations. Sir, I used to be in charge of menial tasks for the disciples in the sect, so I have some experience with these things. Su Mei said with some pride. Ye Qingqing on the side twitched her lips, because the reason why Su Mei was in charge of menial tasks was because her master thought she was too stupid, so she was exiled there. She didn't expect that she would be chosen by Chen Zhuge because of this. Life is really unpredictable. Su Mei is responsible for the operation of the dynasty, Ye Qingqing is responsible for dealing with natural disasters that occur in the Dachan dynasty, and the National Protection Army is responsible for strangling the evil cultivators. Today's Dachan dynasty is more than 10 times more prosperous than before. After all, when a monk becomes an emperor, he will not care how powerful your secular family is. As long as you are disobedient and do not abide by the law, your ashes will be scattered. I'll go back first. I've been out for a while, and the beast is starting to get restless again. Chen Zhuge saw that it was getting late, and thought of the beast in his hall with a headache. Imperial Master Hall, sighed Hal as soon as Chen Zhuge came in, he saw Yu Li holding down the Kylin who was locked with the Vajra lock. Even though it was locked by the diamond lock, the Kylin could still move slightly, just like a silkworm. What's going on? Why is it so agitated today? Chen Zhuge looked at the Kylin, who was struggling even harder than before, and asked in confusion. I don't know either. It was just barking randomly before. Yu Li was very annoyed. He had been watching it for 10 years, and this guy was still so dishonest. Sun Yu Peak. Caiu watched 6-year-old Cai Kun practicing for the first time. A scarlet iron chain appeared behind him. Looking at the direction it extended, it was the Dachan dynasty. Caiu sighed, it really doesn't work. Caiu took out a real Buddha relic with some pain in his heart. Looking at Cai Kun who was still practicing, he said unhappily, when you grow up, you must compensate me tenfold. After saying this, he let Cai Kun fall asleep, and he rushed to the Dachan dynasty. Elder Cai, what are you doing? The originally irritable Kylin suddenly calmed down again. Although Chen Zhuge was a little puzzled, this was a good thing as he didn't have to make any more trouble. I'm here to deal with the monster. Caiu said with a complicated expression. This disciple in front of him is really lucky. If Cai Kun and he had enough resources to exchange for this real Buddha relic, they would not have set up such a complicated and error-prone arrangement. Now the Kylan has been resurrected, but its intelligence has been devoured by its ferocity. The causal line on Cai Kun's body cannot be severed. Although he is not unable to practice, it is almost impossible for him to become an immortal again. You're lucky, kid. Cai still felt a little distressed. Chen Zhuge looked at elder Cai in confusion. What did he do? He didn't do anything. Coming to the side hall, Cai looked at the sleeping Kyang locked in the Vajra lock, and his expression became even more complicated. Who gave him this heavenly and earthly sacred weapon? A Mahayana cultivator could have a heavenly and earthly sacred weapon? This kid deserved to get a Kyang for nothing. Boy, I will use the true Buddha's relics to wash away the vicious nature of the lion. Due to cause and effect, I cannot make a contract with this lion, so I will give it to you, but you have to owe me a favor. Cai he said seriously. If you think about it carefully, this disciple's cultivation is only at the Mahayana level, but he is able to overwhelm the 10 evil beasts of the same level. Although he is in an irrational state and can only use his physical instincts, this is enough to show the talent and potential of this disciple. He also possesses the holy weapons of heaven and earth. No matter how he obtained them, his chances must be good. Chen Zhuge thought about it and agreed. Although he is only a Mahayana now, it is only a matter of time before he becomes an immortal. If even a cultivator like Chen Zhuge cannot become an immortal, then there are probably not many cultivators in this world who can become immortals. As for what Elder Cai will do with this favor after he becomes an immortal, Chen Zhuge doesn't care. Anyway, he will never do anything that goes against his principles. It is not just Elder Cai's kindness that is needed to deal with the ferocity of the Kylan. There must be other situations. If all else fails, he can forcibly extract the Kylan's bloodline. However, cultivating it from scratch is too slow. It would be better to have ready-made combat power. Seeing that Chen Zhuge agreed, Cai felt much better. It wasn't a big loss after all. At least he got a favor from a genius. Putting aside all distracting thoughts, Cai took out the real Buddha relic. The true Buddha is equivalent to a cultivator in the celestial realm. Cai was able to obtain this relic at the risk of his life in a secret realm recently. As soon as the relics appeared, all over the hall were young monks of various kinds. These young monks had solemn expressions and kept chanting various Buddhist scriptures. Chen Zhuge felt that after listening to the Buddhist scriptures, all the dirt in his mind was cleared away, and he was in a state of no desire and no thought. Feed the living Buddha's relics to the monster. 2 strange images, one golden and one red, emerged from the body of the monster. Seeing the 2 being equally matched, Chen Zhuge asked worriedly, Elder Cai, will this work? What do you think? This is the essence of the true Buddha. It's equivalent to a celestial being using his entire life's cultivation to cleanse his vicious nature. Do you think it's okay? Cai said unhappily. As time passed, the red vision began to show signs of weakness and was gradually suppressed by the golden light, but the speed was very slow. After watching it for 2 days, Chen Zhuge found that there was not much change, so he did not stay in the side hall. 1 month later, as a loud Buddhist voice echoed throughout the imperial city, Chen Zhuge knew it was over. When he arrived at the side hall, Chen Zhuge noticed that the atmosphere between Huo and Elder Cai was a little strange. What happened? Chen Zhuge asked Yu Li, who had been in the side hall. It seems that this beast has recovered its memory from its previous life, and then recalled the reason why it lost control, and quarreled with Elder Cai. Yu Li has a limited vocabulary and can only give a vague explanation. Cai, where is Cai Kun? If it weren't for him, how could I have lost control and been expelled from the tribe? The hateful voice of the monster sounded. Cai said helplessly, Ho, so many years have passed, Cai Kun has now reincarnated and recultivated, and the fierceness in you has been completely cleansed by me. Kyang snorted coldly and said nothing. He had indeed cleansed his ferocious nature. He was not dead yet. Although his cultivation was a little low, it was a small problem. Anyway, he was originally a home beast. It would only take a little more time to cultivate to become an immortal. The most important thing was that he could not afford to beat Cai now. A good beast would not suffer a loss in front of it. He would wait until his cultivation was improved. Wait, what is this? Why do I have a contract? Kyang was a little angry when he sensed the strange contract chain in his mind. Cai looked at Chen Zhuge and said, You have to take care of your spirit beast yourself. Then Caiu slipped away. Looking at the irresponsible Caiu, Chen Zhuge cursed in his heart, and then said to Kaiyang, "It's mine." "Boy, untie it quickly," said Huo angrily. "Okay, if you can beat me, I'll set you free. If you can't, you'll be my spirit beast." Chen Zhuge planned to solve the problem in the most primitive way. "You said it." Kaiyang sneered at the ignorant cultivator. "We arrived at the bitterly cold land in the northernmost part of the Daqin dynasty. There was a snowstorm here last year and a drought this year. Now there are no ordinary people living here. Let's do it here." Chen Zhuge sensed the breath of life around him and said with satisfaction, "Take my slap." The monster was quite angry and attacked with a big punch. The Dharma realm. Seeing Chen Zhuge suddenly grow bigger, Huo braked suddenly and jumped back. "I can do it too, in my real form." A giant and a giant beast were confronting each other. The monster took the first step and started a fierce fight. Chen Zhuge was speechless when he saw that the monster was holding a lot of resentment. Unlike the previous battles, this time the monster is intelligent and has awakened the memories of his previous life as an immortal, making it very difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the Dharma of heaven and earth taught by the eldest senior brother Wu Daoshan is extraordinary, and the bonus is extremely large. At least in terms of the physical body, the two are equally matched. Panting, the beast looked at the monk in front of him and said angrily, "Damn, I can't hit him at all. I'm so pissed off. Boy, I'm going to be serious, don't die." A huge amount of spiritual energy gathered in the throat of the beast. Magical power, heavenly roar. Under the influence of spiritual energy, the invisible sound waves took on a trumpet-like shape and attacked Chen Zhuge at a high speed. Azure. Densely packed spiritual plants blocked the way of the sound waves, but they could only block them slightly, but that was enough. Chen Zhuge's body shape began to change, and the magical power of Dharma of heaven and earth, 3 heads and 6 arms, 6 magic weapons appeared in his hands, and they were hit together, the magical power 6 lives. Under the violent collision, the earth was shattered and smoke and dust rose up. Following the principle of there is smoke but no injury, Chen Zhuge and Huo were not seriously injured, except that their spiritual energy was severely depleted. However, one is for freedom, and the other is for the beast itself, so naturally they will not stop. I don't know how long it took, but Chen Zhuge had returned to his original form, and the Kailan could no longer maintain the huge power consumed by his true form. After another collision, both of them retreated at the same time, and one of them sat unsteadily on the ground. Kaiyang said with some admiration, "You are the first cultivator I have ever seen who can fight me to a draw at the same level. Let's just call it a draw this time. If you let me go free, I will go back and give you my treasures. I also know the whereabouts of a Daohu cub. How about you let me go free after you catch Daohu?" Chen Zhuge's eyes lit up when he heard this. "I didn't expect you knew the whereabouts of Daohu's cub. Very good. And we are not evenly matched." The Vajra lock flew from Chen Zhuge's body towards the Kaiyang. He was able to fight the Kaiyang for so long thanks to the Vajra lock wrapped around his body, otherwise he would not be as tough as the Kaiyang. What the hell, the holy soldiers of heaven and earth! The beast that was tied up like a dumpling let out an unwilling cry. "Well, I won, right?" Chen Zhuge said with a smile. Kaiyang was very unconvinced and said, "I don't accept it. You cheated. Do you want to default on your debt? The consequences of defaulting on your debt will not be good." Chen Zhuge's eyes changed. "Anyway, I just don't accept it. This is not your strength." Huo shouted. Chen Zhuge looked at this stubborn guy and suddenly thought of a solution. Looking at Chen Zhuge's evil smile, Huo had a bad feeling in his heart. "What do you want to do? You'll know later." Chapter 159. Disciple, return to the sect. The exhausted Kaiyang was brought back to the National Master's Hall by Chen Zhuge. The recovery of spiritual energy in the mortal world is very slow, but Chen Zhuge has a lot of elixirs. If it just needs to restore the spiritual energy, it will be enough for Chen Zhuge to use for hundreds of years, so the monster is in trouble. Chen Zhuge did not take action himself, but let Yu Li fight against Huo every day. You have to know that when the Huo was born, Yueli rushed forward, and then was slapped back. This was a shame for Yueli who had been strong all his life, not to mention that he had to guard the Huo for 10 whole years, which almost bored Yueli to death. Now that the Kaiyang has lost all its spiritual energy and can only rely on physical strength, it is handed over to Yueli. Fighting every day is exactly what he wants. Ah! The huge rabbit Dharma image kicked the monster away again. Yu Li said with a proud look on his face, now you know how powerful I am. Kayang said humiliatedly, if you have the guts, wait for me to recover my spiritual energy, or don't use your spiritual energy to fight me. Yu Li looked at Qi with disdain and said, do you think I'm stupid? I had a hand-to-hand fight with Qi on the first day and was almost beaten to the point of doubting my life. In the end, I had to use my Dharma image to barely win. Fortunately, the longer the time, the more exhausted the Kayang was and the lower its strength became. In addition, as Yu Li gradually became familiar with Kayang's fighting style, he could now beat Kayang at will. Damn it, just wait for me. Looking at the smug dead rabbit in front of him, Huo decided to agree to become Chen Zhuge's spirit beast. After observing for such a long time, this cultivator is actually not bad. Not to mention his strength, he can be on par with me, so he must have enough talent and potential. According to the other two female cultivators, his status is not bad either. The most important thing is that this cultivator is very cowardly, and is a good match for a homebody like me. Anyway, I have been expelled from the tribe now, and if I go back to my hometown, I'm afraid I will be caught by others and used as a mount, so the difference doesn't seem to be that big. Yu Li sat down on the spot with an arrogant look on his face and said, I'll give you half a day. Kayang went straight to Chen Zhuge's room. I agreed. You agreed. Chen Zhuge, who was flipping through ancient books, looked at Huo in surprise. It had been less than a year, and before that, Huo had sworn that it was impossible. Are you sure? Chen Zhuge was a little unconvinced. I'm sure. Give me the elixir and I want to restore my strength. Kayang said, gritting his teeth. Chen Zhuge looked at Huo with suspicion. Could this guy be trying to trick him into giving him the elixir and trying to escape? Looking at Chen Zhuge's suspicious eyes, Huo couldn't bear it and directly made an oath to heaven. Okay, I believe it. Here are the pills. Seeing this, Chen Zhuge was sure that Huo really accepted the contract with him, so he handed over some recovery pills. Seeing the Kayang who had eaten it all in one gulp and hurriedly ran back, Chen Zhuge suddenly said, the Kayang suddenly agreed, could it be the credit of Yu Li? That shouldn't be the case. I just asked Yu Li to fight against Kayang every day, and I didn't ask him to be too ruthless. He shouldn't be so stingy. What Chen Zhuge didn't know was that Yu Li didn't hit him too hard, but the trash talk broke the defense of Huo. Boom, bang, boom, bang bang bang. Before Chen Zhuge entered the duel venue specially arranged with formations, he heard a series of striking sounds. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the Silver King covering his eyes with his wings, peeking through a gap. What's going on? Ah, Master, you are here. It's nothing, just the scene was a bit brutal. An ambiguous sound came from the Silver King's mouth. Middle of the venue the lion stood up, grabbed Yu Li's furry little tail with its front paws and began to flap it left and right. Looking at Yu Li covering his head skillfully and saying nothing, it was known that this scene would last for quite some time. What happened? Why is Huo so resentful towards Yu Li? Chen Zhuge looked at Huo, who had a happy face, and felt puzzled. Could it be that Yu Li was so cruel? Generally speaking, it's all because of the trash talk, Silver King said concisely. Trash talk? Chen Zhuge was a little confused. Then the Silver King told Chen Zhuge what Yu Li had said to Ho in the past year, as well as the corresponding actions. Chen Zhuge's mouth twitched when watching this scene. This was indeed a bit too much. Killing the beast and destroying its heart, and it had been nearly a year since the last time. No wonder the beast agreed so quickly. Invincible fire wheel. Kayang made a 360-degree rotation and impact with Yu Li. Looking at Yu Li slowly sliding down from the formation barrier, Chen Zhuge opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Yu Li was wrong and Chen Zhuge was also wrong. Generally speaking, he could only suffer for Yu Li. Anyway, he was not seriously injured, so he could just treat it as practicing his skills. Great! Huo shouted happily. Okay, it's also following my orders. Since you have already agreed to the contract, we are all companions, there is no need to do this. Chen Zhuge comforted. Humph, it's different. When the little eagle fought with me before, I had nothing to say. This rabbit's mouth is really stinky. Huo pointed at the Silver King, then looked at the dizzy Yu Li with flaming eyes. As the master, don't worry about the spirit beast. I won't let it get hurt anyway. It just so happens that this rabbit is practicing bodybuilding exercises, and I can speed up its practice. Huo interrupted Chen Zhuge. There is some truth in what Huo said, and Yu Li was indeed not injured. The Juling Dharma image practice is more inclined towards strength and defense. Suffering a little and getting beaten more can indeed speed up the practice. The most important thing is that Yu Li himself did not ask for help, so Chen Zhuge had even less reason to intervene. Chen Zhuge did not pay too much attention to the love-hate relationship between Yueli and Huo. After he was sure that Yueli's strength was really improving and that he did not ask for help from him, he completely ignored it. In the blink of an eye, the time for garrison is almost up. 50 years ago, Su Mei abdicated the throne to a young man of both talent and virtue, and went with Ye Qingqing to assist Li Kaiyuan in handling Tongzhen Industries with Chen Zhuge's affiliated token. In recent years, some natural disasters in the Daqin dynasty were secretly handled by Chen Zhuge, who disguised himself as an ordinary person. 50 years of travel have made Chen Zhuge's Taoism more solid and his idea of immortality more resolute. Next to a mountain stream, Chen Zhuge sat on a blue stone, his feet deep in the cold stream water, enjoying the last moments of leisure. "Master, your lunch." A simple and honest young man named Chen Deho handed over a piece of hot scallion pancake. "Master, your wine." The girl named Chen Xi also handed over the wine gourd with a cute look on her face. After taking a bite of the hot scallion pancake and drinking a sip of liquor, Chen Zhuge couldn't help but sigh, "I didn't expect that the child who was so young has grown up so big now." These two people are survivors of the huge flood 20 years ago. The flood came too quickly that year. Although Chen Zhuge arrived at the first time, there were still great losses. After we dealt with the flood, we saw 2 buckets of water floating downstream, with 2 babies, a boy and a girl, in them. Chen Zhuge, with a throbbing heart, adopted the 2 babies. He did not expect that they both had talent for cultivation, and some were quite talented. They had both successfully established their foundation in just 20 years. So he accepted the 2 as his disciples. "Xiao Xi, Dehu, it's time for us to leave," Chen Zhuge said as he looked at the strange aura of Daqin appearing outside the imperial city. "Junior brother Chen, I'm here." "Brother Lin En? How could it be you?" Chen Zhuge looked at Lin En with some surprise. Hearing this, Lin En sighed and said, "It's a long story. In short, I am the new national master. Please take care of me, brother." "Brother, what are you talking about?" Chen Zhuge said with some dissatisfaction. "By the way, senior brother, these are my disciples, Chen Dehu and Chen Xi, why don't you two pay your respects to your uncle?" "Greetings, Uncle Master." The 2 of them bowed obediently. "You are all good children. I am not as rich as your master, so these 2 magic weapons are just a gift for meeting you," Lin En said with a smile as he handed over 2 magic weapons that were full of spiritual light. Seeing the 2 people's surprised expressions, Chen Zhuge smiled. He did not reveal too many cultivation resources when he was traveling. After explaining everything, Chen Zhuge said goodbye to Lin En. Although he hadn't seen brother Lin En for a long time, Chen Zhuge wanted to go home even more, so he could only do it next time. Garden of Eden. Mara Saya was in a very good mood holding a medicinal rabbit. This rabbit was bought with the spiritual stones he had saved from many years of work. It belonged to him, so he naturally loved it very much. "Saya, isn't it just a medicinal rabbit? If you spent less money elsewhere, you could have bought it a long time ago." Chen Tingting was a little confused. After so many years, Chen Tingting's cultivation has long since reached the level of a god. With the convenience of working in the Garden of Eden, the spirit beasts under her command are at an upper middle level in terms of strength and potential among all the disciples. "It's different. This is my first spirit beast." Mara Saya caressed the little head of the medicine rabbit lovingly. "You have good taste. Bunnies are the cutest," Yu Meng said with Huo Jing's approval. "Yuemen, why are you here? Has this batch of pills been refined again?" Chen Tingting was a little surprised. This time was almost 1/3 faster than before. "Of course. Do you think I am that idiot Dabai? I am still only a 4th rank weapon refiner. I, Yu Meng, have successfully become a 7th rank alchemist. Please call me Master Yu Meng from now on." Yu Meng proudly took out a bottle of 7th rank elixir and said, "Master Yu Meng, you are so awesome." Moro Saya and Chen Tingting cooperated and applauded. "By the way, where is your Xiahua?" Yu Meng asked after delivering the pills. "Xiahua? She should be with Zhang Ji, probably in the gravel forest." Chen Tingting asked with some confusion. "I've checked, but there's nothing there." Forget it. Wait until Xiahua comes back and tell her. I need to find her for something. Although she was a little confused, Chen Tingting still nodded and agreed. Another 100 years have passed. Returning to the mission hall, Chen Zhuge looked at the familiar scene in front of him and said with some emotion. You two come with me to get the sect's disciple tokens first. Chen Zhuge said to his two already dazzled little disciples. Zhu Yinghuang had already helped to complete the admission procedures for the two of them. They only needed to register and get the token. Of course, the two of them could only be outer disciples of the lowest level. After all, Chen Zhuge himself was not yet an elder. After finishing the tokens, tasks, and other trivial matters, almost an hour had passed. Come on, I'll take you to see my cave. Chen Zhuge said proudly. The beautiful Garden of Eden completely conquered the two little disciples. Master, is this the fairyland? In response to the question from his young disciple Chen Xi, Chen Zhuge simply patted his head and said, your master, haven't even become an immortal yet, so this can't be considered a fairyland. Li Kui just yelled and exposed it. Humph, ordinary true immortals don't have such a big cave magic weapon. Ha ha ha. Chen Zhuge felt somewhat proud when he heard that. This was the Garden of Eden that he had built bit by bit. The resources and manpower consumed in it were simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. There are quite a few of my spirit beasts in there. I will find a chance for you to get to know them one by one. You don't need to be afraid. They are easy to get along with. By the way, Li Kui, don't bully Yu Li anymore when you are here. I'm afraid you will suffer. Chen Zhuge thought of Yu Li and turned to Li Kui and warned him. I'm not afraid of being at a disadvantage. Li Kui said with disdain. Chen Zhuge did not say much. As one of the 10 evil beasts, Li Kui was very powerful, but the spirit beasts under him were not weak either. If 4 or 5 of them attacked together, Li Kui would most likely suffer. With Chen Zhuge's return, some beasts in the Garden of Eden are happy, some are sad, and some are arrogant. Chen Zhuge touched the arrogant Yu Meng and said, during the time I was away, were they still obedient? Yu Meng shook off Chen Zhuge's hand and said, of course you will be obedient. If you are not obedient, you will be suppressed and sent to the ecosystem for training. Little Wisteria, you've grown a lot. Chen Zhuge looked at the little girl on the top of the eternal vine, who looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. Hug me. Chen Ziteng stretched out his chubby white hands. Seeing this, Chen Zhuge picked him up affectionately. I want one too. I want one too. Seeing this, Lu Wutiank, who had just returned, also stretched out his hands. Looking at the plump little guy in front of him, Chen Zhuge doubted whether this guy had really practiced well over the years. Although his cultivation seemed to be very high and he had reached the Mahayana stage, his body shape made him look more like he was just enjoying himself. Chen Zhuge picked up Tiank with great difficulty and felt the heavy weight in his hands. He felt that this guy definitely did not practice well. At this big gathering, Chen Zhuge introduced his 2 young disciples Chen Dehu and Chen Xi as well as Li Kui to all the spirit beasts. Everyone's attitude was very good. Chen Zhuge even looked at Yu Li with some surprise. This kid didn't even complain. In the next few days, at the urging of Chen Tingting, Chen Zhuge began to check the account books of Eden Garden, as well as the respective account books sent back by Li Kaiyuan, as well as some information on personnel transfers and new personnel joining, which gave him a headache. I have an idea. Chen Zhuge put down the account books, lists, industrial development and other books in his hands and said thoughtfully. 7 days later, Su Mei, looking exhausted, arrived at the Garden of Eden, greeted by Chen Tingting. Looking at the already charming Su Mei, Chen Zhuge said with a smile on his face, I've finally got you here. Su Mei felt proud when she heard that. As expected, no one could resist the beauty of this female cultivator. Ha 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 ha, senior sister, I will soon become the master. This is your future mission. Looking at the thing that was taller than a person, Su Mei was a little crazy. So many? I remember that manager Li sent back only this much. Don't worry about it. Just deal with it. I will give you the greatest authority and pay you more. Chen Zhuge's old face turned red. He really didn't know how to deal with these things. Su Mei, whose master's dream was shattered, took the job with tears in her eyes, which doubled her salary and workload. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Compared with my senior sister who is all about fighting and killing, I am much stronger. Su Mei comforted herself. But looking at the huge amount of work, I still feel a little discouraged. Chapter 160. The Reluctant Moon Power. After handing the matters over to Su Mei, Chen Zhuge finally relaxed completely. According to Yu Meng and others, senior brother and junior sister Dai Luohu have gone out to travel. It looks like it has been done. Senior sister is still traveling with junior sister Li He, and we don't know when they will return. Hua Jianyu has been staying in the main hall recently, hoping to build a good relationship with a young divine beast. Basically, she rarely stays in the Garden of Eden. So, I've finally gotten some peace and quiet. From now on, I just need to spend some time every day to sort out the issues regarding the bloodlines of the spirit beasts in the Garden of Eden. Besides the fixed time for cultivation, I can spend the rest of the time enjoying life peacefully. Chen Zhuge arranged his future life with a relaxed look on his face. On the third day after returning to the Garden of Eden, Yu Li spent a huge amount of money to commission Chen Tingting to buy a batch of immortal drunk and sent out invitations to his good brothers. In the moonlight's nest, Zhang Ji was the first to come when he heard there was wine to drink. As soon as he entered the door, he said casually, "Old third, I heard you were treating me to a drink? You must have made a fortune when you were out with the master." "That's right, I was wondering if I heard it wrong." Ao Li, who followed closely behind, said with a look of disbelief. Yang Huan stood quietly aside and nodded in agreement. As for Ao Yi, Yu Li was embarrassed to invite him. What he was going to talk about today was a bit embarrassing. It would be too embarrassing to let his sister know about it. At Yu Li's enthusiastic invitation, Zhang Ji and other beasts also drank a lot. After 3 rounds of drinking, seeing that the 3 beasts were almost dead, Yu Li told Li Kui about the grudges between him and Li Kui. "Say it." Ao Li said in a somewhat blaming tone, "Your mouth is indeed easy to offend people, but this Li Kui is indeed too much. Don't worry, big brother, I will take care of it for you." Zhang Ji patted his chest and promised. Yang Huan also agreed. His brother had been bullied for so long, so he should really help. As the 4 beasts drank, they got drunk. Then when Yu Li mentioned Li Kui again, the 4 beasts became excited and prepared to cause trouble for Li Kui. Li Kui, who had just arrived in the Garden of Eden, simply built a cave for himself casually, intending to make do with it first, then observe the situation in the Garden of Eden and choose a place that suits him best. Li Kui, who was watching Xiao Tian, was awakened by a vibration. When he looked up, he saw Yu Li arrogantly leading the other 3 spirit beasts and shouting, "Green-eyed cat, come out! I'm going to teach you a lesson this time." Li Kui looked at the 4 beasts in front of him with some disdain and said, "Just relying on these few misfits?" Li Kui's words completely angered the 4 beasts, and a battle between the spirit beasts broke out on the spot. The sound of the battle alarmed the other spirit beasts in the Garden of Eden. Chen Zhuge naturally knew about it, but after knowing the targets of both parties, he did not care much. The spirit beasts all have their own thoughts, and the number of spirit beasts he has contracted will only increase in the future, and it is impossible for every spirit beast to get along well with each other. Seeing Yu Meng, who was affected by the noise and caused the pill refining in front of her to fail, she said with anger, "What's the noise? Damn it, Huo Jing, Bai Yi, Tian Ke, come with me to take a look." Dabai on the other side also failed to refine the weapon because of the noise. He stamped his feet anxiously and said, it was about to succeed, all because of this noise. Silver King didn't know much about refining weapons, so he just nodded in agreement. However, Qi Dayuan, who had returned to Suzaku Peak a long time ago and was hanging out in the Garden of Eden, said without giving him face, "Without this movement, you would have failed. I'm wondering if you are a fire Kylin. Even if I rarely refined weapons in my previous life, I am still a 6th level refiner at your level. Shut up and come with me to see who the bastard is." Dabai said angrily. The twin snakes, who had been honing their skills, also sensed the commotion and called out to Black Eyes, planning to go and take a look together. As for why these 2 snakes were mixed together with Black Eyes, it was mainly because of Bali. After awakening the bloodline of the Basque snake, Bali's appetite grew bigger and bigger. When he learned that the Golden Dog clan could have a certain amount of free red flame sheep to eat while grazing, he got tired of eating them, so he hardly touched the quota of free red flame sheep. So Ming Yujing cleverly found Heian and bought the red flame sheep with spirit stones at half the price. Over time, the relationship between the 3 beasts became closer and closer. When most of the spirit beasts gathered at the edge of the battlefield, the Silver King began to tell the story of the grievances and hatred between Yu Li and Li Kui. "Humph, isn't it just that Yu Li can't beat the other person, so now you're calling for help?" Yu Meng said disdainfully. Ming Yujing on the side shook his head and said, not only can Yu Li not defeat him, I'm afraid we can't defeat him either. Indeed, Zhang Ji and his men are very strong. It seems a bit risky to fight 4 against 1. He Yin was a little worried and didn't know whether he should help. That's because they didn't meet me. I can handle them by myself. Dabai said arrogantly. The scene was silent for a moment, and the 5 beasts that were fighting on the field suddenly stopped and looked at Dabai in unison. Qi Dayuan was the first to jump and said, I am not familiar with it. It said so itself. Dabai looked at the 5 beasts in front of him stiffly, and said submissively, brothers, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. The 5 beasts looked away and continued their previous battle. Bai Ya mocked, coward. Dabai's face turned pale and blue. He wanted to open his mouth to refute, but then he remembered Bai Ya's previous performance in the hunting ground. He stopped in embarrassment. If he scolded it, he would probably get beaten. Forget it, men don't bother with women. Tisk, 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 this is the Kyung, the 10 evils, now they are in trouble. Qi Dayuan made an ambiguous sound. The battle did not quickly decide the winner. At the beginning, they just took advantage of the drunkenness and wanted to find an explanation for their brothers. Then, something went wrong during the fight. The guy in front of them was quite fierce, and he sobered up the 4 beasts. If it weren't for the close cooperation over the years, the beasts would have been defeated long ago. When it was just getting light, Aoyi came back. Seeing his brother being beaten by the newcomer, he immediately rushed to help. With the help of Aoyi, the 5 beasts finally managed to fight Li Kui to a draw. Looking at the devastated land, Lai Xiao stopped panting. Zhang Ji said with some admiration, you are very strong, but I will definitely take back what my brother said. Li Kui sneered and said, I'll wait. As the battle ended, the other spiritual beasts that were watching began to disperse. The absent-minded Ming Yujing randomly changed the sand he controlled, transforming it into various kinds of armor on Barry. Brother, what's wrong? Are you worried about something? Barry asked curiously as he looked at Ming Yujing who was absent-minded. Barry, what do you think of this newcomer? Ming Yujing asked. Brother, do you want to pull it along? That might be a bit difficult. We may not be able to defeat it. Barry said innocently. Let's practice first. Ming Yujing felt that what Bali said made sense. On the other side, Dabai kept thinking about his embarrassing things on the way back. He turned around to look at the 2 working triangles around him and sighed deeply. Needless to say, the Silver King is capable and will help if there is a real need, but most of the time he looks like a working eagle with his edges smoothed out. As for Qi Dayuan, this guy is not even a member of his big family, he is just a bad friend. It seems that I have the worst luck with beasts. I only have one friend. No, there's Dashan. It is said that Dashan has withdrawn from the Great Saint Legion of War Song. I have to pull this little brother back. Dabai said with his eyes shining. Yu Meng didn't have too many thoughts, but she had a bad feeling about this battle. She felt that it would last for a long time, which might affect her alchemy. As for stopping them, what a joke, I'm just a little rabbit that makes pills, how can I possibly beat them? Besides, it's not good to bully the newcomers, and it's not good to bully Zhang Ji either, because I'm the first one they knew. Forget it, forget it. At worst I can go to the ecological park to make pills. Yu Meng shook her head and planned to hide. He Ian, on the other hand, was in a rather heavy mood. As the steward of the Garden of Eden, He Ian had always done his job very well. With the increase in the number of spirit beasts, many problems and conflicts had arisen, all of which were solved by He Ian, but this time it seemed a bit fierce. After feeling his own cultivation, He Ian sighed and said, it seems that I have to spend some money to strengthen my strength, otherwise it will be difficult to stop it. This revenge of the moon power lasted for a month. During this month, the 2 sides were either tied or evenly matched, and countless spiritual herbs and plants were destroyed. He Ian's repeated attempts to dissuade the 2 sides failed, and finally, due to his lack of strength, he reported the matter to Chen Zhuge. Under the gaze of many spirit beasts, Chen Zhuge began to calculate the total value of the spirit herbs and plants damaged on both sides in the past month. It's 3 million high-quality spirit stones in total. I don't want the change. According to the scene replayed by the water mirror technique, Zhang Ji's side mainly destroyed nearly 7 floors, and Li Kui is responsible for the 3rd floor. So, 2.1 million on one side and 900,000 on the other side. No objection, right? Chen Zhuge said with a smile, holding a small abacus. No. Both parties agreed to this. Because he had been to the battlefield, Zhang Ji was very rich now and could still afford some spirit stones. After paying the fine, Zhang Ji and the other 5 beasts looked at Li Kui with pride. This newcomer definitely had no spirit stones, and he would be in trouble next. Li Kui slowly took out a piece of rare spiritual ore and said, "This should be enough. The star iron of the true immortal level is indeed enough." After putting away the star iron, Chen Zhuge nodded with satisfaction and left. "Newcomer, you actually have spirit stones." Zhang Ji couldn't believe it. Li Kui sneered twice and left on his own. "Spirit stones, what a joke. I was a true immortal in my previous life. Although most of my treasures were taken away by those despicable monks, there were still quite a few left. The things were taken back during the Daqin dynasty." Dabai, who thought there was going to be something interesting to watch, sighed deeply, "I didn't expect this new guy to be so rich." Qi Dayuan looked at Dabai speechlessly. "This is the first time I've seen a fire Kailan as poor as you." With the fine paid, the two sides finally calmed down for a while. Chapter 161. The Azure Dragon of the same lineage. After resting for almost 3 months, Chen Zhuge finally remembered his business. Ever since the battle with Yueli and other beasts stopped, Li Kui felt that the environment within the ecosystem was more suitable for him, so after paying a large sum of spirit stones, he moved to a mountain within the ecosystem. "Why are you here?" Li Kui looked at Chen Zhuge, who suddenly visited him with some surprise. "Of course I have something to talk to you about." Chen Zhuge released the white bird, which was temporarily serving as his mount, back into the sky. "What's the matter?" Li Kui waved his tail lazily. "Are you sure the Dao cub you mentioned last time is in that area?" Chen Zhuge asked seriously. Li Kui recalled some traces he found when he went back to his hometown to secretly take the hidden treasures, and said hesitantly, "Those do have traces of Dao. But I always feel something is wrong. Dao's temperament is much more brutal than ours. Those traces are a little too gentle. Moreover, when I was still here 1,000 years ago, that Dao had already reached the return to void stage. After 1,000 years, no matter what, this Dao's strength is at least at the Mahayana stage. If it gets some great opportunity, it is not impossible for it to reach the true immortal realm. In my opinion, you should wait until you become a true immortal before going to take a look. After all, 1,000 years have passed, and it is still there, so it may not leave after another 1,000 years." Chen Zhuge looked at Li Kui with some surprise. Why did he feel that he was very afraid of this Dao? Li Kui saw Chen Zhuge's eyes and snorted in dissatisfaction, "Don't look at me like that. The Dao tribe is even more extreme than ours. They will let their cubs roam around as soon as they grow up a little bit. Growing up through fighting all the way, in terms of killing, I'm afraid only Qianqi and Zheng can compare. And you don't think that you can just capture this Dao and make a contract with it? Although the Dao clan has very few members due to their temperament, they are very protective of their cubs. Although your Wanchao sect is strong, they will not cause a big enemy because of you. Even if it is possible, it will cost something. So, you were lying to me when you exchanged Dao for freedom before." Chen Zhuge said with a bad look. "Not really. If you can defeat that Dao one-on-one, then all the previous problems will not be a problem. But the key is that you definitely can't win." Li Kui explained. "I can fight you to a draw, but I can't beat the younger Dao." Chen Zhuge was a little unconvinced. Li Kui said dissatisfiedly, "If we are at the same realm, Dao can suppress me. Of course, it is mainly because I have practiced for a shorter time." As if he found this very embarrassing, Li Kui turned around and faced Chen Zhuge with his butt, and didn't say anything else. Fortunately, Chen Zhuge already knew everything he should know, and he did not bother Li Kui, who had revealed his weakness. After Chen Zhuge left, Li Kui secretly muttered, "Among Dao's beasts, only Qianqi and Zheng can fight. Forget about the other beasts, they are all battle maniacs." On the way back, Chen Zhuge saw Yu Li, who was training his strength with a bunch of giant rhinos. Judging from his sweaty appearance, he must have been training for quite some time. It is true that they have never won a one-on-one duel. It was a tie when Jiao Shao fought 5 against 1. This is really a bit of a loss to him. Chen Zhuge shook his head, still said nothing, and returned to his own courtyard. You are the Azure Dragon that is opening up little by little." Chen Zhuge looked at the middle-aged man with a bunch of children in front of him, and thought of the azure dragon he met when he was purifying the blood of the divine beast cubs in the main hall, and asked in surprise. Hehe, I'm just a little bit open. No need to be so loud. My name is Ao Tian. Qinglong Ao Tian said a little embarrassedly. Hello, Senior Ao Tian. My name is Chen Zhuge. Chen Zhuge also realized that he had spoken out of turn, mainly because Ao Tian had left such a deep impression on him. I know. You don't have to call me senior. Just call me Brother Tian. How about I call you ninth brother? Ao Tian was very enthusiastic. Chen Zhuge looked at Ao Tian with some suspicion. This man was either a celestial immortal or a golden immortal. Wasn't it strange that he was on such a close terms with him? Then he saw all kinds of weird cubs running around in the yard, and Chen Zhuge understood a little bit. To be honest, although Ao Tian is a cedar, he is still quite responsible, which is rare among dragons. Ninth brother, there is no other way for me to come this time. My lovers have given birth to a lot of babies for me. I have to rely on you. Ao Tian hugged a cub that could barely be seen as a dragon and whose head looked more like a catfish, and said with a loving face. Thinking of the love between Ao Tian and a catfish spirit, Chen Zhuge suddenly shuddered. The scene was too beautiful to imagine. Don't worry, brother. I won't let you suffer any loss. Look what this is. Ao Tian took out a round bead and said. Hiss, Dragon Ball. Chen Zhuge looked at Ao Tian in disbelief. Isn't this equivalent to digging up the graves of his own people and giving away their bodies? Yes, it is a Dragon Ball of a celestial being. As long as you can help me deal with my children's problems in the future, this Dragon Ball will be yours. I will also use my secret method to use this Dragon Ball to influence an area. The spirit beasts in this area will have a trace of azure dragon blood in the future. Ao Tian said with a painful look on his face. Azure Dragon Ball. Chen Zhuge's eyes widened. The azure dragons of the 10,000 Beasts sect are numerous. This Dragon Ball may be Ao Tian's direct relative. Isn't this too cruel? He even dug up the graves of his direct relatives? Okay, no problem. Chen Zhuge agreed decisively. This is the Azure Dragon Ball. As long as time is long enough, he can cultivate the sacred beast Azure Dragon. He drools just thinking about it. This time, Chen Zhuge took great care of Ao Tian's children. According to Ao Tian's idea, while making them as close to the dragon clan as possible, it would be best to also enhance their talents. There are several cubs among them that have the blood of other dragon species in their bodies. This makes Chen Zhuge silently sympathize with Ao Tian. It's so tragic. Is this the end of the cedar? Looking at the unique cubs all over the ground, Ao Tian suddenly felt that the Dragon Ball given by his third uncle was also a good gift. Look at the child this time, it is obviously more like a dragon. No, it is already a dragon. Even if the blood is not very pure, it will not be a problem as long as he bleeds a little. Ao Tian was very satisfied, so he naturally kept his promise and placed the Dragon Ball in the Garden of Eden. Because the Garden of Eden was too large now, if the Dragon Ball radiated the entire Garden of Eden, the impact on the bloodline would be too small. So Chen Zhuge specifically asked Ao Tian to retreat to the area where spiritual beasts such as the red flame sheep were located. When Ao Tian was making the arrangements, Chen Zhuge also discovered Ao Tian's cultivation level. A celestial being definitely didn't have this kind of pressure. Ao Tian was a golden immortal. Thinking that he was on good terms with a golden immortal, Chen Zhuge felt a little proud for a moment. Ao Tian did not stay for long. After setting up the formation, he took the children away. In his words, the problem has been solved. I must find my lover to celebrate. This also made Chen Zhuge have a deeper understanding of the reputation of the dragon cedar. It is really too hard working. I wonder if there is any example of a dragon dying from exhaustion. Chen Zhuge originally thought that the matter of Ao Tian had come to an end, but he did not expect that other azure dragons would come the next day. Who are you? Chen Zhuge looked at the old man with grey hair, feeling his unfathomable cultivation, and asked carefully. Disciple of Wen Tianming, grandson of Ye Sheng? You are very good. The old man came up and started praising him, which made Chen Zhuge confused. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ao Hai, the current patriarch of the Qinglong clan of the Wanshao sect, and also Ao Tian's father. Ao Hai said with a smile. Hiss. Chen Zhuge did not just take a breath of cool air. If possible, Chen Zhuge wanted to suck all the air out of this world. Why are divine beasts called divine beasts? Because of their natural talents and potential. Then why can divine beasts protect the cubs of their own tribe? Because of their powerful strength. The strongest member of an ordinary clan of divine beasts may only be a golden immortal, but the strongest member of the top clan of divine beasts is definitely an immortal golden immortal, otherwise these divine beasts would have long since become the guardian beasts of the top sex. It is rumored that the reason why the four peaks are so powerful is largely due to the appearance of the four symbols holy beasts clan of the 10,000 beasts sect. It is said that the clan leaders are all immortal Deluo Jingxian. Greetings, ancestor. Chen Zhuge bowed respectfully. There's no need to do that. Yesterday I found out that bastard Ao Tian came back with a bunch of embarrassing things, and I was very angry. When I learned that he used his third uncle's Dragon Balls as a reward to ask someone to help deal with those embarrassing things, I got even angrier. Ao Hai looked at Chen Zhuge with a smile. Chen Zhuge shuddered, Grand Master, the Dragon Ball is now on the formation. My cultivation is too low to take it down. Please take it back yourself. I have no intention of taking back the things I sent out. What's more, you did a great job. I have heard about the 100 Dragons Pond at Qinglong Peak before, but I didn't expect that you could even handle the Qinglong bloodline. The disciple who awakened the cause and effect purification back then couldn't do it. Ao Hai looked at Chen Zhuge meaningfully. Chen Zhuge broke out in a cold sweat when he saw this. Don't worry. I've seen many peerless geniuses, not just you. There are those who are born with holy weapons, those who become immortals within 100 years, and those who are born with golden lotuses. There are too many of them. I won't explore your secrets. I just need your help with something. Ao Hai's tone changed as he spoke. Seeing Ao Hai's expression becoming a little bit vulgar, Chen Zhuge calmed down a little. Ao Hai then set up a barrier, waved his hand and summoned a bunch of spirit beasts with dragon characteristics, and said, This is my child. Please help take a look at him. Don't worry, I will reward you. Chen Zhuge was confused. Ah, this turn of events caught him off guard. Boy, you should know that there are not many direct descendants of my Qinglong clan, and the Infinite Star Sea always asks us to send people there. Doesn't this reduce the loss of direct bloodline? Ao Hai found a reason to explain. Although he didn't know why an immortal golden immortal would explain to him, Ao Hai's attitude did make Chen Zhuge relax. After some discussion, it turned out that Ao Hai was indeed somewhat different from Ao Tian. Ao Tian preferred his children to be more like himself, while Ao Hai valued strength over all else, which made the above explanation more true. As each of the spirit beast cubs changed, Ao Hai felt a surge of emotions in his heart. This is truly a noble person of my Qinglong clan, a great noble person. No, I must protect him. The happiness of my lower body depends on it. I must send a dragon over. The reward left by Ao Hai was a protective spell. As long as Chen Zhuge did not encounter an attack from an immortal Deluo Jingxian, this spell could keep him safe. This gift was very big, and Chen Zhuge was very satisfied. He even hoped that Ao Hai could come more often and give him infinite armor. Chapter 162. Little Sun Yu. After what happened with Ao Hai, Chen Zhuge found that he really no longer had any awe for the Qinglong clan. The dragons of the Azure Dragon clan are so beyond words. They are the immortal golden immortals. After seeing that kind of existence take out a handful of weird-looking descendants with its backhand, Chen Zhuge's heart was completely speechless. Fortunately, I have successfully dealt with it. I'd better not go out during this period of time. I always feel that there will be bigger surprises waiting for me in the future. Chen Zhuge had a bad premonition in his heart. Sure enough, the next day, the premonition came true. A member of the Qinglong tribe with 2 small dragon horns on his head has arrived. Looking at the little dragon girl in front of him, after learning that she was following the clan leader's order to protect herself, Chen Zhuge was stunned. I'm just a home-based cultivator who stays at home with nothing to do I still need a celestial being to protect me? Chen Zhuge was a little overwhelmed and stammered, I think I'm safe, so there's no need for that. My name is Ao Qing, and I will live here from now on. Ao Qing waved his hand and released a palace made of green jade, saying with a cold face. Looking at Ao Qing who was living in the palace on his own, Chen Zhuge was speechless. Although you have a high level of cultivation, can you please listen to others properly? Ao Qing's move-in could not be stopped. Chen Zhuge had no way to stop it and no time to deal with it. That afternoon, I don't know if the old dragon Ao Hai said anything, but the other 3 patriarchs of the 4 sacred beasts all came in the afternoon. White Tiger Clan's patriarch, Jin Xiaoshan the leader of the Suzaku clan, Zhu Fengtian the patriarch of the Suanwu clan, Xian Shengdian. I don't know why powerful practitioners have opinions about the heavenly Dao. The 3 of them all have the word heaven in their names. It seems that Aohai has not kept up. Aohai said he had something to say about his name. I wanted to change my name to Aohadian at first, but it was given to me by my grandfather, so I can't do anything about it. Boy, Aohai said that you can handle the bloodline issues of our clan's direct descendants. Is that true? Beihu had the most irritable temper, so Jin Xiaotian was naturally the first to ask questions. Under the gaze of the 3 big guys, Chen Zhuge naturally didn't dare to be sure that he could not handle the bloodline problem of the immortal now, which was fatal. Maybe. What do you mean by probably? That old dragon wouldn't lie to us, would he? Although Zhu Fengtian was a woman, she seemed to have a very bad temper. She stood up and wanted to find trouble with Aohai. Why are you in such a hurry, youngster? Just give it a try first. It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not. Of course, if it succeeds, I guarantee that you will be satisfied with the reward. Xian Shengtian is worthy of being Suanwu, he is steady. Looking at the silly little Suanwu that suddenly appeared in the courtyard, Chen Zhuge laughed. The little Suanwu was probably taking a bath, with some foam still on its body. One paw held a brush and the other held the turtle shell, and it was humming a little song while washing. The little Suanwu realized something was wrong, looked at the 4 people watching, and immediately retracted himself into his tortoise shell, saying dissatisfiedly, "Grandpa, what are you doing?" "I'm taking a shower." This little Suanwu is a female. Now the other 2 people looked at Xian Shengtian with strange eyes. "You old turtle, you actually have this habit. What are you thinking about? He is the only little Suanwu left in my clan who hasn't become an immortal. Who else can I call?" Suanwu said angrily. The Suanwu clan has a much longer lifespan than other races, and their fertility is so amazing that it makes people cry. They have only had this one child in tens of thousands of years. "Youngster, I leave it to you," Xian Shengtian said seriously. Chen Zhuge took a look at the little Suanwu who had reached the Mahayana level of cultivation, used his golden finger to check it out, and frowned. This is not because the problem cannot be solved, but because he is thinking about how to deal with it. Unlike the cub brought by Aohai, the blood of this little black tortoise is very pure. Apart from the black tortoise blood, there are only a few other turtle bloods. It can be said to be one of the purest bloods Chen Zhuge has ever seen except for the medicinal snake. Can't handle it. Xian Shengtian was a little disappointed. "Ancestor, I can handle it, but should I directly eliminate other bloodlines, or let the black tortoise bloodline devour other bloodlines?" Chen Zhuge was a little unsure. The bloodlines of the 4 sacred beasts are actually higher than those of the divine beasts to a certain extent, just like the 10 evils are not recognized as divine beasts, but their combat power is stronger than that of divine beasts of the same level. "Tell me the difference between the 2. Xian Shengtian asked. When the other 2 clan leaders heard that the problem could be solved, they also listened very carefully. After Chen Zhuge gave examples many times, and even pulled out several spirit beasts from the Garden of Eden for on-site demonstrations, the 3 clan leaders finally seemed to understand. Xian Shengtian looked at the mutated spirit beast in front of him and asked curiously, "I remember that our 4 sacred beasts have never had any spirit beast mutations, right? At most, it's just a problem of impure bloodline." "That's the truth. Why don't you, old turtle, let your granddaughter give it a try?" Jin Xiaotian instigated. "Get lost, you damn tiger, do you want to fight?" Xian Shengtian said angrily. "Just eliminate the other bloodlines." He still loves his only child Xian Shengtian very much and doesn't want to take any risks. "But, Grandpa, I want to give it a try." Little Suanwu stretched out his head and said curiously. In the end, Xian Shengtian was defeated by the little Suanwu's coquetry. Anyway, even if there were problems, the worst that could happen was that he could just take care of the child himself. Under the worried gaze of Xian Shengtian and the expectant eyes of the other 2 clan leaders, little Suanwu successfully transformed. "Hey, it's blue, it looks better than before," little Suanwu said happily as he looked at his shell and body that had turned blue. Xian Shengtian, on the other hand, checked around nervously and finally found that little Suanwu's blood was still Suanwu's blood, but his control and affinity for water attributed spiritual energy had been greatly enhanced. In general, little Suanwu's potential had been greatly improved. Ha ha ha, Junior, your name is Chen Zhug, right? I will remember you. That old pervert gave you a protective spell, so I'll give you one too. I'll have others bring the rest later. Xian Shengtian, with an excited look on his face, disappeared with the little Suanwu with a swoosh, leaving only 2 echoes. Looking at Xian Shengtian who was running very fast, Jin Xiaotian said bitterly, we haven't seen it yet, this old turtle is so stingy. Is there any need to look? The potential of that little black tortoise has probably increased to a terrifying level. Zhu Fengtian affirmed. Then the 2 clan leaders stared at Chen Zhug and said, young man, we want to do the same thing as before. Chen Zhug said weakly, no problem, senior. The fertility situation of the Suzaku clan is better, but the Suzaku bloodlines that have appeared in recent times are more mixed. There are about a dozen vermilion bird cubs in total, and most of them have very mottled blood. After devouring the similar fire blood, their potential and affinity with fire aura have increased a lot, but not so exaggerated. After discovering that the talents of all the cubs had been improved, Zhu Fengtian went back to Suzaku Peak and came back with a little red Suzaku in his arms, with a loving look on his face. Are you crazy? This is the offspring you finally gave birth to. Jin Xiaotian looked at the little vermilion bird with an incredible look in his eyes. Zhu Fengtian suffered severe injuries in the Infinite Star Sea in his early years, and his fertility almost disappeared. With the help of a large number of treasures from the 10,000 Beasts Gate and his own origin, this little vermilion bird was born. This is Zhu Fengtian's only descendant, and it is impossible for him to have any more descendants in the future. I want my child to become better. Just like the old turtle said, even if the result is bad, I can support him for a lifetime. Zhu Fengtian said with a firm look in his eyes. Chapter 163, Suzaku White Tiger. This little vermilion bird, whose intelligence is still in chaos, has no idea that his mother has made a major choice for his life. After learning the origin of this vermilion bird, Chen Zhug felt a little nervous, even though he knew that the golden finger had never failed. Little vermilion bird's bloodline is very pure, there is only vermilion bird bloodline in his body. But why is this vermilion bird bloodline divided into 2 types? Chen Zhug was a little confused and then raised the question. Zhu Fengtian suddenly realized what was going on when he heard this. I was wondering why my spiritual intelligence was still in chaos. It turns out it was due to the influence of my origin. The main bloodline of the little vermilion bird is not as good as the other vermilion bird bloodline, which makes Chen Zhug feel a little tricky. He has never encountered such a situation before and does not dare to deal with it directly. He can only explain this problem to Zhu Fengtian. Let go. If it is really because of my origin, this child will become my puppet if I don't deal with it. Zhu Fengtian understood the seriousness of the matter. He couldn't delay any longer. The more time he wasted, the greater the possibility that little Suzaku would become his puppet. Because the difference in bloodline abilities was so great, Chen Zhug could only pull out the other bloodline almost completely, leaving only a little bit, and then let it devour. However, the difference in the bloodlines between the 2 is not only huge in quantity, but also in quality. The speed of devouring is so fast that it makes people cry. But as long as I can devour it, it will be fine. This little vermilion bird's cultivation is only at the nascent soul stage, so I won't be tired. The worst that can happen is that I will just have to spend a little more time. It's been 3 days, and you're just too impulsive. Jin Xiaotian said with some blame. Although the 4 clan leaders seemed to be arguing all the time, the relationship between the 4 beasts was very close. Okay, you tiger, just say less. Xian Shengtian also rushed back a day ago after learning about the situation. Don't worry, I still have an immortal feather. Even if I fail, I can be reborn from the ashes. Aohai said with a look of heartache on his face, unable to breathe. Damn, you old dragon actually still have the immortal feather. You didn't tell us earlier and made us worried. Jin Xiaotian said dissatisfiedly. After hearing that Aohai had the immortal feather, Zhu Fengtian was relieved. Thank you, brother Ao. It's okay. We are all brothers and sisters. Sister Fengtian's business is my business. Aohai said generously, but his trembling hands seemed a little out of place. Chen Zhug didn't know the current mood of the 4 big guys outside. Seeing that the bloodline was almost completely devoured, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It took a long time this time. He didn't know what to do with the spirit beasts that had accumulated in the past few days and the dragon in Bei Longtan, and whether the owners of those spirit beasts would cause trouble. There were no people causing trouble, but there were many who wanted to seek an explanation, but they were thrown out by the hot-tempered Jin Xiaotian. Done, time to call it a day. Chen Zhuge stopped what he was doing with a look of joy on his face. A huge black-red flame rose from the little Suzaku's body. Jin Xiaotian thought he had failed and shouted, "Old dragon, quickly take out the immortal feather." What the hell? This is a success. Not just an ordinary success. Ao Hai looked at Zhu Fengtian with envy. It's all because of that bad boy. He doesn't like the real Azure Dragon and only likes some random spiritual beasts. It's been a long time since a Azure Dragon with the required bloodline was born in the clan. This is the Phoenix. Read more books when you have time. Xian Shengtian patted Jin Xiaotian on the shoulder. As the black and red flame slowly shrank, the Phoenix appeared in front of everyone. Phoenix, I didn't expect that I would be able to see a newborn Phoenix in my lifetime. Xian Shengtian said with some melancholy. The Phoenix is the only variation between the Phoenix and the Vermilion Bird, which means that the Phoenix will only appear in the Phoenix and the Vermilion Bird clans. However, as one of the 4 sacred beasts, the Vermilion Bird has not appeared in this era. It is only recorded in ancient times. This is why Xian Shengtian said before that there were no mutated spirit beasts among the 4 sacred beasts. Oh my god, it really is the Phoenix. Then can my white tiger also mutate? Jin Xiaotian said excitedly. Xian Shengtian poured cold water on him in time, saying, there are traces of the Suzaku's transformation into the Phoenix, but there is no record of your white tiger clan's transformation. What if? Jin Xiaotian was very excited. Zhu Fengtian ignored the other 3 people and stared at the Phoenix that was reborn from the fire, with a gleam in his eyes. Oh my god, this is the immortal golden immortal, he is not going to cry, this is too fake, Chen Zhuge guessed with some fear. Fortunately, although Zhu Fengtian was very moved, he didn't cry. After all, he was a big shot. Zhu Fengtian, holding the Phoenix, gave Chen Zhuge a protective spell and said that he owed Chen Zhuge a favor and would help as long as he could. Looking at Zhu Fengtian who made the Great Dao Oath, Chen Zhuge knew that he had made a big profit. This was an immortal gold medal. I have a favor from an immortal Deluo Jingxian. Although I can't run rampant in the heavens, no one dares to offend me. Touching the vermilion bird mark on his forehead again, Chen Zhuge grinned foolishly, thinking he was rich. Hey, kid, stop grinning like an idiot. It's my turn. Jin Xiaotian woke up Chen Zhuge, who was still immersed in his own world, and said with some disgust. Oh, ancestor, let's start. Chen Zhuge then remembered that he still had a white tiger clan to deal with. After the appearance of the Phoenix, the patriarchs of the other 3 tribes were obviously much more interested in the white tiger tribe. They all sat on the stone tables and watched the show. Boy, do you think that our white tiger clan can mutate into a phoenix like the vermilion bird? Jin Xiaotian rubbed his hands. Chen Zhuge was puzzled. Isn't the white tiger the supreme bloodline of the tiger clan? Can it mutate? Looking at the hesitant Chen Zhuge, Ao Hai laughed and said, stupid tiger, read more books when you have time. What else can a white tiger mutate into? A black tiger. Under the ridicule of his friends, Jin Xiaotian pulled all the white tiger cubs in the tribe over. Looking at the little white tiger that couldn't be put down in the yard, Chen Zhuge opened his mouth wide. Is the breeding of the white tiger clan so powerful? You are so shameless, tiger. It's basically because your bloodline doesn't meet the standards. Xian Shengtian's face turned dark. Why didn't he think of this? The blood does not meet the standards. What if it is purified and then it meets the standards? Boy, get everything done for me, and I will give you a great benefit. How about the White Tiger clan's magical power 7 kills? Jin Xiaotian ignored Xian Shengtian's ridicule and said generously. 7 kills. The White Tiger clan's magical power is known to be one of the most lethal powers in the heavens, but the highest level of the White Tiger clan can only be practiced to 6 kills. But this is also very terrifying. As long as it is practiced successfully, one will be invincible in the same level, but at least at the top level. Ancestor, look at me. With great enthusiasm, Chen Zhuge started a new round of undertaking. As the bloodlines of the White Tiger cubs successfully met the standards, Jin Xiaoshan's mouth was crooked with smile. He was rich, really rich now. The pinnacle of the White Tiger clan would appear in my, Jin Xiaoshan's hands. I would open a clan tree and become the hero of the White Tiger clan. With the last White Tiger dealt with, Chen Zhuge successfully activated his achievement, collecting a complete set of the 4 sacred beasts self-defense techniques and 7 kills. However, Jin Xiaoshan's action also reminded the other 3 clan leaders to bring other younger generations in their clans for training. Although it was a bit tiring, the rewards were generous. They were all legendary treasures that Chen Zhuge had only heard of, and some he had never even heard of. In the end, Chen Zhuge's storage ring could no longer hold all the treasures, and those treasures that even the immortals would be jealous of were thrown into the shape of a small mountain in the corner of the courtyard. 10 days Chen Zhuge finally completely solved the bloodline problem of the 4 tribes' cubs, and could finally say goodbye to these 4 big guys. However, after the other 3 bosses learned that Aohai had left a tribe member for protection, the other 3 clan leaders followed suit. Chen Zhuge could only accept the 3 celestial bodyguards with tears in his eyes. I just don't know why all the bodyguards are women. Chen Zhuge, who was counting the harvest with his butt sticking out, did not notice the sect leader appearing behind him. He just stared at the glittering treasures in front of him, muttering to himself, I'm rich, I'm rich. Now I can become not only a real immortal, but also a celestial immortal. This is exactly the practice I've always dreamed of. I can become an immortal just by staying at home. That won't work. You still need experience. Without sufficient experience, it will be difficult to become an immortal. Jun Linzheng said with a smile. Ah, sect master, why are you here? Chen Zhuge hurriedly blocked the treasure behind him, but compared with the huge hill, Chen Zhuge's figure was really insignificant. Okay, I'm the leader of the 10,000 Beasts sect. There's nothing I haven't seen. Jun Linzheng waved his hands in amusement. In fact, he still felt a little jealous. He didn't have so many treasures when he was a celestial being. What an enviable luck! I heard that you solved the bloodline problem of the 4 elephant divine beasts. As the leader of the 10,000 Beasts sect, I cannot fail to express my appreciation. I just happened to hear what you said. I will talk to the Great Elder about it. I will not send you on any missions, but will directly open the Mirage Dragon's reincarnation secret realm to you. However, there is a certain risk of getting lost in the reincarnation secret realm, so you should prepare yourself well. If you can find your true heart in the secret realm of reincarnation, then becoming an immortal will not be far away. Jun Linzheng thought for a while and determined that this was the most suitable reward for Chen Zhuge. Unlike before, Chen Zhuge's current status and position are not low, and he has a certain understanding of the sect's Mirage Dragon. It is said to be the natal spirit beast of an ancestor, and it is not at all as rumored by the outside world. His actual strength is at least that of a golden immortal, and he is a golden immortal who focuses on illusions. The difficulty of the illusion path is much higher than the normal path, because it will make the cultivator lost without knowing it, and finally become a puppet without self. Really? Thank you, sect master. Chen Zhuge was very grateful. Well, practice well. Your master is going through the golden immortal tribulation and will not be able to come out in the next 1,000 years. Forget about your apprenticeship ceremony. After all, if your ability is exposed, it will be easy for people from other sects to target you. I will send someone to give your family some benefits. Try not to go out recently. Yes, sect master. After secretly seeing the sect master leave, Chen Zhuge said in ecstasy, it's great that I don't have to go out. It's just a peak Mahayana stage, and it's easy to get it. Looking at the treasure in front of him, Chen Zhuge felt that he could rush forward directly, but this would easily lead to instability. He was not yet 1,000 years old, so there was no need to be so anxious. He should just practice slowly and steadily. Chen Zhuge, in a good mood, transferred most of the treasures to his portable cave, selected some treasures that could be integrated into the Garden of Eden, and finally shamelessly contacted Ba Tianba to test the price of asking Lan Tian to help set up the formation. Ba Tianba said generously, it's nothing. I will bring Lan Tian here tomorrow. It would be awkward to ask for a reward. Yanhua is still consolidating her cultivation recently. I will give you a big gift when the time comes. Next day the eerie-looking Ba Tianba came to the Garden of Eden with a lazy blue sky. Tisk tisk tisk, you've made a fortune recently. The prosperity of the 4 sacred beasts is your masterpiece, right? Lan Tian smacked his lips as he looked at the pile of treasures in front of him. It was just luck, luck. Chen Zhuge scratched his head and said honestly. Let's get down to business. I also need to go back to sleep. Lan Tian put the treasures below into his sleeves and flew into the air. Looking at the extremely mysterious spell, Chen Zhuge felt a headache. In fact, a long time ago, after he earned spirit stones by using the golden finger, he also thought about developing some side businesses. As I learned more about it, I found that alchemy was just like chemistry in my previous life, weapon refining was like physics, formations were advanced mathematics, and even spiritual plant masters had to learn a lot of biology and agronomy. Taming beasts is relatively simple. As long as you can command people, no, you can command spirit beasts, be nice to the spirit beasts and increase their loyalty, then you will be a good beast tamer. The Garden of Eden, which already had an excessive concentration of spiritual energy, now had spiritual energy clouds forming in the sky, and the originally lush grassland became even more lush. In Linghu district, the trees in the ecosystem have become extremely tall. Even if they are sold as spiritual wood, a large amount of spiritual stones can be earned. The most important thing is that the growth rate of the rare spiritual plants in the spiritual plant garden set up before has increased by who knows how many times. Even some younger spiritual fruit trees have begun to bear fruit. After completing the formation, Lan Tian looked at the Garden of Eden in front of him and praised, "Your Garden of Eden is better than the caves of some poorer golden immortals, let alone the caves of the celestial immortals." Chen Zhuge smiled naively. "Okay, the formation is complete. It mainly strengthens the control of spiritual power and the strength of the formation. However, the overall range should also be slightly larger, but not much, just doubled. When your spiritual fruit trees are ripe, remember to invite me. I have seen several delicious spiritual fruits. Consider it my reward." "You are too polite, senior." Chen Zhuge naturally agreed. "Okay, Tianba, let's go back. Your daughter has been nagging about eating a big turtle recently. If you don't go and find her, your wife will get angry again." Lan Tian reminded. Ba Tianba, who was planning to stay for dinner, seemed to think of a bad scene when he heard this. A trace of helplessness and pampering appeared on his gloomy face. He could only say goodbye to Chen Zhuge with regret. They are all good people. As expected, as long as the connections are strong enough, no problem will arise. However, strength is still very important. After all, a blacksmith must be strong himself. Chen Zhuge muttered a few words. "Let's deal with the spirit beasts that have accumulated over the past few days first, and then rest for a few days. It's been half a month, and those people should be getting impatient. There are also many true immortal elders among them. Don't get too complacent." After warning himself, Chen Zhuge fell into busyness again. At the same time, the spiritual beasts who once again felt the changes in the Garden of Eden also roared with excitement, especially the ecosystem. As the top spirit beasts broke through to the Mahayana stage, the ecological circle once again encountered a great chaos. It just so happened that the competition for the dominance of the ecological park happened to take place right next to Li Kui. Li Kui, who was extremely angry when he woke up, immediately started a full-scale fight with these spirit beasts. Li Kui, who had calmed down, looked at the spirit beasts squatting in front of him and warned them fiercely, "Don't make too much noise here in the future. Do you understand if you disturb my sleep?" The spirit beasts nodded obediently. Looking at the spirit beasts like this, Li Kui suddenly thought of the rabbit that shouted beasts. His eyes lit up and he said, "I got it." Then he looked at the 5 spirit beasts in front of him with shining eyes and a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After that, after a few months of accumulating enough spiritual beasts to transcend the tribulation, all of them were captured by Li Kui and became his subordinates. Li Kui, who did not know how to train, chose the simplest method, which was to pick some spiritual beasts to fight with every day after waking up, and those whose strength had not improved would be left hanging for a day. This horrific punishment made the cultivation progress of many spirit beasts very fast. On the other side, Yu Li had already bought out the cave dwellings belonging to his own people when Li Kui was still building the cave in the ecosystem. As for the spirit stones, most of them were borrowed from Zhang Ji. The bloodline potential of the violent rabbit is actually not very low. If you are willing to invest resources, it is actually possible to reach the Mahayana level. Thanks to the good fortune of the Garden of Eden, several Mahayana creatures appeared among the violent rabbit tribe. Thus, the second competition between Li Kui and Yu Li began quietly in secret. In order to accelerate the accumulation of their own strength, both sides adopted different policies. Li Kui began to search for various spiritual fruits that could enhance his strength in the ecosystem, and he also passed on his skills and magical powers to his subordinates who he had subdued. Yu Li passed on his giant spirit Dharma image to his tribesmen. In order to obtain cultivation resources, he took the initiative to contact Li Kaiyuan through Su Mei to solve a series of troubles encountered by Tongzhen industry. After all, Independent cultivators don't care who the owner of the industry is, they will take it if there is any benefit, which gives Ueli a chance to earn resources. Ueli's performance made the other spirit beasts understand that the previous matter was not over yet, but this time Ueli refused the help of Zhang Ji and others and wanted to borrow some spirit stones at most. Although other spirit beasts did not know how Li Kui performed in the ecosystem, the nanny Ao Li was very clear about it. This also ignited the fighting spirit in Yu Li's eyes. It turned out that you thought so too. While the two were secretly competing, Wen Ruo, who had been away for many years, finally brought Li He back. Returning with him were his senior brother Wu Daoshan and Dai Luohu, the true disciple of Huaxian Valley. The two groups met in the fairy city on their way back, so they returned to the sect together. Chapter 164. The beginning of the journey. The return of senior sister Wen Ruo and junior sister Li He brought a bit more popularity to the Garden of Eden. Of course, it was only a little bit, because when senior sister Wen was helping junior sister Li He to cultivate her mind, she also had a lot of insights, and she started to retreat as soon as she came back. Is it so easy to gain this insight? Why don't I have it? Oh, turns out I'm a physical cultivator, then it's okay. Chen Zhuge laughed at himself a little. It was 3 years later when senior sister Wen came out of seclusion. During the past 3 years, Chen Zhuge has been working hard for the reincarnation promised by the sect master. The large amount of natural treasures has enabled Chen Zhuge's physical cultivation to progress extremely fast. He would go to Li Kui from time to time to hone his realm, and his foundation was also very solid. However, Chen Zhuge was still worried that his Tao heart was not strong enough. After all, although reincarnation for 100 lifetimes was a shortcut, it was still very difficult. So after senior sister Wen came out of retreat and expressed her concerns, Wen Ruo suggested, "Junior brother, I think you can go and gain some experience. This experience also made me realize many of my shortcomings. If it weren't for the eternal evergreen body, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy for me to overcome the tribulation." Chen Zhuge is a steady person and someone who is willing to listen to advice. Following the advice of his senior sister, Chen Zhuge decided to go out and gain experience. After entrusting the affairs of the Garden of Eden and the 2 new disciples to senior sister Wen, Chen Zhuge began to prepare to go out for training. The movements of the sect disciples naturally could not be hidden from Jun Linsheng, the sect master, especially Chen Zhuge, who was given special attention. After learning that Chen Zhuge wanted to go out for training, Jun Linsheng hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. After casting a spell to conceal Chen Zhuge's aura, he warned him, "The protective spell you have is enough. At least at your level, it is almost impossible for you to encounter any danger. I have put a layer of magic on you. Your cultivation level will only be around the spiritualization stage. You can also adjust it yourself, but once you improve it too many times, you can no longer lower it. The world of casual cultivators is very dangerous, so be more careful." Following the sect leader's instructions, Chen Zhuge nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Everything is ready, the next step is to choose the spirit beast to carry with you. First of all, you have to bring a flying spirit beast." Chen Zhuge chose Ao Li. After all, he brought the Silver King last time, so he will bring Ao Li this time. Although the image of the dragon is a little ostentatious, it is not a big problem. The next are Yu Meng and Dabai. It's time for these 2 beasts to be trained properly. Although they are not spiritual beasts in the first combat sequence, they still have to have the necessary strength. The last one was Li Kui, who attended as a bodyguard. Most importantly, Chen Zhuge planned to see if there was any chance to capture the Daohu cub. With the 4 beasts, Chen Zhuge smiled and said to the senior sister who came to see him off, "Senior sister, I will leave the Garden of Eden and my 2 disciples to you. Junior brother, the mountains are high and the road is long. I hope that next time we meet, we can call each other fellow Taoists. Only cultivators of the same realm can call each other fellow deists." Chen Zhuge received the blessing from his senior sister. With anticipation for the heaven, Chen Zhuge rode on Ao Li and started a new journey. Since it is a travel, it naturally cannot be in the 10,000 beasts domain, so Chen Zhuge's first stop is the Sanguine domain, which is closest to the 10,000 beasts domain. "Dear fellow Taoists, we have arrived at the 5 Colors Fairy City. Please get off the bus in time if you have reached your stop. If you have not reached your stop, you can get off and take a look. This time the bus will stop for 2 hours. The 5 colored robes of the 5 Colors Fairy City are very famous. If you are interested, you can take a look." After squeezing out from among a bunch of casual cultivators, Chen Zhuge felt a little embarrassed. Next time I won't choose the big bunk bed. It's really too crowded. Actually, I think it's pretty good. Dabai, who looked like a little boy and wore sunglasses and a big gold chain, felt very good about himself, and the casual cultivators inside were very enthusiastic. Not bad at all. You've been chatting with them for a month. Oh my god, I've never known you to be such a chatterbox. Yu Meng, who looked like a little girl, felt like she was about to collapse, especially because of the peculiar smell on her body, which almost made her lose her mind. Okay, stop arguing and let's find an inn first. Chen Zhuge interrupted their quarrel. Dabai's chat was still somewhat useful. At least he knew the distribution of the major inns and restaurants in the five-colored fairy city. However, he knew nothing about the secret caves and realms. After all, he was a casual cultivator at the lowest level, and those high-end training venues had nothing to do with him. Purple Inn. This inn is not big and is located in a remote area. According to the information Dabai has learned, this inn has a very good rating and all the casual cultivators who have stayed there say it is good. Chen Zhuge came to the inn with a hint of curiosity. After seeing the proprietress who was in charge of the registration of the inn, Chen Zhuge suddenly understood why all the casual cultivators who had stayed there had said yes. The proprietress is called Nian Yu, a wealthy and generous nascent soul cultivator. Under the bright lights, Chen Zhuge hurriedly booked a room upstairs. Sitting in the room, Chen Zhuge looked speechlessly at Dabai, who was still savoring the moment. He wasn't even an adult yet, was the divine beast maturing so quickly, but to be honest, the layout of the upper room is still very good. It is somewhat similar to the commercial housing in the previous life, but it is larger and the decoration is also antique. There is also a small spirit gathering array in the room, which is 3 levels stronger than the spiritual energy concentration outside. It only costs 5 high-quality spirit stones a month, which is a very reasonable price. Big brother is a fat sheep. The casual cultivator sitting in the corner of the hall whispered to his big brother. No rush. With his cultivation level at the level of a spirit being transformed, the 2 little guys beside him should be spirit beasts. Let's first see if he has any companions. He Long, who had a small scar on his face, said with narrowed eyes. Chen Zhuge didn't know that he was being targeted just because of 5 high-quality spirit stones. After checking in, Chen Zhuge did not go for a stroll in the city right away, but planned to take a bath and rest. The large bunk bed really exhausted Chen Zhuge. Dong dong dong. A knock on the door startled Chen Zhuge, who was still taking a bath. Putting on a bathrobe, Chen Zhuge opened the door and looked at the wealthy and generous lady boss in front of him. Chen Zhuge was a little puzzled and asked, Madam Boss, what's the matter? Would you like me to come in and sit down? Nian Yu threw a coquettish glance at Chen Zhuge. Chen Zhuge hesitated for a moment and then invited Nian Yu in. As soon as he sat down, Nian Yu said, Mr. Chen is a traveling disciple from a large sect, right? Chen Zhuge was shocked. Was his disguise so rubbish? Don't worry, there is no problem with Mr. Chen's disguise. It's just that Mr. Chen was a little generous, and I have seen more. Nian Yu comforted. Haha, the boss lady really has a sharp eye. Chen Zhuge was a little disappointed. He didn't expect that he would be exposed directly. Mr. Chen, you have to be careful next time. Many independent cultivators saw your lavish behavior this afternoon, and I'm afraid many of them have malicious intentions. Nian Yu said meaningfully. Is that so? Thank you very much for the reminder, boss lady. Chen Zhuge was a little absent-minded. A group of casual cultivators who were only at the return to void level at best. Chen Zhuge was more curious than this. Just 5 high-grade spirit stones, and he was exposed? Then, were the casual cultivators in the 5-colored immortal city too poor? After giving the warning, Nian Yu walked out of the room, but he looked towards the room where Chen Zhuge was with an ambiguous look in his eyes. Chen Zhuge told Yu Meng and Dabai about this and wanted to see their opinions. Dabai, what? Someone actually wants to rob us. They are simply courting death. Let me rob them all. Holding down Dabai, who looked like a bandit, Yu Meng said, don't worry about it. The strongest can only return to the void anyway. It won't have much impact on us. Just do what you need to do. Yeah, okay. Then have a good rest tonight and buy the 5-colored robes tomorrow. It is said that this is made of silk spit out by the 5-colored silkworm, one of the 72 strange insects. Chen Zhuge made plans for tomorrow. Next day Chen Juog brought the two beasts to the most famous fairy clothing pavilion in the five-colored fairy city. It is said that the backer of the fairy clothing pavilion is the High Tian Zone. In the entire Sanguine domain, except for the Bihai fairy sect, no cultivator dared to touch the things of the High Tian Zone. Welcome. The welcoming female cultivator was very nice, and it was this familiar greeting that made Chen Juog feel like he was returning to his past life. Senior, what do you need? The person in charge of reception was a young girl with the cultivation level of golden core, who looked a little silly. I want to buy some 5-colored robes, the authentic ones. Chen Juog added. The little girl looked at Chen Juog with some suspicion. It was true that he had reached the level of divine transformation. Could this guy be joking? Senior, a genuine 5-colored robe will cost at least 3,000 high-quality spirit stones. The little girl emphasized the number 3,000. Just 3,000, who are you looking down on? Why don't you lead the way? Dabai said arrogantly. 3,000 is indeed not cheap, but if it looks good, it's not unacceptable. Yu Meng agreed. Qing Meng felt like he had met a fool. 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. Although a Jindan cultivator might be able to produce them, Qing Meng really didn't think that the cultivator in front of him, who was dressed in ordinary clothes, could produce them. Compared with the previous life, the world of immortal cultivation pays more attention to clothing. After all, robes are not only a reflection of status, but also a reflection of safety. Cultivators with some spirit stones will buy more high-end robes to protect their own safety. Although he was slandering them in his heart, Qing Meng still took the 3 of them to the counter of genuine 5-color robes, just in case. Qing Meng, who was still dreaming, pointed to one of the dark blue robes and said, "This is the Qing robe, also known as the Qing Feng robe. It contains a fixed spell to increase speed. It can be used without consumption 3 times a day, and the spiritual energy will be automatically replenished. Its defense is also very good. Cultivators below the nascent soul stage can hardly break through it. The price is 3,000 high-grade spirit stones." Chen Juog looked at Qing Meng, who was introducing the item seriously, and touched his chin and said, "Are there any vestments that are very comfortable to wear?" "Ah, this, a comfortable robe." Qing Meng was a little confused. "A very nice one is also fine. I want the coolest one." Qing Meng looked at the 3 people in confusion. Chen Juog smiled and touched their heads and said, "Just give it to me, as they say. By the way, do you think I don't have any spirit stones?" Chen Juog took out a storage bag and motioned Qing Meng to check it. After a quick look, Qing Meng felt a little dizzy. There were so many spirit stones. As Chen Juog smiled, Qing Meng stumbled off to look for the robes. A quarter of an hour later, Qing Meng came with a noble lady who was of top-notch figure and appearance. "My fellow Taoist, I am Lin Ki, the head of the Xianyi Pavilion here. May I go to the VIP room to discuss your specific requirements for the robes?" Lin Ki said with a smile. Chen Juog hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. He couldn't expect this to cause trouble. After all, Xianyi Pavilion was the property of a true disciple of High Tian Zone. VIP room. Lin Ki asked Qing Meng to leave first, and then said, "Do you have any other requirements for the robes you want besides what you just mentioned?" "No, it's just a little better quality, with a spell that allows it to stretch and shrink freely." "Okay, a total of 30,000 high-quality spirit stones. I will make the robes the best quality for you, fellow Taoist." 30,000. His eyes were about to fall out. "Little friend, this is the normal price. This is made entirely of 5-color silk and does not contain any other materials, so the price is naturally very expensive." In the end, the man and the beast bought it, mainly because the robe was really good looking and comfortable to wear. At least Chen Juog and Yu Meng felt it was worth it. Chen Juog's original intention was to gain experience in a low-key manner and experience the life of a low-level cultivator. However, this 5-colored robe is really nice to wear, and this fried silkworm pupae is really delicious. And this little flying fish is really interesting, it can even hold things. There are so many fun things in the 5-colored fairy city, and the area belonging to the High Tian Zone is filled with a large number of aquatic beasts. Chen Juog is fascinated by all kinds of wonderful beasts. This is much more interesting than the 10,000 Beasts sect. The independent cultivators who had been staring at Chen Juog and the others were now looking at the spirit stones flowing out like water with a look of pain on their faces. These independent cultivators were not stupid and knew that Chen Juog was probably a disciple from some big sect who came out to travel. However, for the sake of cultivation resources, it might not be a bad idea to take a gamble. At worst, they could just move to another domain to live. Chen Zhuge bit off the octopus ball in his hand and sighed comfortably. These past few days, I finally got to eat some seafood that I haven't eaten in so many years. It's just that the spirit stones are used up too quickly. Dabai looked a little worried. As the poorest of the three, Dabai didn't have many spirit stones left after buying the robes. Especially in the past few days, he had eaten and drunk a lot and bought a lot of rare gadgets, which made his wallet, which was not very full to begin with, completely empty. Poor bastard! Yu Meng said disdainfully. Amid the quarrel between the two little ones, Chen Zhuge returned to the Purple Inn and gave Nian Yu a package of flying octopus balls. One package cost 3 medium-grade spirit stones, which was really not cheap. Fellow Daoist Chen, you are so polite. Could it be that you are attracted to my sister? Nian Yu joked. Chen Zhuge was used to Nian Yu's teasing, so he just waved his hand and went upstairs. As soon as Chen Zhuge went upstairs, the lobby of the Purple Inn was instantly filled with wandering cultivators. Nian Yu looked at those wandering cultivators with gloomy faces, and the smile on his lips became even more intense. Nian Yu, what is the origin of this fellow Taoist? Finally, a casual cultivator could not hold back any longer and stood up to ask. Nian Yu said indifferently while trimming her nails, how should I know? He is just my guest. He brings you spiritual food and some expensive gadgets every day. I've calculated that the things he gave you these days are almost worth a high-quality spirit stone. Could it be that you slept with him? The casual cultivator seemed to feel that Nian Yu's words were very disrespectful to him. He Long, watch your mouth. Nian Yu said with cold eyes. He Long, you'd better apologize, otherwise when the boss lady's brother comes back next time, we will have to go to the mass grave outside to see you. Zhang Yuan, who was at odds with He Long, laughed. Thinking that Nian Yu's brother Nian Long was an intersect disciple of Hai Kao Tianzong, He Long felt a chill in his heart. He was really blinded by this fat sheep. Boss Madam Nian, I'm sorry, I was reckless this time. Looking at He Long who left in a hurry after dropping a bag of spirit stones, Nian Yu showed a disdainful smile. These independent cultivators only bully the weak and fear the strong. Fortunately, his brother is an inner disciple of Hai Kao Tianzong, otherwise he would not be able to run this in safely. After He Long left, Zhang Yuan politely handed over a bag of spirit stones and said, I want to inquire about the origins of that fellow Taoist. Zhang Yuan is actually a nice person on weekdays, but he has been short of spirit stones due to his younger brother's burden. Pushing the spirit stone back, Nian Yu reminded, don't have too many ideas. It's better to seek refuge than to rob. Because of his brother, Nian Yu knew that the disciples of those big sects basically had their own businesses, just like the Xianyi Pavilion, which was only the property of a disciple in the Hai Kaoshan sect. Thank you. I'll think about it carefully. Zhang Yuan shook his head and left, but he did not take the bag of spirit stones back. Watching Zhang Yuan leaving, Nian Yu sighed secretly. There were not many principled cultivators like Zhang Yuan in the entire five-colored immortal city. She hoped that he would not make the wrong decision. Chen Zhuge didn't care about the commotion below, but Dabai did. Especially after he found that he didn't have enough spirit stones at the first stop of his journey, Dabai became more concerned about these independent cultivators. Master, these people are still harboring evil intentions. Dabai said in a bad tone. Don't worry about them. If they really attack us, we can just get rid of them. Chen Zhuge had no interest in these independent cultivators. Although there were many of them, there were only a handful of them who had reached the return to void stage. They were completely harmless. To put it bluntly, even if Chen Zhuge just stood there and let them attack us, they might not be able to break through their defense. But it's not a big deal to have them follow us all the time. Yu Meng was also a little annoyed by these casual cultivators. Dabai rolled his eyes and said, I'll help you deal with them. How about you give me some spirit stones? 100 high-quality spirit stones. Yu Meng quoted the price. No, that's too low. What you've eaten today will cost more than that. It'll cost at least 200 yuan, Dabai bargained. Okay, go ahead. Yu Meng agreed readily. Dabai felt that the price he asked for was too low, and went out with a heartbroken look on his face. Chen Zhuge said with some amusement, Yu Men, why do you always bully Dabai? Yu Meng, who was checking her makeup in the mirror, said casually, it's too dishonest. Carrying 200 spirit stones, Dabai transformed into a night assassin that night. However, due to the rule that fighting was not allowed in the five-colored immortal city, he just beat up the group of people and robbed them. Oh my god, these two are hiding too deeply. It's too late. Dabai looked at the slightly bright sky and wondered if his title of night assassin was going to be lost. In the end, Dabai still couldn't find He Long and Zhang Yuan's hiding place, so he could only return to the inn depressed with a large bag of income. Looking at Dabai, who smelled of blood, Nianyu asked carefully, "Kill them all?" Dabai looked at the headlights in front of him and felt much better. How is that possible? I'm just a kid. I just got beaten up. Sister, do you know where He Long and Zhang Yuan live? Nianyu looked at Dabai who was staring at her chest and couldn't help but put out her hand to block his gaze and said, "I don't know." Then she left in a hurry. Why are you walking so fast? Dabai said with some regret. Forget it if we didn't find it. Tu Fangsu can't make much waves. We should go to the next stop after a few more days. Chen Zhuge touched Dabai's head and comforted him. It's my turn. After Chen Zhuge made way in front of Dabai, Yu Meng stepped forward and stretched out her hand. Dabai looked at Yu Meng's hand, somewhat confused. What's wrong? Returning the spirit stones, didn't you handle them cleanly? After a fierce quarrel between the two little ones, Dabai finally returned 100 high-quality spirit stones to Yu Meng with tears in his eyes. Today, the Purple Inn was deserted, with only a few casual cultivators whose savings had not been drained by the defeat, drinking the worst spirit wine. When they saw Chen Zhuge and the other two coming down, they immediately sighed and dared not say a word. It was not until the three men walked away that these wandering cultivators began to lament that they had misjudged him. This man was unfathomable and should not be provoked. Early this morning, He Long received the news that his fellow practitioner was robbed last night. For safety reasons, He Long went out of the city directly to seek refuge with his senior brother. Thinking that after seeking refuge with his senior brother, he would have to live a life of hiding from place to place as an evil cultivator, He Long suddenly began to have evil thoughts. Are you serious? He Biao, who was as fat as a pig, looked at He Long, who was like a stray dog, with a ferocious face. Brother, how could I lie to you? He Long cried out in grievance. Well, it would be best if it was a real fat sheep, but if there is no fat sheep here, I can't go into the five-colored fairy city to rob it. He Biao said jokingly. He Long, with a sad face, returned to the five-colored fairy city again. His senior brother was such a bad guy that he asked him to lure the person out. Isn't this asking him to die? What's more coincidental is that He Long also met three people who were out for fun. At the moment of meeting, He Long thought a lot, but before he could recall everything, Dabai woke him up with a burst of brainwaves. It was you who made me lose 100 high-quality spirit stones. Tell me, where did you hide last night? The big white rider said ferociously on He Long's neck. But when paired with the image of this cute little boy, it only makes people feel that he looks a bit fierce. He Long didn't think so. He just felt a great fear in his heart. He stammered, I went out to look for treasure last night, but I couldn't open the barrier. Chen Zhuge and Yu Meng saw through this clumsy lie at a glance, but Dabai believed it a little. Really? It's there, take me there and I'll forgive you. Is this just deceiving yourself? Yu Meng asked curiously. Don't worry about it, just let him play. Chen Zhuge didn't think Dabai would be in danger. The strongest person in the five-colored immortal city is only a true immortal. This time, every spirit beast that goes out has a true immortal's life-saving jade token. At least in this five-colored immortal city, there will be no danger. Seeing that he could trick the little boy riding on him, He Long was overjoyed, he was saved. Riding He Long's Dabai all the way to the ambush point, Chen Zhuge and Yu Meng, who were watching the fun, quietly rode on Ao Li, who had been staying in the portable cave, and watched the show in the air. Are we there yet? Dabai looked at the endless open space with some confusion. He even jumped down and looked carefully several times. Except for the fat man who suddenly appeared in front of him, there was really nothing here. Ha ha ha, you idiot, prepare to die. He Long laughed arrogantly and hid his body behind the tall and majestic figure of his senior brother He Biao in one step. Junior brother, it's just this little baby, let me take a look. A third blood eye appeared on He Biao's forehead and he looked at Dabai. Dabai, who originally looked like a little boy, turned into a young Fire Kiran. He Biao was overjoyed and said, Fire Kiran, ha ha ha, you did a good job, junior brother. I thought you were going to trick your senior brother. It's your senior brother's fault. When you catch the fire Kiran, I will thank you again. Fire Kylan. He long felt something was wrong. In addition to the little boy, there is also a little girl beside that person. If this is the fire Kylan, what is the girl's identity? And what is his own identity? It seems like he has provoked a powerful person. While He Biao was taking action, He Long took the opportunity to escape. Master, that guy is trying to run away. Yu Meng said as she looked at He Long who was running away. It's okay, I have already released Li Kui. I was planning to see if there was an ambush. He can't run away. Chen Juke didn't care about He Long. On the contrary, He Biao below has a strong aura and should be quite powerful. I wonder where he came from. He lied to me. Dabai was knocked away by He Biao's heavy punch and made an unbelievable sound. He Biao shook the fat on his body and sneered, there are treasures. That's what I told you. How could you lie to me? Dabai showed a relieved expression. Aren't you? A fire unicorn is a great treasure. He Biao said greedily. Although I didn't want to believe it, the fact proved that I had been cheated. I would definitely be laughed at when I returned. I felt frustrated and angry at the same time. It's all your fault, you fat pig. Go to hell. The angry Dabai spewed out a stream of 3 flavors true fire from his mouth. The raging fire directly engulfed He Biao's figure. After a quarter of an hour, Dabai finally stopped and said proudly, it has become a roast suckling pig now. Just as he finished speaking, an agile figure kicked Dabai in the stomach and sent him flying. Hey, what's going on? Yu Meng looked at He Biao, whose appearance had changed drastically, and exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, He Biao is no longer fat, but has become a handsome man, and his aura has also become much stronger. Just at this time, Li Kui brought He Long back with a bored look on his face. Tell me, what's going on with your senior brother? Chen Juke asked the trembling He Long. He Long lowered his head slightly and said immediately, this is our sex skill, the flesh bodhisattva. On weekdays, we can transform spiritual energy into fat and store it in the body. When fighting, we can consume it all at once and gain a super strong body. Interesting skills, then why are you so thin? Yu Meng asked curiously. He Long is actually not very thin, just a little thinner than a normal person. However, compared with He Biao before his transformation, there is a huge difference between him and He Long. Our master is a fat and thin old man who is a casual cultivator. He has only taught us a small part of this technique. Once, when our master was injured, my senior brother killed him and stole the technique. I have not practiced the complete technique, so naturally, I don't know this method. He Long told the truth. So that's how it is. He's a scumbag. Yu Meng said with disdain. Okay, stop chatting. Li Kui, go down and help. If we take too long, it will attract the attention of other cultivators. Chen Juke directly used Tianqing to turn He Long into dust. Dabai felt that he was in great bad luck. Not only had he been cheated, but the fat man in front of him had transformed, and it seemed that he could not handle it directly. After blocking a flying kick, he was hit by a heavy punch on the back. This guy was too fast and strong. The damage caused by his strongest spiritual fire was not great. Although he could still defeat him, it would take a lot of time. Did he have to transform into his original form directly? Wouldn't that make too much noise? Dabai was very hesitant. If he turned into his original form, the entire 5-colored fairy city would know about him, and his master and Yu Meng would also know that they had been deceived, and he would lose face. At the moment when Dabai hesitated, a young-looking Huo appeared beside He Biao, grabbed He Biao's hands, and threw him left and right, while stepping hard on his face. He Biao died. Dabai naturally knew Li Kui. He looked at He Biao, who was twitching under Li Kui's feet, with some embarrassment, and forced an explanation, I just feel a little itchy. He seems to be quite strong, so I asked him to massage me. Haha. You're such a boaster. Yu Meng, who followed closely behind, laughed. Chen Juke understood that although Kylan was a mythical beast, the 5 elements Kylan was not strong in its physical body but in the power of the 5 elements. Dabai was naturally stronger in fire magic, but Dabai, who was focused on making money, mostly used his fire magic to refine weapons, and was indeed less powerful. After interrogating He Biao and finding out that there was indeed no treasure and no other ambushes, Chen Juke sent him to the west, hoping that the west would not discriminate against fat men. A frustrated Dabai returned to the Purple Inn, where even the scantily dressed proprietress did not arouse his interest. Except for the fairy clothing pavilion, other things in the five-colored fairy city are actually quite ordinary. It's just that Chen Zhuge seldom sees sea spirit beasts, so he stayed for a few more days. In addition, there was a small accident during this calamity, so Chen Zhuge planned to go to the fairy clothing pavilion to inquire about the five-colored silkworms. He can leave after getting the news. Lin Kai looked at Chen Zhuge with a smile and said, "Dear guest, what kind of vestments do you plan to buy this time?" Chen Zhuge shook his head and said, "I want to ask, are the five-colored silkworms for sale?" Hearing this, Lin Kai's eyes instantly turned cold and she said, "Dear guest, don't you know that the five-colored silkworm is the foundation of our Xianyi pavilion? You're not selling it? Forget it." Chen Zhuge was a little disappointed, but he didn't force it. After all, the five-colored silkworm was the favorite of insect masters, and for beast masters, it was not as good as some rare spiritual beasts. After Chen Zhuge left, Lin Kai complained somewhat dissatisfiedly, "What kind of person is this? I thought he was here for business again, but it turned out to be another whimsical cultivator. What's wrong, auntie? Who made you angry again?" A gentle voice sounded from behind Lin Kai. "Hey, Minjiu, why are you back?" Lin Kai asked in surprise. "Aunt, you haven't told me who made you angry just now?" Lin Minjiu asked curiously. "He is not even a cultivator. He spent a lot of spirit stones to buy robes before. I personally entertained him this time. But he actually asked me to buy five-colored silkworms. Doesn't he know that this is the core industry of my Lin family?" Lin Kai was still speechless about Chen Zhuge, the young man. "I see. This should be the sect's disciples' first trip. Don't think too much about it, auntie." Lin Minjiu comforted. "You haven't told me why you came back?" Lin Kai asked curiously. As a direct disciple of Haikao Tianzong, Lin Minjiu has a very high status in the sect and basically stays in the sect. This time he suddenly came back, and Lin Kai was really curious. "Because the flesh bodhisattva He-Biao has come to our neighborhood." "He-Biao? Are the elders crazy? You just broke through to the Mahayana stage, and they want you to deal with He-Biao. And, don't underestimate me. I am a Mahayana cultivator after all. It is no problem for me to deal with a casual cultivator like He-Biao. The elders of the sect also gave me some means to save my life. No, I'll go with you." Lin Kai was still a little worried. Outside the city, looking at the traces of battle on the ground, and then at the bloodstains on the ground pointed by the sect tracking talisman, Lin Minjiu said with a heavy heart, "He-Biao was killed. I remember that Elder Fang has been in seclusion for the past few hundred years. Is there any Mahayana cultivator in the city who can kill He-Biao silently?" Lin Kai shook her head. "Although I am not very clear about He-Biao's strength, he was able to kill the seriously injured fat and thin old man, and escape from the hands of the Haikao Tianzong's law enforcement team. His strength is at least at the peak of the Mahayana stage. There is no independent cultivator with such strength in the Five Colors Immortal City. Those with such strength are of high status, and there is no way he can take action. So, auntie, do you understand?" Lin Minjiu said with a smile. "It's the cultivator who is training. It seems that he is most likely a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect or the Xing Holy Land." Lin Kai also came back to her senses at this moment. "Aunt, please give me a copy of his portrait, and send it to other Xianyi Pavilion shopkeepers as well. A cultivator with such strength must have a high status and position, and he is more likely to be a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect." Lin Minjiu said affirmatively. It is impossible that the disciples of the Holy Land of the Galaxy would be interested in the five-colored silkworms. Those people love to study the stars, but they haven't figured out anything after so many years. Chen Zhuge didn't know that he was exposed, but it didn't matter. He was traveling, not an ascetic monk. If he wanted to make himself suffer, then what was the point of earning spirit stones? Was he just showing them off? Lying comfortably in the first-class cabin, the elves were divided into two teams. One team was pouring wine in an orderly manner, and the other team was peeling spiritual fruits diligently. A sip of spiritual wine, a sip of spiritual fruit, this is life. But have I forgotten something? That night, Nian Yu, who didn't see Chen Zhuge, felt a pang in her heart, wondering if he had left. 3 days later, Nian Yu, who had not seen Chen Zhuge come back for a long time, knew that Chen Zhuge was really gone. After careful consideration, Nianyu actually closed the inn and planned to look for Chen Zhuge. As for where to find him, Nianyu felt that if Chen Zhuge was really a disciple training in a large sect, he would definitely go to a place. Okay, Kaidu, that's enough, take a break first. Chen Zhuge said with a smile as he looked at the panting elf in front of him. Thank you for your understanding. I will not be polite then. After a meticulous salute, Kaidu and the elves behind him lay down on the table in an orderly manner. Green beans are the most common elves. They do not have the ability to speed up plant growth like grass elves, nor do they have the fighting ability like fire elves. They just look cute. Legend has it that elves can bring some good luck, but no one knows if it is true. Kaidu, do you have to work every day? Chen Zhuge looked at the fallen Kaidu with some curiosity. After barely standing up halfway, Kaidu's delicate face revealed a serious look as he said, that's right. Only by working hard can we support our family. Family? Chen Zhuge was a little surprised. Elves cannot give birth on their own. They are all nurtured by heaven and earth. They are all my family, and many of my brothers and sisters are still in the making. I must work hard to make money and work well. Kaidu encouraged. Chen Zhuge liked green beans very much and was thinking about whether he should ask the boat owner to buy them. Okay, guest, we've rested and can continue working. Cai Do's voice interrupted Chen Zhuge's thoughts. But I'm not hungry now and I don't want to drink. Chen Zhuge shook his head. We also do massages. Kaidu and his brothers and sisters gathered around Chen Zhuge's head and massaged it hard. Feeling the imperceptible movement, Chen Zhuge shook his head with a wry smile. What a stubborn little elf. After learning from a subsequent chat that Kaidu and his brothers were very satisfied with their current lives, Chen Zhuge gave up the idea of buying them and instead left a tip, hoping that Kaidu and his brothers and sisters could live a better life. Every person, every spirit beast, and every elf has his own life. At this moment, Chen Zhuge felt that his heart had become much clearer. The experience of riding the elf flying boat is very good. Both Yu Meng and Dabai said it was great, but it is a little bit expensive. The destination of this flying boat is the fairy city on the sea, Haizua Fairy City. This is also the most famous and prosperous fairy city within the jurisdiction of Haikao Tian Zone. Not only is there a golden immortal stationed in this fairy city, but it also produces a large number of rare sea treasures. As long as you have heard of sea treasures in Sangguang Domain, you can almost find them in Haizua Fairy City. Is this the fairy city on the sea? It's really spectacular. Chen Zhuge exclaimed as he looked at the huge fairy city in front of him. This fairy city is a moving one, because it is built on the body of Ba Xia, the guardian beast of Haikao Tian Zone. It is said that Ba Xia has lived for a very long time and has existed since the establishment of Haikao Tian Zone. Its cultivation is unfathomable, and even the golden immortal treats it with respect. This also led to the fact that no robbery cultivator ever dared to commit a crime in Haizua Fairy City, because if Ba had a thought, the robbery cultivator might be doomed. Let's go and see the most prosperous fairy city of Haikao Tian Zone. The place where Chen Zhuge got off the flying boat was still some distance away from Haizua Fairy City, so he could only summon Ao Li to fly there. As for why he didn't fly himself, isn't that nonsense? If you still want to fly yourself, then why do you raise a spirit beast? Raise it for fun? Passing through a large group of wandering cultivators performing various kinds of escape techniques, Chen Zhuge arrived at the entrance of Haizua Fairy City in a moment. You need to pay 10 high-quality spirit stones to enter the city. Chen Zhuge looked at the huge font, speechless. This entrance fee is not something that ordinary cultivators can afford. After the three of them lined up to pay the spirit stones, they finally managed to get in before dark. It's worthy of being the most prosperous fairy city. Even the inns are different. Chen Zhuge sighed as he felt the concentration of spiritual energy far exceeding that of the Purple Inn. But it's so expensive. Dabai cried. This time each person has a room, so they have to pay for it themselves. A medium-level room costs 2 high-quality spirit stones a day, which is simply outrageous. 1 month's rent hurt Dabai's wallet. Okay, I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight. You can order whatever you want on the menu. Just don't waste anything. Chen Zhuge said with a smile. Really? Looking at Dabai's sparkling eyes, Chen Zhuge smiled and nodded. As the saying goes, it's not a pity to spend other people's spiritual stones. Looking at Dabai with a bulging belly and the half-remaining meal, Chen Zhuge said with a dark face, didn't I tell you not to waste? Why did you order so much? You can give it to Li Kui and Ao Yi. Dabai said with a turn of his eyes. I ordered their portion and sent it in at the beginning. Chen Juke said unhappily. I suggest that you stuff it in. Yu Meng said maliciously. No, that's killing the beast. Dabai saw Yu Meng really grabbing a roasted chicken and running towards him, so he immediately jumped off the stool and shouted. Looking at the two little ones circling the dining table, Chen Juke felt a little headache. Stop making trouble, go back to your rooms, Dabai, pack up the remaining food, don't waste it. Also, don't get up too late tomorrow morning. We have to go see the mermaid show. Understood. After the two little ones left, Chen Juke began to plan the next stop. There was basically nothing fun to do in Haikao Tian Zone. Apart from the more famous 5 colored robes and the fairy city on the sea, there seemed to be nothing worth going to. Then let's go a little further away for the next stop, right here. The name of this place sounds good. Chen Juke said to himself as he looked at the introduction of the heavenly fairy city. Go to bed early. We have to watch the mermaid show tomorrow. I wonder if mermaids are the mermaids we talked about in our previous lives. It's really exciting. Chen Juke said with some anticipation. After taking the two sleepy kids to a simple breakfast, Chen Juke came to Lingbo Pavilion, where the mermaids performed. Because it was still early for the mermaid show, there were not many other cultivators in Lingbo Pavilion at this time. Chen Juke ordered some spiritual food, fairy wine, and snacks, and passed the time by watching the female cultivators dancing on the stage. Chapter 165, Mermaid, Sea Pearl. The dancers in Lingbo Pavilion have a completely different style than those in Huaxian Tower in Huaxian Valley. The dance of Huaxian Lo has a kind of feminine beauty. The dancers look very delicate and easily arouse men's desire to protect them. The dancers in Lingbo Pavilion have a sharp beauty in their dancing postures. They have a heroic feeling and their clothes are more bold. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer empty seats in Lingbo Pavilion, and the time for the mermaid show was getting closer. My fellow Taoist, could we share a seat together? A somewhat weak voice sounded. Chen Juke looked at the owner of the voice, an ordinary-looking divine transformation cultivator wearing ordinary robes. Although he clasped his hands in salute, Chen Juke discovered that the fingers under his hands were crossed and twisted uneasily. He was an introverted cultivator, which was really rare. Okay. Chen Juke agreed. He ordered a large table that could accommodate 8 people. He had originally planned to invite Ao Li and Li Kui to come out and take a look, but he didn't expect that the two of them were not interested. It would be better for Li Kui to sleep more. As for Ao Li, he was looking at the cubs running around in the cave with a worried look on his face. These cubs were bought in the 5-colored fairy city. Although most of them were aquatic beasts, there were also jellyfish that could float in the air, and sea fish that could stand on 2 feet. These were very strange beasts. After obtaining Chen Juke's consent, the ordinary-looking cultivator immediately waved to the female cultivator not far away. He turned to Chen Juke and said, Daiyu, my name is Haibo, and this is my Taoist partner Zhang Huahua. Zhang Huahua was also a very shy cultivator. She just greeted Chen Juke with a slightly blushing face and then sat down quietly. My name is Chen Juke, nice to meet you. Fellow Daoist Chen, you are here to see the mermaid show as well, right? Haibo said as he handed the spirit stone to Chen Juke. Although he had a good impression of these two cultivators, Chen Juke couldn't refuse to accept the spiritual stones. Yes, brother Hai, do you have anything to tell me? Haibo hesitated for a moment and said, I'd better not say anything. This should be the first time you see a mermaid. If I say anything, it will easily ruin your expectations. Chen Juke stopped asking questions after hearing that, as the mermaid show was about to begin. The dancers in the sky went down one by one, and a female cultivator with only 3 points of her body covered by shells slowly stepped forward. It was Tian Yi, the head of Lingbo Pavilion. Everyone is here for the mermaid performance, so I will not delay any longer and start now. Under Chen Juke's expectant eyes, the mermaid came on the stage. Is this a mermaid? Chen Juke looked at the strange mermaid on the stage and felt that his mermaid dream was shattered. Mermaid, male, Chen Juke felt like he was blind. He had been looking forward to such an ugly thing for a whole night. It was a bit disgusting. Haibo looked at Chen Juke, who had an unpleasant expression, and explained, this is a male merman. He is not the one to perform. The one to perform is a female merman. Fellow Daoist Chen, please have a look. A magnificent figure appeared on the stage. Many monks, like Chen Juke, who were watching the mermaid performance for the first time, also felt the magic of the creator at this moment. Mermaid, female, is this really the same species? Chen Zhuge felt that this mermaid was so beautiful at this moment, exactly like the mermaid in his dream. In fact, if it was this female mermaid that appeared at the beginning, Chen Zhuge might not have had this feeling. Maybe this is the so-called beauty of contrast. Actually, Lingbo Pavilion did this on purpose. They would release the ugly male mermaids to anger the monks, and then release the female mermaids to create a contrast, so that they can sell them at a better price. Zhang Huahua explained in a low voice. Selling mermaids? Chen Zhuge asked in surprise. Friend Chen, don't you know? After the female mermaid finishes her performance, these two mermaids will be auctioned directly, and the person with the highest bid will become the owner of the two mermaids. Heibo said with some surprise. The monks who come here are basically here to buy female mermaids. Otherwise, who would come to watch the mermaids dance every day? No matter how beautiful the dance is, people will get tired of it. Lingbo Pavilion relies on the method of auctioning mermaids to always have a busy business. The dancing posture of female mermaids is really good, especially the fishtail, which is different from human legs, which can really arouse the distracting thoughts of many monks. Okay, the performance is over. Before the formal auction begins, let me first introduce the identities of the two mermaids. Tian Yi said as she swayed forward. As the head of Lingbo Pavilion, Tian Yi's status is actually not low, but her reputation is not very good. Although she is dressed very revealingly, no one dares to make a fuss. After all, those who dare to make a fuss have basically been sunk into the sea. Everyone still remembers the war between the mermaid tribes that we encountered before, right? These two are the princess and prince of the destroyed mermaid tribe. The mermaid blood in them is much stronger than that of ordinary mermaids before, so the price of this auction will be very high. The starting price is 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. Tian Yi said with a smile. What, 300,000? Why don't you just go and rob him? What's the use of having a strong bloodline? He's just a mermaid in the spiritual transformation stage. Master Tian is really humorous. No one will accept this price. Looking at the excited crowd below, Tian Yi still had a smile on her face, but she cut a wound on the mermaid's arm. Seeing the dripping blue blood turning into blue crystals on the ground, the monks in the audience were stunned. The experienced casual cultivator trembled and said, could this be the legendary mermaid blessed by the sea god? A drop of blood turns into a pearl. This is the pearl of the sea. Sea pearl. Chen Zhuge was a little surprised. What kind of rare treasure was this? He had never heard of it before. Fellow Daoist Chen, I'm afraid you don't know that this is a legend in our Haizua fairy city. Heibo explained. It is said that the Baxia ancestor who carried the Sea Pearl Fairy City on his back once had a merman Taoist partner, so it is easy for him to encounter mermen along the way. The blessing of the sea god means that a drop of blood can turn into a merman with a sea pearl. As for the function of the sea pearl, I don't know either. This should be the only mermaid blessed by the sea god that has appeared recently. Fellow Daoist Hai, I have a question. Isn't it said that it is easy to encounter mermaids because the former Taoist partner of the Baxia ancestor was a mermaid? How dare they publicly auction mermaids in the Haizua fairy city on Baxia's back? Chen Zhuge found it difficult to understand. The Baxia who carried the Haizua fairy city on his back was at least a golden immortal. How dare these people do this? After Heibo hesitated for a moment, he quietly leaned closer and whispered, the Baxia patriarch had completely lost consciousness 100,000 years ago, but the news was blocked by the Haikao Tian zone. However, cultivators with a little bit of strength, or cultivators who have lived in Haizua Xiancheng for a period of time, actually know about it. Ancestor Basia has lost consciousness. Chen Zhuge was shocked. This was a powerful being who was at least a golden immortal. How could he suddenly lose consciousness? As for the end of his lifespan, that was even more impossible. There had never been a golden immortal whose lifespan had run out in the heavens. Many of those golden immortals who shouted that they had little time left were actually still alive and well. SHH, Brother Chen, please keep your voice down. Heibo said nervously. Heibo, you are still so timid. There is nothing hidden in this kind of thing. Even Haikao Tianzong themselves have admitted it. Zhang Wenzhong said with disdain. Sitting down on the seat, Zhang Wenzhong said to Zhang Huahua, little sister, did mother know that you came to Lingbo Pavilion secretly with Heibo? Zhang Huahua trembled all over and didn't know how to interrupt. Chen Zhuge was a little displeased. Who the hell is this guy? Why did he just sit down? Boy, who are you to dare to sit in our seat? Dabai said arrogantly while standing on the stool. Zhang Wenzhong pointed at himself in confusion and asked, are you talking about me? Besides you, are there others? Dabai pushed up his sunglasses, shook off the big gold chain around his neck, and said arrogantly. Ah, ha, you actually said me? Don't you know who I am? Zhang Wenzhong was stunned. He was the young master of the Zhang family, and there was actually someone in Haizhou Fairy City who dared to be so arrogant to him. Boy, do you know what you're talking about? Dabai is indeed Chen Zhuge's spiritual beast. He directly expressed Chen Zhuge's thoughts, I don't care who you are. Go away and pay for the snacks you ate before you get out of here. Zhang Wenzhong laughed angrily, and the spiritual energy in his body began to surge. He wanted to attack in public, but he was pinned down by a female cultivator. The female cultivator was not outstanding in appearance, but her eyes were sharp. Young Master Zhang, you are not going to attack me in Lingbo Pavilion, are you? Feeling the severe pain in his shoulder, Zhang Wenzhong forced a smile and said, how could that be? Looking at Zhang Wenzhong who left in a panic, the female cultivator bowed slightly and said, no one will disturb us in Lingbo Pavilion. Chen Zhuge nodded in thanks. As this little episode passed, the auction of the two mermaids on the stage had reached a fever pitch. 1 million high-quality spirit stones. A majestic voice came from the private room. The head of the Zhang family. Someone asked in surprise. Zhang family. Chen Zhuge raised the corner of his mouth when he heard that. Dabai, call out the price. Me? Dabai asked excitedly. Ah. 2 million high-quality spirit stones. Dabai jumped onto the table and shouted arrogantly. Chen Zhuge was confused. They asked for 1 million, but you doubled it. Do you know how to bid? Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Zhuge's table. Chen Zhuge drank a mouthful of spirit wine numbly and said, 2 million high-quality spirit stones. My own child, I can't embarrass myself, it's just a few million high-grade spirit stones. Everyone present was silent until someone from the Zhang family's box raised a question, when did the scum in the hall come up with 2 million high-quality spirit stones? I need to verify my capital. Amidst many questioning gazes, Chen Zhuge calmly handed a useless treasure to the female cultivator who had just stopped Zhang Wenzhong. The female cultivator looked at Chen Zhuge in surprise, then nodded to Tian Yi on the stage, indicating that the assets were sufficient. Okay, this customer offers 2 million high-quality spirit stones. I wonder if there is a higher offer. Tian Yi looked a little excited. She didn't expect that a legendary blessing from the sea god could be sold for so many spirit stones. I have checked this sea pearl myself. Apart from being able to glow on the seabed and having a slight spiritual energy, it is no different from the night pearls in the mortal world. The only difference is that it can be produced in endless quantities. However, this has no value at all. 2 million and 1 million. 3 million. Looking at the shocked eyes of many monks, Dabai felt that his life as a beast was complete. So this is the feeling of being an idol. Master, thank you so much. I will definitely perform well. The auction was still going on, and the head of the Zhang family obviously didn't want to lose face, even if it meant spending a few more spirit stones. Until Dabai shouted out the sky-high price of 10 million high-quality spirit stones. Chen Zhuge no longer felt anything now. The words had already been spoken, and it would be a bit impolite to take them back, but it did feel good to pretend to be cool. 10 million high-quality spirit stones for the third time. Congratulations to this little guest. Thank you to the two mermaids this time. Tian Yi winked at Chen Zhuge. The female cultivator who had not left yet whispered, Dear guest, our pavilion master invites you. Let's go. Chen Zhuge was led by the female cultivator to a red room. Tian Yi, wearing a veil, looked at Chen Zhuge with a springy face and said, Which sect are you from, fellow Taoist? The 10,000 Beast sect or the Xingd Holy Land? Or even farther away? Can't I just be a casual cultivator? Chen Zhuge said with some dissatisfaction. Although this woman had a good figure, her face was too worldly. Not to mention comparing with her senior sister, she couldn't even compare with Li Kaiyuan. Fellow Daoist, you are joking. Seeing that Chen Zhuge didn't seem to like this tone, Tian Yi also put away her frivolous attitude. The Zhang family has a celestial being. Their family power is the second strongest in Haizhou Fairy City. Ordinary people dare not offend them. One hand handed over the money, the other hand handed over the goods, where are the two mermaids? Chen Zhuge didn't really want to talk about the issue of identity. Tian Yi clapped her hands, and several cultivators brought the two mermaids to Chen Zhuge. This is the token to control them. Tian Yi threw a token to Chen Zhuge. After checking everything, Chen Zhuge threw out the storage bag he had just given to the female cultivator to verify her capital and said, 200 true immortal level infant transformation fruits. No problem. Speaking of which, we at Lingbo Pavilion have made some money. I will give you the remaining members of their clan as a small change. By the way, fellow deist, be careful, the Zhang family's patriarch is not a generous person, so of course no one in Haizhou Fairy City dares to take action. After putting these mermaids into his portable cave, Chen Zhuge left without saying a word. It was obvious that this woman had bad intentions. Master, why do you want to meet him in person? I don't think this man will live long. The female cultivator said with some dissatisfaction. Xiao Tuan, you don't understand. The heaven is very big. Our Haikao Tianzong is not the strongest. On the contrary, we are very weak. The nearest Wanxiaomen and Xingde Holy Land can easily destroy us. If we hadn't reached an external agreement with the Bihai Xian Zone, we would not be able to occupy the three light domains. Tian Yi said with deep eyes. Master, do you suspect that this cultivator is from one of these two sects? It's not just a doubt, it's a certainty. Those two little kids are definitely spiritual beasts. Only people from the Wanxiao sect would bring little kids with them when traveling. It's best to recognize them. Tian Yi said disdainfully. Because of the sect's skills and methods for breeding spirit beasts, when disciples of the Wanxiao sect travel, they always carry spirit beasts in the form of babies with them. As for locking the spirit beasts in their bags, basically few disciples do anything about it. As for why, don't ask, the answer is that they have deep feelings for the spirit beasts. Chapter 166. Poseidon Bloodline. Having spent so many spirit stones, Chen Zhuge naturally wanted to earn some spirit stones back from the mermaid. Back to the inn, Chen Zhuge originally wanted to teach Dabai a lesson, but when he saw how happy he looked, he thought about it and gave up. After all, he didn't have many spirit stones on him now, and he would need to refine equipment to earn spirit stones for the rest of his travels. It was already miserable enough, so he just let the child be happy. Portable cave. The first thing Chen Zhuge saw was the mermaids lying on the ground and screaming. Li Kui stepped on the mermaid prince and snorted in disdain. How could such a weak and ugly thing dare to provoke him? The mermaid princess was crying, and then she fell to the ground and turned into sea pearls, scattered all over the ground. Li Kui, stop! Chen Zhuge stopped Li Kui, who wanted to continue. Can you speak human language? Chen Zhuge said to the crying mermaid princess. The sobbing merman princess said intermittently, yes, I can speak. Then please start your introduction. Chen Zhuge waved his hand and tied the other mermaids aside. The mermaid princess is named Jiayu, and the other prince, who is also her brother, is named Jiaodao. The two are indeed royal members of a mermaid tribe, but the tribe is very small, and the strongest is only at the return to Void Realm. The rest is not much different from Tian Yi's introduction. The blessing of the sea god is also real. Jiayu is born with the ability to turn blood and tears into sea pearls. It is this ability that led to the demise of her tribe. Picking up the scattered sea pearl, Chen Zhuge checked it inside and out and found that it was just a night shining pearl containing a trace of spiritual energy, which had no effect on him. Chen Zhuge, with a somewhat dark complexion, reached out and pressed Jiayu's head, and checked his bloodline. Wow, he really did have the bloodline of the sea god, but it was too weak. Looking at Jiayu with some doubt, Chen Zhuge checked the bloodlines of other mermaids and found some with the bloodline of Poseidon, but the bloodline of Poseidon in other mermaids was not even 1/10 of that in Jiayu. After hesitating for a while, Chen Zhuge decided to try to synthesize the blood of the sea god. However, with Jiayu at the golden core level, even if there were any abnormalities, he could control them himself. He couldn't become an immortal on the spot. The remaining mermaids, plus the so-called prince, totaled only 10 people. After injecting the blood of the sea god into these 10 people, Chen Zhuge discovered that the blood of the sea god in Jiayu's body seemed to come alive and actively devoured other blood. What's going on? Chen Zhuge was stunned. Blood devouring, this phenomenon, Chen Zhuge has always thought that it only occurs because of the golden finger, but what is the situation with this sea god blood, why can it actively devour? Wait, let me sort it out. Because of the infusion of other sea god bloodlines, the concentration of sea god bloodline increased, and then it began to devour other bloodlines. In other words, the bloodline itself actually has the ability to devour. The golden finger just speeds up or induces this phenomenon. No, then why can the golden finger forcibly extract the blood from the body of the spirit beast? Chen Zhuge felt a little dizzy. With complicated eyes, Chen Zhuge looked at Jieyu who had fallen asleep due to blood swallowing and said to the other mermaids who had already woken up, "You are his brother, right? You will take care of your sister. This lake will be your habitat for the time being. Some spirit beasts cannot be eaten, but there are some you can eat. I will let Ao Li tell you when the time comes." Chen Zhuge was very worried about Jieyu's bloodline of the sea god. He thought that there might be something wrong with his golden finger, and he needed more mermaids to verify his conjecture. "Dabai, go to Lingbo Pavilion. I heard that I have invited their leader to dinner, and the location will be Haizu Tower," Chen Zhuge said, looking at the tallest building in the city. "It's me again." Dabai didn't want to run errands. 10 top-grade spirit stones. Chen Zhuge made a number of 10. "Okay, who else can do this job but me?" Dabai's short legs moved quickly. Yu Meng said with disdain, "Gold hungry." Haizu Tower. This is the tallest building in Haizu Fairy City and also a landmark building. It is said that the owner behind the Haizu Tower is the golden immortal elder of the Haikao Tian Zone, but the authenticity of this has yet to be verified. After all, the golden immortal no longer cares about ordinary spiritual objects such as spirit stones. Haizu building has 9 floors in total. The higher you go, the more expensive it is. Even after the 7th floor, one needs a certain status to enter, so Chen Zhuge only booked a room on the 6th floor. "I didn't expect that fellow Taoist would contact me so soon," Tian Yi said with a smile on her face as she pushed open the door of the box. Since he had to ask for help, Chen Zhuge's attitude became much better. "Thank you very much, Pavilion Master Tian, for your honor. Please come in." Tian Yi was dressed conservatively today, but her cleavage was still exposed. Retracting his gaze, Chen Zhuge said, "Master Tian, I have something I want to ask you for help with." "Fellow Daoist Chen, shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking someone for help?" Tian Yi said with a smile. Chen Zhuge hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, but I'm currently traveling and don't want too many people to know my identity." "Of course. To show my sincerity, I'll introduce myself first. I am the eldest daughter of the Tian family of Haizu Immortal City, and also the direct disciple of a celestial elder of the Haikao Tian Zone." Chen Zhuge did not hesitate when he heard this. "I am the disciple taught directly by the celestial elder of the 10,000 Beast sect." Fellow Daoist Chen is indeed a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Tian Yi seemed to have expected this. "Okay, Brother Chen, is there anything I can help you with?" Tian Yi did not change her attitude just because Chen Zhuge was only a disciple of Elder Tian Xian. "I need a large number of mermaids." Chen Zhuge said straight to the point. "I knew that the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect would definitely be interested in mermaids. I can do you a favor. Every month, I will give you 10 mermaids. The price will be 1,000 high-quality spirit stones. After all, after our packaging, the price of a mermaid is not low." Tian Yi said, turning the wine glass in her hand. "Sure, but I hope there can be half male and half female mermaids." "Of course. We at Lingbo Pavilion are very fair in doing business." Tian Yi had no objection. After talking about business, it was time to eat and drink. Tian Yi seldom came to the 6th floor of Haizu Tower. After all, it really consumed a lot of spirit stones. After 3 rounds of drinks, Tian Yi hurriedly said goodbye after receiving a message, but she only noted the inn where Chen Zhuge was currently staying and said that she would go to find him later. Yu Meng, who had been silent in the box, was a little confused at this moment. "It's just a mermaid. We can't catch it ourselves. Why should we spend so much money to buy it from Lingbo Pavilion?" Patting Yu Meng's little head, Chen Zhuge shook his head and said, "This is Lingbo Pavilion's monopoly industry. Mermaids are not very strong. Why don't other stores sell it? I'm afraid that the mermaids captured by those independent cultivators have been bought by Lingbo Pavilion, and we just offended the Zhang family, so it's not suitable for us to go out. It's really complicated." Yu Meng shook her head. Chapter 167. Marry Me. After reaching a cooperation with Tian Yi, Chen Zhuge planned to find a cave to settle down first. The research on the bloodline of the sea god would take at least a few years. If he kept staying in an inn, the cost would be too high. After giving some tips to the innkeeper, Chen Zhuge successfully found a quiet residence. This house is pretty good, with 3 entrances and 3 exits, an alchemy room, a weapon refining room, and 2 practice rooms. There is also a pond outside the courtyard. The monks living next to it are also quite kind. Except for the lack of a secret realm, it can be said that it is very suitable for Chen Zhuge. The current price of this courtyard is 10,000 high-quality spirit stones, which is very cheap. If my uncle wasn't in a hurry to develop outside, it wouldn't be sold at such a low price. The innkeeper felt a little distressed. After all, this is the safest fairy city in the Haikao Tianzong's territory, and with Baxia's protection, the price is really not expensive. After the delivery was completed, Chen Zhuge also moved in smoothly. He assigned rooms to the 2 beasts, and then took them to the portable cave. He held a brief meeting with all the beasts and said, "Next, I need to verify some ideas, so I will stay in Haizhou Fairy City for a while. Aoli, Li Kui, do you 2 still want to stay in the cave?" The 2 beasts nodded in unison. "Okay, then you can live here. Umn, Dabai, you 2 can start refining pills and weapons if you have nothing to do. I will see if we should open a shop to make up for the spiritual stones consumed." "No problem." Tian Yi arrived 3 days later, bringing 10 mermaids with her. She also blamed Chen Zhuge for not sending anyone to Lingbo Pavilion to notify him when he moved to a new place, and she almost lost him. After apologizing, Chen Zhuge asked about the situation of the shops in Haizhou Fairy City. Finally, Tian Yi generously offered to give Chen Zhuge 1 room. After many refusals, Chen Zhuge finally accepted it. "I was also very grateful to Tian Yi in my heart, this woman is so generous." Chen Zhuge named this shop Baby Spiritual Materials Shop because it was run by 2 children around 5 or 6 years old. In the next 3 months, Chen Zhuge used the mermaid sent by Tian Yi to extract the blood of the sea god from it, and finally activated the blood of the sea god in Jiayu's body again. Looking at the sea god bloodline that had become active again and was beginning to devour other bloodlines, Chen Zhuge still couldn't understand what the principle was. Why couldn't the spirit beast bloodline be activated without using the power of the golden finger? Not until the blood of the sea god subsided again did Chen Zhuge shift his mind away from the blood. Looking at Jiayu, whose face was becoming more and more delicate, Chen Zhuge had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that the sea god was a great cultivator? Possession of another's body is a very common method used by cultivators, which includes possession of the body by the true spirit, possession of the soul and so on. However, I have never heard of possession of the body by the bloodline. I have to trouble senior brother Zhu to check it out for me. Jiayu has changed a lot, so we have to be on guard. Chen Zhuge thought it was better to be safe. During this period, in addition to studying the sea god bloodline in the mermaids, Chen Zhuge also created some spiritual beasts with relatively high bloodline potential, which could be regarded as adding some goods to the baby spiritual material store. After all, apart from Yu Meng's high-level elixirs, Dabai's refining level is indeed still a bit low-end. Chen Zhuge was a little puzzled when he heard a knock on the door early in the morning. "Who is it?" "I don't know many people in Haizhou Fairy City. Apart from my partner Tian Yi, no one else knows my address." After opening the door, Chen Zhuge looked at the dusty Nianyu in front of him with some surprise and said, "Madam Boss? Why are you here?" "Of course I'm looking for you. Why don't you invite me in and sit for a while?" Nianyu threw a coquettish glance. In the pavilion in the courtyard, Chen Zhuge asked again, "What does the boss lady want to see me about?" Nianyu hesitated for a moment, and actually felt a little regretful. He was desperate and tried every possible means. However, by the time he realized what was happening, he had already arrived at Haizhou Fairy City. Since he was already there, he thought he had to at least give it a try, and he finally found Chen Zhuge. "I'd like to ask you for a favor," Nianyu said in a low voice. Chen Zhuge was stunned for a moment. He didn't seem to be that familiar with Nianyu. However, considering that she reminded him and didn't sell out his information, Chen Zhuge didn't refuse directly. "Boss lady, you say?" Nianyu was very hesitant. Chen Zhuge became a little impatient when he saw this. It was already good enough that he didn't refuse directly. What was going on with Nianyu? "I want you to marry me," Nianyu said with a blushing face. "Ha, what did you say?" Chen Zhuge was stunned. Nianyu began to explain the reason. Nianyu had an older brother named Nian Long, who was an inner disciple of the Haikyo Tianzong. However, the Nian family was just an ordinary family of casual cultivators, and his father died when they were very young. Fortunately, Nian Long was recruited by Haikyo sect that year and became a disciple of the sect, and Nianyu was able to grow up smoothly. However, because Nian Long was mostly in Haikyo Tianzong, the relationship between the brother and sister began to gradually fade. If it were just that, Nianyu could still tolerate it. After all, relying on her eldest brother's relationship, she opened the Purple Inn, which was enough for her to live out her life. But things did not always go as planned. 3 years ago, Nian Long came back and suddenly told Nianyu to prepare to marry his master as a concubine. This was a bolt from the blue for Nianyu. She could never accept the idea of marrying her brother's master as a concubine. After smashing down a large number of spirit stones, Nianyu got a piece of news, that is, Nian Long's master was a celestial being of yin-yang Taoism, which meant that if she married him, she would be a cauldron. Disheartened, Nianyu thought of many ways to resist, but when he heard that the target of the resistance was the Tianxian elder, he ran away immediately. "So you asked me for help?" Chen Zhuge said with a smile. "Would I help you make an enemy with a celestial elder? I have a pure yin body. If you marry me, all you have to do is take my red pill, and your chances of becoming an immortal can be increased by half." Nianyu saw that Chen Zhuge was about to refuse, and immediately spoke up. "Halfway?" Chen Zhuge smiled. Was he the one who was lacking that halfway? At this time, a sneer was heard outside. "My dear sister, what kind of crooked melon and cracked date are you looking for? Can't you just come back with me obediently?" Seeing the gloomy young man who broke through the magic circle and started to mock as soon as he came in, Chen Zhuge was stunned. "Aren't you so arrogant? You just broke into the room and looked down on me like that. Hey, it's so lively. It seems I came at the wrong time." Tian Yi looked at the broken magic circle, and then looked at the 3 people who had unhappy expressions. "Ha ha ha, junior brother Chen, why didn't you tell me that you were coming to Haizu Fairy City?" Wu Daoshan's heroic laughter also appeared in the courtyard. Chen Zhuge was confused by the sudden appearance of senior brother and Dai Luowu. "Senior brother, where did you come from? Didn't you just come back from traveling?" Chapter 168. Come here now. Hey, what's going on? Could it be that junior brother Chen has come to his senses? Which one is my sister-in-law? Wu Daoshan looked at the 2 women in front of him and winked at Chen Zhuge. Chen Zhuge didn't know how to answer. Is the senior brother so eccentric? Hiss, could it be that both of you are? Wu Daoshan was a little impressed. Ever since he came back and confirmed his relationship as a Taoist couple with Dai Luowu, Wu Daoshan has felt how those henpecked men in the main hall feel. If his junior brother can really handle these 2 women who look like they are not easy to deal with, then he must learn from him. "Big brother, why are you here?" Chen Zhuge began to ask. "Haven't you and your sister-in-law confirmed your relationship as Taoist partners, and wanted to go out for a stroll together? The environment in Haizu Fairy City happens to be nice, so we came here." Wu Daoshan pulled the somewhat embarrassed Dai Luowu to sit down, and poured himself a cup of spiritual tea. "Where did this bumpkin come from?" Nian Long said sarcastically. Chen Zhuge looked at Nian Long with admiration. "Wow, he is so fierce." On the other side, Tian Yi also recognized Wu Daoshan's identity at this moment, and her eyes were full of admiration when she looked at Nian Long. This man should be the eldest senior brother of Wanxiaomen, the reckless Wu Daoshan. "I haven't noticed this Nian Long before, but I didn't expect him to be so brave. He is worthy of being my Haikyo sect's disciple." Tian Yi thought with admiration in her heart. Wu Daoshan was also stunned. "I am a country bumpkin? No, are you done scolding the bumpkin?" Wu Dao Tianji laughed back. As a celestial being, Wu Daoshan did not actively show his cultivation, so Nian Long, a Mahayana cultivator, naturally could not see it. Adhering to his arrogant attitude, Nian Long said with a gloomy face, "Why can't I say it? I admire cultivators with courage, but that doesn't mean I can forgive them." Wu Daoshan reached out and grabbed Nian Long, pressing him gently. Click, click. The sound of bones cracking rang out, and Nian Long howled in pain. At the same time, he realized that he had kicked the iron plate, and shouted, "Spare my life, my master is a celestial being." Wu Daoshan relaxed a little and said, "Call your master over." Nian Long was so frightened at this moment that he was out of his mind and instinctively activated the amulet left to him by his master. Who dares to hurt my disciple? A majestic voice sounded, and an elegant middle-aged man appeared in the air. So you're the apprentice of this old pervert? Wu Daoshan sneered. Wu Daoshan. Fang Zongming paused, carefully observed the scene, frowned and said, Wu Daoshan, why did you, a reckless man, attack my apprentice? Bullying the weak is not your style. So I asked him to call you out. Now get over here. Wu Daoshan said with his eyes wide open. This domineering scene made Chen Zhuge exclaim in his heart, Big Brother is so powerful. Dai Luohu also seemed to be attracted to Wu Daoshan. She held his hand tightly, with admiration overflowing from her eyes. Nian Yu didn't have so many thoughts. She felt as if she had caused something terrible and was trembling with fear. Tian Yi felt mixed emotions. Is this the aura of a disciple from a big sect? As expected, Hai Ko Tianzong was still far behind. Fang Zongming looked at Wu Daoshan with a grim expression, but he did not dare to say anything harsh and directly cut off the connection. Haha, it seems your master has given up on you. Wu Daoshan smiled as he looked at Nian Long, who was lying on the ground with a desperate look on his face. Junior brother, please explain to me what is going on now. Wu Daoshan suddenly asked. Oh, that's it. Chen Zhuge began to narrate what had just happened. So the main reason is you. Wu Daoshan stroked his chin and looked at the trembling Nian Yu. Dai Luohu touched Wu Daoshan speechlessly. Can't his eyes be gentler? The girl is pretty. If your junior brother is really attracted to her, it will be so embarrassing. Ah, oh. Wu Daoshan saw Dai Luohu's eyes and understood instantly, it's okay, small problem, this is your brother, do you think we should save his life? Nian Yu didn't dare to say anything and just shook her head frantically. Don't keep her? That's fine. This is exactly what I want. I like this sister-in-law. Then Nian Long disappeared into ashes. Chen Zhuge explained with a dark face, Big brother, this is not my Taoist partner. I see. Looking at the ambiguous eyes of the senior brother, Chen Zhuge felt crazy inside, what do you know, I don't understand anything. What about this person? What's the aura of Hai Kaoshan sex martial arts? Wu Daoshan's eyes became sharp. Tian Yi felt like she was going to pee her pants with fear. This was the power of a celestial being. Was she going to die? Fortunately, Chen Zhuge's heavenly voice rang out, Big brother, this is not it, it's my partner. Alright. Wu Daoshan put away his aura. After throwing the mermaid away, Tian Yi did not take the spirit stone and ran away immediately. After placing Nian Yu in an empty room, Chen Zhuge began to ask about the situation of his senior brother and Dai Luohu. Towards the junior fellow disciple whom he recognized, Wu Daoshan did not act like a celestial being. Instead, he acted like a good elder brother and pulled Chen Zhuge aside to reminisce about the past. Not long after, Dabai and Yuemen, who were watching the store, also came back. Dai Luohu, feeling a little embarrassed, pulled Yu Meng back to the room to talk about girls' private matters. As for Dabai, of course he was pulled over by Wu Daoshan to drink together. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. The last time he drank monkey wine, Wu Daoshan thought this little thing was quite tricky, so he naturally couldn't let it go this time. This round of drinking gave Chen Zhuge a headache. As for Dabai, Chen Zhuge looked at Dabai who was sleeping soundly while hanging under the beam and was a little confused about the situation. It was not until Wu Daoshan untied him that people found out that Dabai had drunk too much last night and threatened that whoever got drunk first would be hung up. So the incompetent Dabai ended up like this. The rope was tied by Chen Zhuge. The appearance of the eldest senior brother helped Nian Yu solve her troubles in an alternative way. Chen Zhuge looked at Nian Yu in front of him and felt that he could not let her make money for nothing, so he arranged for him to look after the store, which also liberated the two little ones. I thought the matter had ended there, but I didn't expect that the immortal from the Hai Ko Tianzone would actually come over. Looking at the celestial being in front of him with an extraordinary bearing, apologizing and making amends to his senior brother, Chen Zhuge suddenly felt that this world was so exaggerated. He was obviously a victim, not only did he lose a disciple, but he also lost a top-quality furnace, and yet he still had to apologize in a humble manner. Is this strength? At this moment, Chen Zhuge's obsession with becoming an immortal became infinitely greater. Fang Zongming's humble attitude made the eldest senior brother feel relieved. After all, he was an elder of a major sect. Even if the strength of Hai Ko Tianzone was far inferior to that of Wan Xiaomen, it was impossible for the eldest senior brother to kill him directly over a trivial matter. Junior brother, remember that strength is the foundation. Of course, you can still call on me, your senior brother, for help. Apart from those lunatics, in these nearby areas, everyone knows the strength of me, your senior brother. Wu Daoshan said arrogantly. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Zhuge was very grateful. With the senior brother around, he felt really safe. After thinking about it, I decided to post all of them. It always feels a bit awkward to leave some of them unfinished. 20,000 words, keep going. Chapter 169. 3 years, see God. 3 years passed quickly. After the incident caused by the eldest senior brother 3 years ago, all the top forces in Heizhuxian knew of Chen Zhuge's background and were very polite to him. Even the Zhang family, who had been offended by the mermaid auction, took the initiative to come and apologize, hoping to resolve the previous conflict. Chen Zhuge had no objection to this. After all, he did not suffer any loss, and the one who was embarrassed was the head of the Zhang family. The other party had taken the initiative to apologize, so he certainly would not continue to hold on to it. During these 3 years, the number of mermaids sent by Tian Yi every month increased from 10 to 30, so Chen Zhuge's research on the bloodline of the sea god progressed much faster. As the extracted Poseidon blood was injected again, the Poseidon blood became active again and devoured the last bit of mermaid blood, and Jiayu began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Deng deng deng! The blue halo that suddenly rose from Jiayu's body pushed Chen Zhuge away forcefully. Could it be that the so-called bloodline and blessing of Poseidon is just looking for a suitable host to possess? A hint of shock flashed through Chen Zhuge's mind. The solidity of the blue halo was far beyond Chen Zhuge's imagination. Even with the life-saving method that stored the true immortal's attack, it could not be shaken in the slightest. Let's set up a large formation first to prevent any accidents. Chen Zhuge searched out the highest level formation plate in his small treasure house. The true immortal level defensive formation, the Suanwu formation. As for its origin, it should have been given by the patriarch of the Suanwu clan last time. With the completion of the formation, a huge black tortoise law condensed above it. The chubby figure looked very safe. The next step was to wait for the transformation of Jiayu. This wait lasted 3 days. Chen Zhuge blinked dryly, wondering in his heart, why is it so slow? Swish! The blue halo suddenly disappeared, and a beautiful woman appeared in the Suanwu magic circle. A real-life picture of Poseidon. I stole it secretly. Is this the goddess of the sea? Or the bright moon? Although the face of the woman in front of him was much more delicate than the previous bright moon, her general outline had not changed much. The woman walked to the edge of the magic circle without saying a word, stretched out her hand to touch the magic circle, and her originally cute expression instantly turned majestic. Mortal, you dare to offend this god, kneel down. Chen Zhuge looked at the woman in front of him, stunned for a moment, and said unhappily, Sister, what era are you from? You still think you are a god? There were gods in ancient times, but with the changes of the times, worshipping gods through incense has become a thing of the past, and heaven and earth no longer allow incense to exist. Seeing the mortal in front of him, who was indifferent and even mocking himself, the newly reborn sea god planned to teach this mortal a lesson. In Chen Zhuge's eyes, the woman spread her arms, and then, nothing happened. What are you doing? Chen Zhuge looked at the concave, somewhat confused. Could it be that because the bloodline of the sea god is not complete, the sea god has not yet fully developed? Chen Zhuge guessed in his heart. Wait, this sea god should be a human. I can understand why the mermaids could extract their blood. After all, mermaids are actually a kind of spiritual beasts to be precise. So why does the mermaids have the blood of the sea god in their bodies? Chen Zhuge suddenly realized a problem. His golden finger cannot draw blood from his own kind, but the Poseidon in front of him told him that this was not the case. He felt that the more he experimented, the more he did not understand. Putting aside other thoughts in his mind, Chen Zhuge looked at the sea goddess who kept changing various poses. Although the beauty looked good in any action, he was not here to watch her perform. He waved his hand and sent a large crab into the magic circle, issuing a threatening command. The large crab, which was only in the Jindan realm, rushed all the way and headed straight for the sea god. Half an hour later, a huge crab that was almost half a person's height was chasing a beautiful woman in circles in the magic circle. The beautiful woman had a look of fear in her eyes, but the huge crab was having a lot of fun. Chen Zhuge couldn't bear to watch it any longer. The sea god inside shouldn't be dangerous, but just in case, Chen Zhuge still hid several life-saving methods of true immortals in his arms before entering the magic circle. Holding down the big crab with a happy face, Chen Zhuge looked at the sea god who was frightened and crying, and was a little speechless. The contrast was quite big. "Mortal, you came to save me. I know that this god is still loved," the sea god said while sobbing. Chen Zhuge's mouth twitched. "Then may I ask Lord Poseidon, what is going on now?" Poseidon thought for a while and said, "I don't know. I just remember that my body was broken up." No, it was decomposed." "No, that's not right. What happened to me now?" Looking at the sea god rolling on the ground with his hands covering his head, Chen Zhuge frowned. Could it be that the gods of ancient times have revived? That's not right. There are no monks who worship incense now, let alone gods. After rolling twice, Poseidon suddenly sat up and said, "Mortal, I'm hungry." This strong sense of déjà vu made Chen Zhuge speechless. Is this really the god of the sea? 2/4 of an hour later, the originally green crab has turned completely red. The sea god, holding the crab legs, makes a sound that it smells so good. During this period, Chen Zhuge also secretly used his spiritual sense to check the body of the sea god. There was nothing strange. If he had to say something, it was that his talent was ridiculously good. Even if he didn't practice, spiritual energy continued to flow into his body. Now he has almost reached the late stage of qi training. "Don't call me immortal. My name is Chen Zhuge." "What's your name?" "Oh, my name is Jiayu and I am the god of the sea. In consideration of the delicious food you give me, I will allow you to be my bodyguard," Jiayu said generously. Chen Zhuge felt a little tired. After many conversations, he found that this sea goddess really remembered nothing. After learning that she could read, he threw a pile of books to her so that she could first get to know the current heaven. After leaving the portable cave, Chen Zhuge looked at the house where he had lived for 3 years and said with some regret, "It's time to leave. Since I am planning to leave, I must say goodbye to the monks with whom I have had a good relationship in the past few years." That night, Chen Zhuge set up a dinner party on the 8th floor of Haizhua building. The main guests invited were Tian Yi, Haibo, and Zhang Huahua. "I have only had some contact with these people in recent years. I'm here to say goodbye today. Thank you Pavilion Master Tian and my 2 fellow Taoists for your care over the years." Chen Zhuge raised his glass in gratitude. Tian Yi looked at Chen Zhuge in front of her and tried to persuade him to stay. "Fellow Daoist Chen, why don't you stay for a while?" In the past few years, in addition to the mermaids, Chen Zhuge also provided Lingbo Pavilion with a lot of more delicious seafood and spiritual beasts, making Lingbo Pavilion's business even more prosperous. Tian Yi really wanted to keep Chen Zhuge. Even if Wu Daoshan had not appeared, Chen Zhuge's own value was not low. "Fellow Daoist, you're too polite. We can't say that you are taking care of us." Haibo and Zhang Huahua shook their heads. After the Zhang family apologized, they found out that Zhang Huahua and Chen Zhuge had been in contact, so they naturally let them keep in touch. Haibo, as Zhang Huahua's Taoist partner, naturally went with them. Oh, by the way, in the past few years, Zhang Huahua and Haibo have officially become a Taoist couple, although the two families did so more for Chen Zhuge's sake. But this is also a good thing, lovers will eventually get married. After the last glass of wine was drunk, the party ended. Chapter 170. Fairy City. Chen Zhuge's next destination was the fairy city which he had chosen long ago. The owner of this fairy city is not a human being, but a group of elves. It was because of the influence of Kaidu that Chen Zhuge wanted to see the fairy city ruled by the elves. "Jiayu, this thing can't be eaten." Chen Zhuge felt a little tired as he looked at Jiayu who was holding the white jade teacup and was about to put it into her mouth. "Nianyu, please teach Jiayu some common sense of life," Chen Zhuge said to Nianyu who looked at a loss. During the past 3 years, Nianyu has been helping Chen Zhuge look after the store, but for some reason, this formerly bold boss is now at a loss, and always looks nervous every time he sees himself. Okay, brother Chen." Nianyu brought Jiayu, who looked like a husky, to his room. "Women are indeed trouble," Dabai said with a serious face. Snapped. "What are you talking about? Why don't you go back to the cave to refine your equipment instead of wasting time?" Yu Meng slapped Dabai on the back of the head. Speaking of Dabai, Chen Zhuge felt extremely sympathetic. After learning that he had opened a shop, he borrowed a lot of spirit stones from Yu Meng at high interest rates, bought up materials on a large scale, and refined a large number of 4th-level magic tools. However, among the cultivators who can live in Haizhou Fairy City, there are basically only a few nascent soul cultivators, and those with low cultivation are basically disciples of large families. This has led to Dabai's business being extremely bleak, and he lost all his money, and even owed Yu Meng a large sum of spirit stones. Dabai walked away dejectedly. Chen Zhuge ignored the two little ones' fight, and instead read through the information about the fairy city in detail. This introduction to the local customs and culture cost Chen Zhuge 3 low-grade spirit stones. The flying boat arrived at the fairy city smoothly and peacefully. Chen Zhuge was somewhat emotional about this. It turns out that I am not the kind of protagonist who will encounter trouble wherever he goes. Welcome. A small elf with colorful wings, delicate features, and a delicate figure flew to Chen Zhuge and the others with a happy look on its face. The elf in front of him was about the size of an adult's forearm, 4 or 5 times larger than Bean's, and exuded the aura of foundation building cultivation, which made Chen Zhuge very curious. Hello. Chen Zhuge greeted with a smile, then looked up and down and left and right at the elf in front of him. My name is Zioki. Would you like to hire me? I am familiar with the entire fairy city. Zioki said proudly with his hands on his hips. Fairy city, rough model of the elves, okay. Chen Zhuge agreed with a smile. Elves are still very popular creatures in the heavens. At least no cultivator would deliberately harm an elf. Rumor has it that there was a strong man who, with the help of the elves, successfully obtained the immortal golden immortal fruit, and said that he would protect the elves. Chen Zhuge didn't know whether it was true or not, but the elves were indeed rarely persecuted. It will take 1 top-grade spirit stone. Xiao Qi was a little embarrassed, and then he leaned close to Chen Zhuge's ear and whispered, it can actually be cheaper. At least 50 mid-grade spirit stones, otherwise it won't be enough to buy nectar. Chen Zhuge laughed out loud when he heard this. This little guy is really interesting. Putting a high-quality spirit stone into the elf's arms, Chen Zhuge smiled and said, no need, brother, I have a lot of spirit stones. Next, I will rely on Zioki to lead the way and find a better inn for us. Holding the heavy spiritual stone, Xiao Qi said seriously, I will ensure that the task is completed. The fairy city is different from other fairy cities. The main residents there are elves. Apart from the elves, there are very few human monks or other races settling there, unless you have made great contributions to the fairy city. Although the elves are not big in size, the buildings in the fairy city are built according to the normal body size of humans. Even the fairy palace in the center of the fairy city is several times larger than the city lord's mansion in Haizhou Fairy City. Guest, we're here. This is the Hualing Inn, which is run by my aunt. It's absolutely affordable. Xiao Qi said happily. Chen Zhuge was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he laughed, what a naive elf. Zioki, you ran out of the city again. Do you know that it's very dangerous outside? An elf who looked more mature than Zioki flew out holding a stick that looked like a rolling pin. Looking at the two elves flying around him, Chen Zhuge reached out and grabbed Xiao Qi Ant. Looking at the angry elves in his palm, he apologized, I'm sorry to stop you in this way. I'm here to check in. Zijing was still very angry at first, but when she heard that Chen Zhuge was going to move in, she immediately smiled charmingly and said, hey, didn't you tell me earlier, guest? Xiao Qi, why are you running? Come here and help. Looking at the elf who looked like a mature woman shouting and yelling, Chen Zhuge suddenly realized that there seemed to be no ugly elves. This is truly a race loved by heaven and earth. During the check-in process, Chen Zhuge also learned the name of Zioki's aunt Bauhinia. This Bauhinia Inn is Bauhinia's property, but because of its cooking skills, the business of Bauhinia Inn has been getting worse and worse recently. This is why Zioki appears outside the city to solicit customers. The decoration of Bauhinia Inn is indeed a bit old, but fortunately the environment is not bad, at least it is very clean, and Chen Zhuge is not dissatisfied. 1 high-quality spirit stone a day is very expensive, but it is very cheap in the fairy city, almost the cheapest price. Xiao Qi, tell me, what fun places are there in the fairy city, or what delicious food is there? Chen Zhuge asked Xiao Qi, who was struggling to carry the food he ordered in. Xiao Qi, who was originally out of breath, immediately became energetic after hearing the words. There are so many, including the elves from the fairy sea, the fairy dance of the flower elves, and the heavenly voices of the tree elves. The most delicious one is the nectar of the flower lady, which is very fragrant, but it is very expensive, costing 50 middle-grade spirit stones for 1 spoonful. There are many good snacks, such as the flower elves' fresh flower cakes, the water elves' ice crystal fish, and the stone elves' slime worms. However, they are very stingy and basically only sell a little bit a day. It's almost impossible to grab them. Looking at the endless stream of Xiaoqi, Chen Zhuge interrupted and said, "First, let's talk about the interesting places and things to see recently. That means the fairies from the fairy sea have come out. If you are lucky enough to be noticed by the fairies, you can spend some spirit stones to take them away. Spend some spirit stones to take it away. Doesn't the fairy city prohibit the buying and selling of elves? Yes, newly born elves can see through people's hearts. As long as a person is kind, he or she will be recognized by those little guys. Our queen will not stop the tribe members from making their choices. Of course, spirit stones must be spent. After all, it takes a lot of spirit stones to cultivate the tribe members." Xiaoqi worked hard to draw a huge circle. "Very good, then we will go to the fairy sea tomorrow. The guest will be in 3 days. Then we will go to the fairy sea in 3 days. Xiaoqi, you will lead the way, and the travel fee will be a high-quality spirit stone." "No problem, sir." Looking at the ecstatic Xiaoqi, she shouted downstairs, "Aunt, I will take guests to the fairy sea tomorrow. What will happen to the store if you leave? You're going to tire me to death. I have a spirit stone, a top-grade spirit stone. When the time comes, I'll buy Granny Hua's nectar and give you half." "That's fine. Remember to lead the way." The conversation between these two elves is so cute. Chapter 171. Fairy Sea. "Master, I think we might be poisoned to death before going to the fairy sea," Yu Meng said with a bleak face. "What happened?" Chen Zhuge turned around and saw that Dabai had fallen on the plate and was motionless. "Dabai, he just took a bite." Yu Meng gestured with her fingers to indicate that Dabai really only ate a little. Looking at the pitch-black dishes that could barely be identified as spirit beast meat, Chen Zhuge took a deep breath and said, "Let's go to the cave to get some other food." "Long live!" Dabai shouted as he was resurrected. Inside the cave, Chen Zhuge gnawed on a half-man high mantis shrimp and said, "We're going to the fairy sea in a few days to watch the elves being born. Does anyone want to go?" Aoli, who was full of daddy heart, was the first to raise his hand, followed by the sea god Jiayu, and Nian Yu followed closely behind. Seeing that he was the only beast that didn't raise his hand, Li Kui said with some disdain, "Then I'll go too." "Very good, the time is 3 days later. Everyone get ready, I will call you out then." Chen Zhuge nodded with satisfaction. "Brother Chen, can Jiayu and I live outside?" Nian Yu asked in a low voice. "That's right, those mermaids are so annoying," Jiayu said dissatisfiedly. Chen Zhuge turned his head and looked at the mermaids who were peeking out of the lake with their heads sticking out. The sea god Jiayu was equivalent to their belief and seemed a bit annoying. "Okay, then come out with me and I'll book a room for you." Chen Zhuge agreed. When Xiaoqi learned that Chen Zhuge was going to open another room, it was as if it was New Year's Day. The Bauhinia Inn, which had not been open for half a year, was almost setting off firecrackers. Although it will take 3 more days to go to the fairy sea to see the elves being born, it does not mean that Chen Zhuge will stay in the inn for 3 days. After learning that one of his important clients was going out for a stroll, Zijing quickly asked the idol Xiaoqi to lead the way. "Xiaoqi, where do you buy the nectar of the Grandma Hua that you mentioned last time?" Chen Zhuge was a little curious about the taste of the nectar that Xiaoqi couldn't forget. "Ah, sir, are you going to buy nectar?" Xiaoqi said with a sip of his saliva. "Yes, Xiaoqi, please lead the way." Xiaoqi burst out with great enthusiasm, bragging about Grandma Hua's nectar along the way, which aroused the expectations of Chen Zhuge and his group. After many twists and turns, we finally arrived at our destination. This is a sea of flowers, of course this is from the elf's perspective. In Chen Zhuge's eyes, this is equivalent to a large garden. "Grandma Hua, we're here to buy nectar." Xiaoqi's loud voice echoed throughout the garden. "Here it comes, Xiaoqi, you are such a greedy ghost, don't you know how to be considerate of the old lady?" Chen Zhuge finally saw the flower granny that Xiaoqi had mentioned. This was an old flower elf. The little red flower on her head had withered, leaving only a few white petals. Her face was also very old, and she looked like a wrinkled dead tree. "Is this what you brought, Xiaoqi?" Granny Hua looked at Chen Zhuge and others in surprise. Grandma Hua's nectar is actually not open to the public. It was just that Xiaoqi broke in unconsciously once. Grandma Hua saw that Xiaoqi was a cute child, so she sold it to him once. Then people thought that Grandma Hua was selling nectar. Yes, Granny Hua, I brought so many people with me, can you sell it to me at a lower price? Xiao Qi said, gesturing with his little hands. Sure. Granny Hua said kindly. Come with me. In the hall, after sending Xiao Qi away with a bottle of nectar, Chen Zhuge squinted his eyes and looked at the flower lady in front of him. This elf was not simple. The quality of that bottle of nectar was very high, comparable to a 5th level spiritual object. Chen Zhuge couldn't see through Grandma Hua's cultivation level, at least not without opening his spiritual eyes. You should be able to see that my nectar is not ordinary nectar. I like Xiaoqi, this child, so I am willing to sell it to him. Grandma Hua explained. Chen Zhuge nodded when he heard that, but if he didn't get to eat it now, it would be a waste of his expectation. This is the highest price I can offer. Chen Zhuge saw that the life breath of the Grandma Hua in front of him was fading, so he took out a drop of water of life. The rich breath of life made Granny Hua tremble all over. She wanted to say no, but the words kept coming out of her mouth. You're using this to buy nectar from me. Granny Hua was shocked. What a joke! Don't you know the grade of your own nectar? If I exchange it for the water of life, I'm afraid I'll have to brew it myself forever. Yes, they are all looking forward to it. Chen Zhuge smiled and wanted to touch the heads of the two little ones, but he found the big head of Jiayu in the middle of the two little ones. The image of the sea god in his mind collapsed again. I'm afraid I can't produce so much nectar. Granny Hua said with some regret. It doesn't matter, as long as it's enough for us to eat. Chen Zhuge said with a smile. A quarter of an hour later, Granny Hua took out all the nectar she had saved over the years and said, sweating profusely, this is all I have. Looking at the 3 large buckets of nectar, although its value is slightly lower than that of the water of life, the difference is not that much. Chen Zhuge nodded with satisfaction and said, that's it. Then I won't be polite. Granny Hua drank the drop of water of life impatiently. The rich breath of life made the little red flower on Granny Hua's head glow with new life, her originally dry skin became moisturized again, and her face jumped back to that of a beautiful young woman in her 40s. This miraculous change stunned everyone. Although Chen Zhuge knew that the water of life could replenish the vitality of the elves, this change was still a bit exaggerated. I didn't expect that I could regain my youthful appearance. It's really gratifying. Granny Hua took out a small mirror and looked at the familiar face in the mirror, her eyes slightly red. The lifespan of elves is actually very short. Elves that cannot practice cultivation only live for 100 years or so, and elves that can practice cultivation only live for 400 to 500 years, or at most 1,000 years. Only those true elf prodigies can break through to the immortal realm within 1,000 years and have a longer lifespan. The queen of this fairy city is such a being. It is said that she has excellent talent and became an immortal in just a few hundred years. Now she has been in power for 10,000 years. Her cultivation is unfathomable, which also makes the status of the fairy city more stable. After Xiao Qi came back, he planned to use the high-quality spirit stone he got from guiding the way today to buy another bottle of nectar. However, Grandma Hua, who had changed drastically in her appearance, told him that it was sold out. It's gone. This bolt from the blue left Xiao Qi stunned where he stood. They have all been bought by the customers you brought. We'll have to wait until next year for the next one. Granny Hua pointed at Chen Zhuge and his group with a smile. Looking at Jiayu and Dabai who were frantically eating nectar, Xiaoqi's eyes turned red unconsciously. There was so much nectar. Here, this is for you. Chen Zhuge filled a bottle and handed it to Xiaoqi. However, the bottle was a bit too big for Xiao Qi, almost half his height. Really? Looking at Xiao Qi who was holding the bottle tightly in his arms, Chen Zhuge smiled, really? After getting a big bottle of nectar, Xiao Qi showed great enthusiasm on the rest of the journey, especially when he came to a place selling delicious food, the customer would enthusiastically give himself a big portion. After completely draining the slime worms from the stone elf hugged the spirit stone with an expression that looked both happy and sad. His favorite slime worms were gone, but there were so many spirit stones. After buying the slime worms, it was getting late, so Chen Zhuge and the others planned to go back to the inn. The food in this fairy city was really good and had a unique flavor. After returning to the inn, Chen Zhuge came to the cave and planned to deal with the young spirit beasts that had not been sorted out during this period. After all, the low-level aquatic spirit beasts that were used as food had a very fast reproduction speed and number. Downstairs of Bauhinia in Xiaoqi took out a lot of delicacies from her storage ring like offering treasures and said, "Aunt, look, it's not too much, just eat as much as you want." Zijing looked at the delicious food that was enough to completely bury the two of them and exclaimed in shock, "My God, how many spiritual stones does this cost? There are a lot of them. These were given to me by guests. Guests buy a lot. At least, they can fill up several rooms in our inn." Xiaoqi barely came up with a metaphor. "Good dong." Zijing looked at her silly niece, smiled like an ant and said, "Zioki, why don't you quietly ask the guests if they still need a servant like an elf? I think I can do it." "Aunt, you want to sell your body?" "Actually, I think so too. That customer has a lot of spirit stones, and I think he is not a bad person," Xiaoqi said quietly. "So we..." Chen Zhuge didn't know that the two elves downstairs had already set their sights on him. "For the next 2 days, I let Zioki lead the way and experienced the different charm of the fairy city." "Xiaoqi, why do I rarely see human cultivators in the city these 2 days?" Chen Zhuge asked curiously as he looked at the elves all over the streets. "Because this is the fairy city, of course there are very few monks of other races. But I heard from the monks from outside that the cost of living in the fairy city is too high, so they'd better not come next time." Xiaoqi performed vividly. "Yes, the consumption is indeed high. The average spiritual transformation returned to void cultivator would probably feel bad about spending here." Chen Zhuge calculated the expenses of the past few days and it was indeed a bit high. Today is an important day in the fairy city. The elves bred in the fairy sea will be born today. These newly born elves are the new generation of the fairy city and are naturally highly valued. At the same time, a small number of monks also went to the fairy sea to watch this grand spectacle. As the name suggests, the fairy sea is an ocean where fairies wander. The only difference from a normal ocean is that the fairy sea is mainly composed of various plants. Looking at the colorful and gorgeous sea of fairies, Chen Zhuge didn't know what words to describe it for a moment. All kinds of exotic flowers and plants can be seen here, and there are many colorful cloud-like objects floating in the air. According to Zioki, these are the cradles of the 5 elements elves and other special elves. Although he really wanted to open his heavenly eyes and see the secrets of the Sea of Demons, Chen Zhuge gave up this idea under the stern gazes of many elf guards whose cultivation base was at least Mahayana. Sometimes what you don't know is the most fascinating, isn't it? With the arrival of a true fairy elf that is not much different from a human in size, the spectacle of the elf's birth officially began. Countless flower buds in the sea of elves began to bloom, revealing the innocent and romantic elves inside. The stone elves quietly emerged from the stones. The colorful clouds in the sky also began to split into 2 halves, revealing the 5 elements of elves inside. As more and more elves were born, the sea of fairies gradually emitted a brilliant light. "Here it comes, this is the blessing of the elves." Xiaoqi pulled Chen Zhuge excitedly, then put his hands together devoutly, and kept muttering. "This color is countless times more beautiful than the aurora in the previous life, and at this moment it is deeply reflected in Chen Zhuge's eyes. Perhaps this is the meaning of becoming an immortal, to see all the beauty in the world." Chen Zhuge's heart of Taoism was once again cleansed of a trace of dust at this moment. Beautiful scenes are always short-lived. When the elves' blessing is over, it is time for the foreign monk's favorite part, the elves' master selection. This process will last for 1 hour. As long as an elf takes a fancy to you during this period, you can spend spirit stones to buy it. Of course, the elves with the best qualifications in this batch have been taken away by the true immortal elf, and we cannot sell our own geniuses. Ha 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 ha, an elf chose me. A young monk not far from Chen Zhuge carefully held the white elf in his hand and laughed heartily. Xiaoqi said with some envy, "That's a medicine elf, it has super strong spiritual plant race abilities, much stronger than ordinary elves like us. But you are all equally cute." Chen Zhuge comforted. "Yes, we are equally cute," Xiaoqi encouraged. Not long after Chen Zhuge finished saying this, a light yellow elf appeared in front of Chen Zhuge with its big eyes blinking. "Is this an earth elf?" Chen Zhuge was a little surprised. The earth elf is a very rare species of elf. Chen Zhuge accepted the elf with a smile and was in a good mood. At least in the eyes of the elf, he was a pure and kind person. Until this hour was completely over, Chen Zhuge had only received 1 earth elf, and no other people or beasts received any. In response to this, Dabai, who was itching for trouble, said that it was because Li Kui was too ferocious that no elves came. For this reason, Dabai is currently fighting Li Kui in the cave. 1,000 high-quality spirit stones for an earth elf was a reasonable price. After all, we didn't know whether this newborn earth elf could cultivate or what its talent was. Putting the earth elf named Kimi into the portable cave, Chen Zhuge planned to let Ao Li, who was full of fatherly heart, take care of it first. Kimi was very brave and not afraid of strangers. He immediately rode on Ao Li's head and made cheerful sounds. Chen Zhuge was very satisfied with this. He was very brave. After seeing the spectacle of the elves being born, the fairy city no longer had much appeal to Chen Zhuge in the short term, and it was time to leave. The night before leaving, Zijing and Zioqi came to Chen Zhuge's room. Looking at the two elves who wanted to sell themselves to him, Chen Zhuge didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you doing? Aren't we friends? This is the rule. You can only take us away if you buy us. Zijing took out a law code and pointed to the laws on it. That's right, sir, please take us away so I can eat less. Xiao Qi agreed. Chen Zhuge didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he finally accepted two of them. After all, these two elves were really good looking, and Xiao Qi was very cute. After paying the two people's soul-selling spirit stones, Chen Zhuge began to plan the next destination. Which one do you think is better? Looking at the three nearest immortal cities selected, Chen Zhuge was somewhat puzzled. These three immortal cities seemed quite interesting. Chapter 172, Phoenix Sword Dancing Carp. There were not many flying boats docked in the fairy city. Chen Zhuge and his party waited for 3 full days before they boarded a flying boat of an ordinary caravan. Chen Zhuge's destination this time is Fengming Fairy City in Wanjian Domain. In this fairy city there is the Tianjian Mountain, which is famous in the fairy world. It is said that many cultivators will go to Tianjian Mountain. No matter they are sword cultivators or not, they will try their luck. If they are chosen by the fairy sword, they will get a high-quality spiritual weapon for free. If they are lucky, they will directly get the fairy sword with inheritance, which is simply a soaring journey. Therefore, Wanjian Mountain is also a holy place in the eyes of casual cultivators. If you ask me, there's no point in going to Tianjian Mountain. Minjiao Lake is a good place to go. Dabai said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Idiot, the master obviously wants to see if he has the talent to be a sword cultivator. You know, a sword's energy can span 100,000 miles, and a sword can illuminate the 19 continents. This is the most beautiful fantasy of a male cultivator. It is also the best way to attract female practitioners. Taoist Yu Meng commented. Chen Zhuge was ashamed when he heard this. Don't read these messed up scripts. Doesn't the master want it? Yu Meng asked back. Don't you want it? Of course you do. Who doesn't like a suave sword cultivator dressed in white? It's a pity that you have embarked on the path of a shit-shoveling officer. Now even if you want to change your cultivation, it's impossible. It turns out that I have paid too much for this family. Chen Zhuge lamented. Fengming Immortal City is located in Wanjian Domain, and Wanjian Domain is the territory of Wanjian Mountain. However, the people of Wanjian Mountain are a little different from those of other sects. That is, the people of Wanjian Mountain don't take much care of things. The entire Wanjian Domain is basically occupied by large and small families and small sects. Even independent cultivators who are strong enough can establish a sect here. Of course, the prerequisite is that they must not offend the people of Wanjian Mountain. Therefore, there are a lot of evil cultivators here who specialize in robbing passing merchant caravans and flying boats. Unfortunately, the caravan Chen Zhuge was in happened to meet them. After the flying boat shook violently, Chen Zhuge heard the sound of fighting. When he went out to take a look, he found that most of the flying boat had been broken into. Passengers like Chen Zhuge on the boat were either still resisting or lying on the ground. There is another one, kill him. The bearded robber looked ferociously at the 3 people, 1 big and 2 small, who just left the room. Dabai used a Leo flying kick to shatter his head. Who are you looking down on? A mere incarnation of a god. Is it possible that it's because I'm also a spirit being? Chen Zhuge was speechless as he looked at the violent child. It is clearly a 5 elements fire Kylin, but it doesn't use fire magic and prefers hand-to-hand combat. Great idea, come here. Seeing Dabai's performance, the remaining Ji Shiajia immediately called his companions. At this time, Nianyu and Jiayu from another room also came out. What's wrong? Jiayu looked at the scene in front of her with some confusion. However, Nianyu knew that they and others had encountered a calamity cultivator, and immediately pulled Jiayu to hide behind Chen Zhuge. There are two beautiful female cultivators. Come on, brothers. Looking at the robber cultivator who was pouncing on his prey like a vicious dog, Chen Zhuge planned to stretch his body. As long as he didn't use his cultivation level above that of the god transformation, it would be fine. Gale, heavy rock, fire. Chen Zhuge rushed forward with a lot of magic skills, a hook punch on the left, an uppercut on the right, and a rising dragon punch in the middle. Looking at the three exploded heads, and then at the spotless five-colored robes without any damage or blood stains, he showed a satisfied look. This spiritual stone was not wasted, the quality of this robe is really good. However, the most important battle was taking place in the Mahayana battlefield in the sky. Chen Zhuge thought about it and quietly released Li Kui to cover his body and help the cultivators above drive away the robber cultivator. Li Kui agreed reluctantly, but he felt that there was something wrong with this disguise. Chen Zhuge looked at Li Kui who covered his face with a piece of black cloth and wondered if he had walked into the wrong studio. This should be the world of immortal cultivation, not the world of martial arts. In any case, Li Kui had already taken action and Ji Xiu had fallen. When the captain was about to thank him, Li Kui had already gone back. It's really neat and tidy. Chen Zhuge looked at Ji Xiu's eyes that were unwilling to close. The captain bent down awkwardly, but the person he was thanking had disappeared. This scene was really weird. However, the impact was not great. Under the leadership of the captain, the surviving cultivators quickly crossed the area full of disasters, traveled day and night, and advanced at full speed. Finally, they arrived safely at Fengming Immortal City 3 days later. Dear fellow Taoists, we have arrived at Fengming Immortal City. It is a pleasure to meet you. Looking at the flying boat that was running away non-stop, Chen Zhuge suddenly felt a little regretful that he didn't get to know the captain better. He was probably also a follower of the Go Dao sect. Okay, let's eat and sleep well before going to Tianjian Mountain. Long live! Looking at Jiayu cheering with the three little ones, Nianyu felt a little tired, and Zijing was also tired. I always feel that this time I and my group are not on an experience trip but a children's tour group. In Fengming Immortal City, you can see sword cultivators who are rarely seen in daily life, and they can be found in large numbers on the streets. Looking at the sword cultivators, each one had a spiritual sword on his waist, on his back, or in his arms. Some even had several spiritual swords on their backs. The aura of these people was extremely sharp, as if the whole person was a sword. Of course, not all of them were sword cultivators. For example, in order to blend into the environment, Chen Zhuge and his group each bought a spiritual sword. Even the petite Zioki and Zijing bought specially made spiritual swords. Brother, you guys are a bit too pretentious. Even the Bauhinia elf carries a magic sword. A young monk looked at Chen Zhuge and his group in astonishment. Dabai turned his head and looked at the man with a wine gourd and a spiritual sword decorated with various spiritual minerals on his waist, and said with some envy, "What does it have to do with you? Show off." The young man had a good temper. He just took out the local tyrant sword from his waist and said, "Little friend, do you want it? Call me brother and I'll give it to you." "Who do you think you are?" Dabai said with disdain. "Mine is not expensive. Together with the scabbard, it only costs 1,000 high-quality spirit stones." The young man said lightly. "Brother, you are my dear brother." Fengming Building. This is the best restaurant in Fengming City and also the most luxurious inn. At this moment, Chen Zhuge and others were invited by the young man to this private room. "Brother Chen, how is it? Do you like it?" Jian Wulai pointed at the luxuriously decorated private room. After taking a closer look and comparing it with the inns and restaurants I had seen before, I found that the configuration here was indeed top-notch. So he said, "Brother Wu, you are too polite. I am sorry for the expense." "Hey, it's too formal to say that. I don't need these few spirit stones." As soon as I saw Brother Chen, I felt that we must have been close friends in our previous lives. Jian Wulai was very enthusiastic. "Serve the dishes first. Let Brother Chen have a taste of our Fengming Fairy City's signature spiritual food. I guarantee it will leave you with an unforgettable aftertaste." Jian Wulai said with a smile. Chen Zhuge was a little confused by Jian Wulai's inexplicable enthusiasm, but he did not refuse. After all, Jian Wulai in front of him had only the cultivation level of the spirit transformation realm. Even if he dared to drug him, Ao Li and Li Kui were still in his personal cave. Strength is Chen Zhuge's confidence. Brothers, I found that 10,000 a day is the limit of human beings. 20,000 a day, I feel like I will die violently. Chapter 173, Scabbard Monster, Grindstone Monster. After 3 rounds of drinks, Chen Zhuge discovered that Jian Wulai actually had no other ideas. In addition to calling Dabai Big Brother and giving him a magic sword worth 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, he also gave a small gift to everyone else, including Chen Zhuge. Brother Wu, what do you mean? Chen Zhuge looked at the small sword chain in his hand with some confusion. Who would give a treasure right away? This small sword that can speed up the practice of swordsmanship would cost at least a few thousand high-quality spirit stones. To be honest, Brother Chen, I have a pair of eyes that can see through destiny. Jian Wulai stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at his own eyes that were glowing purple. I'd like to hear the details. Chen Zhuge's curiosity was aroused. Jian Wulai filled the wine glass in his hand and raised it up, saying, everyone's total luck is the same, just like this wine glass can only hold so much wine. However, the quantity is the same, but the contents may be different. Jian Wulai smiled and poured out the spiritual wine in the glass, and replaced it with a glass of spiritual wine with a richer spiritual energy. See if this cup of luck is stronger than the previous one. So everyone's luck color is different. So you come to make friends with me just because you can see destiny with your eyes. Chen Zhuge smiled. Of course. Jian Wulai drank the wine in his hand in one gulp. Since I was born with these eyes, why shouldn't I believe it? Chen Zhuge had a slight liking for Jian Wulai's frankness, but he still didn't quite agree with this statement. Let's stop here today, Brother Wu. Junior cultivators are the ones who seize the fortune of heaven and earth. Luck cannot completely represent an individual. Watching Chen Zhuge leave, Jian Wulai suddenly chuckled, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, what a bold idea, but it's a pity that the current world is seizing the fortune of immortals. If Chen Zhuge were still here, he would find that the aura of Jian Wulai at this moment is unfathomable, and even the chiefs of the 4 sacred beasts that he had met might be inferior to him. He is actually the immortal Deluo Jingxian. Xiao Qing, go and keep an eye on this little guy. He has purple luck, and a completely purple luck canopy. He has the potential to become a saint. Jian Wulai said with emotion. Xiao Qing, a green fairy sword emerged from the void and transformed into a girl in green. She nodded coldly and then followed in the direction Chen Zhuge left. Chen Zhuge didn't know that there was a person behind him, no, a sword. He was busy arguing with Dabai about whether the mutton skewers were better fried or grilled. Take my advice, lamb tastes better when it's roasted. Chen Zhuge said with the look of an experienced person. It's obviously fried and smells delicious. Dabai said with his neck stiff. Which one do you think smells better? Looking at the man and the beast in front of her, Yu Meng looked at the 2 skewers of mutton in her hand with some entanglement, reluctantly stuffed the fried one to Dabai and said, I like roasted mutton. The remaining few people also made the right choices. Dabai held a handful of fried lamb skewers and turned his grief and anger into appetite. Xiao Qing, who was hiding in the void, looked at the group of people in front of him with doubts in his heart. Is this what the adults said about the talent of a saint? It's really different. Chen Zhuge had no idea that his childish behavior was seen by others. At this moment, he is proudly leading everyone to grill lamb kebabs. After some leisurely strolling, it was already afternoon. Yu Meng touched her round belly and said, Master, where are we staying tonight? Of course it's Fengming Tower. If someone offers us spirit stones, why don't we stay here? It just so happens that our expenses are a bit high during this period, and we don't have many spirit stones with us. We have to stay here to earn some spirit stones during this period. That makes sense. We still have to earn spirit stones first. Dabai agreed. Actually, I still have quite a few spirit stones. Yu Meng said, blinking her big eyes. I still have some savings, which should be enough for us to eat for 2 days. Nian Yu was a little doubtful whether his savings were enough for him and others to consume for 2 days. No need, I've already planned it. Chen Zhuge said with a smile. Tianjian Mountain is open and anyone can go there at any time, but there will be an eruption of sword energy every 100 years. During this period, the spirit swords will be more active and the probability of immortal swords coming into the world is also higher. At this time, there are only 5 years left until the next eruption of sword energy, so Chen Zhuge thinks it is not impossible to wait. Fengming Tower is indeed the best inn. Although Jian Wulai only booked 1 room, this room actually has 7 or 8 rooms. Moreover, each room has its own spirit gathering array, and even an alchemy room and a weapon refining room, which saves Chen Zhuge the trouble of finding a residence. Because the sword dancing carp can be occupied for an unlimited time, it is very nice. Make a plan. This month, Yu Meng and Dabai will try their best to refine elixirs and magical instruments that are suitable for sword cultivation. Nian Yu, go out and find out what the best-selling spiritual beasts are in Fengming Immortal City, and then summarize them for me. Now I understand, right? Chen Zhuge supported himself on the table with both hands and spoke to the people below. Understood. Only these two kinds of spirit beasts are popular. Chen Zhuge couldn't believe it. However, even if you are sword cultivators, you don't have to be so xenophobic. Spirit beasts are also a combat force. It is still very useful to raise a spirit beast. Brother Chen, it seems to be like this. The cultivators here only have swords in their eyes. Nian Yu also found it a little difficult to understand. Looking at the two spirit beasts in front of him, Chen Zhuge had a more comprehensive understanding of the paranoia of sword cultivators. Scabbard monster, a spiritual beast shaped like a scabbard. Its main ability is to nurture various sword energies and has the ability to improve the quality of spiritual swords. Its combat power is unknown. Because sword cultivators will never use any means other than using the sword, unless they are unable to defeat the opponent, grindstone monster, a spiritual beast shaped like a whetstone. Its main ability is to increase the sharpness of spiritual swords. Its combat power is unknown, but its defense is okay. Forget it, just these two. Buy me more. I need to prepare for a few days. Chen Zhuge gave Nian Yu a sum of spirit stones, which should be enough to buy 100 scabbard monsters and grindstone monsters. In the portable cave, Chen Zhuge carefully checked the bloodlines of the two spirit beasts and found that except for their own main bloodlines, the other bloodlines were very mixed, and they were all of the metal element. Since it is to enhance the sword energy and sharpness of the spirit sword, then we should develop it in this direction. I don't have much time left here, so let's release some explosive materials. It would be best if we can open up sales in a short time. As it devoured other gold-type bloodlines, the originally simple body of the scabbard demon began to glow with golden light, making it look more than a level higher. This is only the third level. If it breaks through in the future, it will be so handsome that I don't believe those sword cultivators will not be tempted. As for the grindstone monster, this spirit beast was a bit miserable. After devouring the blood, its originally white and jade-like body turned pitch black. Chen Zhuge doubted whether that group of sword cultivators would dislike it. Forget it. I've already bought so much anyway. I'll strengthen it first and then go to the stall tomorrow to see how it goes. While Chen Zhuge was working overtime, Dabai looked at the sharp sword that had just been made and laughed sinisterly. Just wait and see, this will be the road to the rise of Dabai, the weapon refining master. Inserting the strange-shaped sword energy into the sword washing pool, Dabai continued to refine the sword for its rise. As for Yu Meng, as a 7th level alchemist, refining some elixirs that are helpful for sword cultivation is really easy for her. Xiaoqing in the void saw the entire process of Chen Zhuge's training. Although she didn't understand why the spirit beast became stronger as soon as Chen Zhuge touched it, as a sword spirit, Xiaoqing's mental age was actually very young, and she didn't understand how shocking it was. I can only say that Chen Zhuge's luck is really good. He met a sword spirit who knew nothing and avoided a lot of trouble. Chen Zhuge didn't plan to buy a shop this time, after all, it was too expensive. Last time in Haizhou Fairy City, it was Tian Yi who gave it to him, and he couldn't stay in one place forever. As for Tongzhen Industry, which Li Kaiyuan was currently in charge of, it was still wandering in the 10,000 beasts domain. If he wanted to leave the domain, it would probably take many years. There will be a large number of independent cultivators in every immortal city, and as long as the number of independent cultivators reaches a certain amount, there will be a market where independent cultivators set up stalls. Many disciples from big families like to go to the market of independent cultivators to pick up bargains, which gives them a great sense of satisfaction. Although the people of Wanjian Mountain are not concerned about the management of Wanjian Domain, they are also divided into regions. Fengming Immortal City, where Tianjian Mountain exists, is an exception. No cultivator dares to fight, force buying and selling, or violate other rules in the city. Once the rules are broken, they will be chopped to death by the law enforcement disciples of Wanjian Mountain. These lunatics seldom ask about your background. Even if they do, they will at least require you to block their first attack, otherwise you won't even have a chance to tell them your background. So the market that Chen Juog saw was beautiful and harmonious. After paying 30 medium-grade spirit stones, Chen Juog successfully obtained 3 connected stalls. Very good, let's set up the stall from now on. Chen Juog was still a little excited. It seemed like this was the first time he set up a stall in this life or in his previous life. The scabbard monsters and grindstone monsters are both very small, so a small 10 square meter stall can hold a lot of them. In addition, Yu Meng's elixir does not require such a large stall, so an extra half is contributed. Dabai, is this your sword? Chen Juog was shocked to see Dabai take out a sword the size of a door panel, with small wings on both sides. This is the flying wing sword I created. You can use it to fly not only while standing but also while lying down. When you're tired and want to sleep, just install spirit stones on the small wings on both sides and you can fly by yourself. Dabai said proudly. Looking at the many strange swords, the expression on Chen Juog's face became more and more strange. What are these things? The 3 of them arrived relatively early. The market was not yet busy and there were no other people at the stalls on both sides. Jiayu, who was a little bored, took some spirit stones and went to play with Nianyu with Chen Juog's permission. Zijing is currently taking care of Mickey in the cave, while Zioki is lying in Yumen's arms, and the 2 are whispering to each other. Half an hour later, the 3 people's stall began to attract business. She was wearing white clothes, with a little powder on her face, and her pectoral muscles were slightly developed. It was confirmed that she was a monk disguised as a man. She must have come from a large family and was a fat sheep. My fellow deist, come and take a look. The sword here is definitely the most unique in Fengming Fairy City. Dabai waved a flying wing sword as big as a door panel and shouted loudly. The monk showed a look of disgust on his face and came to Chen Juog's stall. Lin Xian had just finished practicing a magical power today and was in a very good mood. She planned to go to the market for casual cultivators. As soon as I arrived, I saw a very cute elf, so I quickened my pace and planned to take a closer look. Unexpectedly, there was a weirdo selling a flying sword as big as a door panel. I don't know if flying swords are famous for their agility and speed? Hiss, are these the scabbard monster and the grindstone monster? Lin Xian looked at the spirit beasts on Lin Juog's stall with some shock, and even didn't care about the elf that was so close to her. Lin Xian grabbed a sword scabbard monster glowing with golden light, and her heart was filled with shock. Chen Juog looked at the huge rise and fall of her chest, and always felt that the gender of this female cultivator had been exposed. Should he expose it directly? Fellow deist, did you cultivate this? Lin Xian reluctantly came back to her senses. It's me. Please don't ask for recruitment. I only sell spiritual beasts on the stall and don't take any other business. Chen Juog directly interrupted Lin Xian's words. Okay, there is one scabbard monster, and there is also this grindstone monster. Lin Xian's face barely regained its composure. Chen Juog made a rough estimate and found that an ordinary tier 3 scabbard monster would cost only a few dozen high-quality spirit stones. Although the scabbard monster and the grindstone monster were a little special, they were no more than 100 high-quality spirit stones. It wouldn't be too much for him to multiply it several times. 300 high-grade spirit stones each. Chen Juog felt that he had asked for too much, but he didn't expect the female cultivator opposite him to directly say, I want them all. Chen Juog was stunned for a moment. The female cultivator in front of him had already reached the return to void stage. Why did she buy so many third-level spirit beasts? And if she bought all of them directly, then my stall selling career would be over. It was still a long time before the busiest time of the market. Fellow deist, I have a rule here. One person can buy at most one spiritual beast of each kind. Of course, since you are the first one, you can get double the price. Chen Juog still wanted to experience the feeling of setting up a stall. Lin Xian was so angry at the stall owner that she laughed. Where are the rules? Dabai was very sensible and handed over the door panel sword, which had an inscription on it that each person was limited to purchasing only one of each spiritual beast. Okay, you're so cruel, give me 2 of each. Lin Xian gritted her teeth and said helplessly, thinking secretly in her heart, fortunately, I'm a woman dressed as a man. I can go home and change clothes and then buy them again. Chen Juog didn't know Lin Xian's little trick, but happily picked out the 4 best-looking spirit beasts. Lin Xian's visit made the stall of Chen Juog and the other 2 become lively. As the saying goes, as long as there is a lot of traffic, even a pig can take off. So as the pig among the 3, Dabai also sold a lot of strange-shaped swords. At this moment, he was proudly fooling the little monk in front of him, introducing his masterpiece, the flying wing sword. The most outrageous thing was that the young monk who looked young actually paid for it. Chen Zhuge was amazed by what he saw. When Lin Ziyan returned for the second time, the stall was already surrounded by many people, but these people were all ordinary sword practitioners and did not dare to block the way of Lin Ziyan, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. I want them all. Lin Ziyan looked at Chen Zhuge proudly. Now you know that my identity is not simple. Let's see if you dare not buy it. Each person is limited to purchasing one spiritual beast of each kind. Okay, wrap it up for me. Wait, what did you say? Lin Ziyan looked at Chen Zhuge in surprise. You would rather break than bend. Very good. I admire you very much. Then let's have one of each. Pick a good one for me. Chen Zhuge looked at the cultivator in front of him who was dressed as a man before, and was speechless, but he did not refuse. He just whispered when handing over the spirit beast, Miss, forget it this time, but you can't buy it twice next time. Lin Ziyan's face turned red when she heard this, and she grabbed the spirit beast and ran away. Ah, I've been discovered. I'm so embarrassed. No cultivator has discovered it in all these years. How could he have discovered it? Lin Ziyan felt like she was doomed. If other cultivators knew Lin Ziyan's inner thoughts, they would definitely complain, saying, it's not that we can't recognize it, it's that we don't dare to recognize it. Lin Ziyan returned to the Lin family and couldn't understand why the stall owner recognized her. She immediately called her personal maid and asked, Xiao Cao, don't I look like a man when I'm dressed as a woman? Like, very similar. Xiao complimented. But I was recognized today. Go give the stall owner an invitation and tell him that I want to see him. Lin Ziyan ordered. When Xiao heard that the young lady was recognized, she broke out in a cold sweat, wondering if she would be discovered to have been seduced by the young lady. But when I heard that it was someone who invited that person himself, I immediately felt relieved. Fortunately, there is still a chance to make amends and the problem is not serious. Chapter 174. Sword, Feng Anshan. After receiving instructions from the eldest lady, Xiao hurriedly found the stall of Chen Zhuge and others. Xiao Cao opened his arms and stopped the trio who were about to pack up their stall and said, Wait, you can't leave. Chen Zhuge looked at the strange girl in front of him with a question mark on his face, this fellow Taoist. My young lady invites you to the Lin family. Xiao realized that her current posture was a little indecent, so she withdrew her hand and said softly. Not interested. Not going. Chen Zhuge didn't want to have anything to do with the forces here. To be precise, during this training, Chen Zhuge was trying his best to avoid getting involved with other forces. No matter what Xiao said, Chen Zhuge remained unmoved and followed all the way to Fengming Tower, where he was stopped by the monk guarding the gate. Xiao then stomped his feet in frustration. But he also felt relieved. Why didn't this monk want to see the eldest lady? So, was there no chance that he would expose his first-class makeup skills to deceive the eldest lady? Xiao Cao, who was worried, walked back to the Lin family with heavy steps and shook her head at Lin Ziyan, saying, Miss, he doesn't want to come. After asking again and again, Lin Ziyan became a little annoyed. She had personally invited him, but he didn't even show up. It was so disrespectful. Chen Zhuge didn't care whether he gave face to someone or not. Anyway, this stall showed that the scabbard monster and the grindstone monster were very popular. Especially the sword cultivator with a cold expression, who suddenly showed a shocked look, which made Chen Zhuge very satisfied. How can a monk be so cold? It looks so inharmonious. In order to make the world of cultivators a better place and to make Fengming City more harmonious, Chen Zhuge took advantage of the gap before major shops raised the prices of these two spirit beasts and carried out a super sweep, preparing to bring some shock to Fengming City as an animal trainer in the next 5 years. 5 years passed quickly, and it was only a few months away from the explosion of spiritual energy in Tianjian Mountain. At this moment, Fengming Immortal City has gathered a large number of sword cultivators, not just independent cultivators, but mostly those from small forces with average strength. Occasionally, there will be some disciples from large sects who come to join in the fun. Chen Zhuge met one. Fellow Daoist, I feel that your abilities should not be wasted on these low-level spirit beasts. You have greater value. The serious-faced middle-aged cultivator said seriously. Fellow Daoist, if you want to buy a spiritual beast, I welcome you. But we don't know the others very well. Chen Zhuge declined politely. The middle-aged cultivator just shook his head upon hearing this, and then introduced himself. I know your name is Chen Zhuge, my name is Qin Ming, now we know each other. Chen Zhuge's mouth twitched. Are all these sword cultivators so weird? What kind of acquaintance is this? Fellow deist, I come from Wanjian Mountain. I would like to invite you to cultivate more advanced scabbard monsters and grindstone monsters for us. Qin Ming said seriously. Chen Zhuge waved his hands repeatedly to indicate his refusal, but Qin Ming just stood beside the stall and refused to leave. Looking at this serious-looking sword cultivator, Chen Zhuge touched one of the most beautiful scabbard monsters and said, Fellow deist, you said I am wasting my time cultivating them. Qin Ming looked at the excellent scabbard monster in Chen Zhuge's hand and said, Yes, with your ability, you should at least cultivate a higher-level scabbard monster, so that you can bring out your talent. Chen Zhuge shook his head and said, What do you think of the scabbard monster in my hand? Of course it is excellent, but the grade is a bit low. I heard that most sword cultivators cultivate their natal spirit swords from the lowest level, so why can't the scabbard demon do the same? Chen Zhuge asked in return. Because it is a spiritual beast, we sword cultivators do not need any external force. They just need to nurture our spiritual swords. Isn't what Brother Qin said too much? Even if the scabbard monster is a spiritual beast, so what? A young cultivator who was selecting a scabbard monster at the stall said with some dissatisfaction. Hejiansi. Qin Ming recognized the young cultivator in front of him. It's me, Qin Ming, you are still so extreme. It seems that you have failed this training again. Hejiansi did not agree with Qin Ming's words. My fellow deist Chen, let's have a drink sometime. I really like what you said. Why can't the scabbard demon grow together with the spirit sword and sword cultivator? Hejiansi finally selected a snow-white scabbard demon, put down the spirit stone, left after leaving a few words. In the past 5 years, Chen Zhuge has developed scabbard monsters that are suitable for spirit swords of various attributes, so the colors of the scabbard monsters are also very rich. Fellow deist Qin, I'm going to close my stall. Chen Zhuge began to pack up the stall. He paused before leaving, then turned around and said, Fellow deist Qin, I believe that no matter if it is a sword or a spirit beast, as long as you love and trust them with all your heart, they will give you corresponding rewards. Qin Ming looked at the sword in his hand, then at Chen Zhuge's back, and suddenly remembered what the ancestor had said to him. Qin Ming, maturity is not something you can achieve by adjusting your face to look middle-aged. You are too persistent. It is true that sword cultivators rely on swords, but what about other things? Can't sword cultivators use other magic tools? When you are about to die, you don't use other magic. Go outside and take a look. When you understand, come back to the Qin family. In fact, this was not Qin Ming's first experience. Including the previous times, Qin Ming had no idea how many years he had been wandering outside. As the most talented person of this generation in the Qin family, many of his peers have already become immortals, but Qin Ming himself has been in the inner demon calamity and unable to get through it. If he did not have the heavenly sword saint body with a sword heart, he would have died from the inner demon calamity long ago. Am I wrong? No, a sword cultivator only cultivates the sword, this is the truth. Qin Ming looked at the grey spirit sword in his hand, his eyes gradually became firm. The spirit sword also made an appropriate sound, as if responding to Qin Ming's words. As soon as Chen Zhuge arrived at Fengming building, he saw Hejiansi waving at him in the lobby. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Hejiansi looked at Chen Zhuge in surprise. Fengming Tower is not a place that a casual cultivator who sets up a stall can afford to live in, not even for Chen Zhuge who sells high-quality scabbard monsters and grindstone monsters. Fellow deist Chen, why don't you have a few drinks with me? Hejiansi invited. Chen Zhuge thought about it and realized that he really didn't have anything to do. Dabai should still be setting up the stall. Yu Meng had finished selling in the morning and took Zioki and the others out to play. Can. Hejiansi was very enthusiastic and kept toasting Chen Zhuge. He was different from the sword cultivators he met while setting up stalls in the past few years. Apart from their sharp auras, those sword cultivators were also very cold in their hearts. But Hejiansi is different, his aura is very gentle and he is very enthusiastic. Fellow deist, he is also a swordsman. Chen Zhuge asked curiously. Of course, Brother Chen thinks I am different from other sword cultivators. Chen Zhuge nodded. There are two types of sword cultivators. The first type is extremely skilled in swordsmanship, the second type is extremely skilled in emotions. In fact, there is also a third type, but that type is not something that ordinary people can reach. Most of the people you meet are of the first type, and I happen to be the second type. He Jianxi said with a smile. Extreme emotion. Chen Zhuge suddenly remembered the extreme sword art in the novels of his previous life. That's right. Compared to sword cultivators like us who are extremely good at swordsmanship, our strength in the early stages can only be said to be average. In the later stages, it also depends on the level of your emotions, and the difficulty of cultivation is also greater. The only advantage of this path is that it allows us to still look like human beings. He Jianxi said casually. Chen Zhuge said nothing and raised his glass to toast He Jianxi. Immortals come first and humans come second. Many cultivators do not regard mortals as their own kind. This is something Chen Zhuge cannot understand. After briefly talking about Kendo, He Jianxi shifted the topic to the scabbard demon. The two of them had a good impression of each other and chatted harmoniously. After learning that Chen Zhuge wanted to enter Tianjian Mountain, He Jianxi reminded him, if you enter Tianjian Mountain, don't worry about anything, just keep walking up the mountain. Remember to walk. If you use any magic tools or spells to get up the mountain, he. Although he didn't quite understand, Chen Zhuge still said that he knew. As the date of the sword energy eruption from Tianjian Mountain approaches, Fengming Immortal City becomes more and more lively, with more and more foreign cultivators of various kinds appearing on the streets. In the market for independent cultivators, Chen Zhuge once again sent away a young master from an aristocratic family who wanted to buy everything. Chen Zhuge didn't understand. They were just a group of third-level scabbard monsters. Couldn't he leave some for other independent cultivators? He always wanted to buy everything. It's not like others can't see that you have a lot of spirit stones. Fellow deist, I want this scabbard monster. Can you leave it for me for a while? A burly figure stood in front of Chen Zhuge's stall and said in a deep voice. Okay. Chen Zhuge put the scabbard monster behind him without even raising his head. The big man was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect Chen Zhuge to be so easy to talk to. He hesitated and said, Daiyu, aren't you afraid that I will deceive you? Chen Zhuge then raised his head and asked, can you? The burly man laughed proudly, my name is Feng Anshan, fellow Taoist, I'm determined to be your friend, ha 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 ha. Looking at Feng Anshan who left with laughter, Chen Zhuge shouted, my name is Chen Zhuge. Understood. An hour later, all the scabbard monsters and grindstone monsters on the stall had been sold out, leaving only a shiny black scabbard monster, which was the one Feng Anshan chose. Fellow deist, how many spirit stones does this scabbard monster cost? Not for sale. Most casual cultivators would just shake their heads and leave upon seeing this. Even those with some strength would at most ask a few more questions, but they would just let it go upon seeing Chen Zhuge's firm attitude. But Lin Jianwei doesn't think so. Why are you setting up a stall here if you don't want to sell anything? I want this scabbard monster for myself. As he said that, Lin Jianwei was about to reach out and snatch it. A mere divine transformation cultivator dares to refuse this young master. If fighting was not prohibited in the city, I would have killed you long ago. However, it would be a good idea to wait for this cultivator to leave the city and then send someone to deal with him. Click. Feng Anshan rushed back in time and grabbed Lin Jianwei's hand, making a sound of bones breaking, this is mine. Then he put the dead body of a spirit tiger on his shoulder on the ground and said, it should be enough to exchange it with this beast. Chen Zhuge looked at the corpse of the spirit tiger on the ground, which was probably a Mahayana cultivator when it was alive, and the corner of his mouth twitched. This guy was a bit too strong. This spirit tiger was beaten to death, and there was no trace of magic on its body. Okay. Chen Zhuge nodded silently and handed over the black scabbard monster in his hand. Lin Jianwei, who had retreated to the side with his hands covered, saw the cultivators from Wanjian Mountain coming over and sneered, damn it, you actually dared to do it here, you're dead. I don't think so. What do you think? Feng Anshan said with his big eyes staring at the monk from Wanjian Mountain who was coming over. Lin Jianwei wanted to say something harsh, but was caught on the left and right by the monks from Wanjian Mountain and taken away. Hey, did you make a mistake? He was the one who started it. Hey, are you blind? Lin Jianwei struggled hard with his feet dangling in the air. As a result, one of the monks found him too annoying and knocked him out with a sword. Big brother, we're leaving first. You are the eldest senior brother of Wanjian Mountain, Feng Anchan, whose heavy sword can overwhelm the sky. Chen Zhuge said in disbelief. This is a person who exists in the same way as Wan Xiaomen's eldest brother Wu Daoshan. To a certain extent, he is even more famous than Wu Daoshan, and his strength may be even stronger. Fellow Daoist, we cultivators just follow our own will. Feng Anchan happily took out a piece of rare earth heart and stuffed it into the scabbard monster's mouth. Chen Zhuge's eyebrows twitched as he watched. Brother, this is just a third-level scabbard monster. Are you sure you can eat it? Finally, the scabbard monster ate it, but the originally slender body of the scabbard became round. Could it still hold a sword? Not bad, not bad, I am very satisfied with this scabbard. It will be almost enough after digesting a few hundred more. Feng Anchan was very satisfied looking at the chubby scabbard monster. Would you like to have a drink, fellow Taoist? Feng Anchan invited. It is good. Feng Ming Building Private Room. Chen Zhuge looked at Feng Anchan and found it hard to understand. How could the eldest senior brother of Wan Jianshan, who had reached the level of a celestial being, lack a scabbard demon of good quality and even treat him to a drink? This was simply like a science fiction movie. Fellow Daoist, don't look at me like that. Everyone who knows me knows that I'm an easygoing person. I only care about things that appeal to me, whether it's making friends or scabbard monsters. Feng Anchan said slowly. Feng. Chen Zhuge didn't know how to address him. You can call me fellow Daoist Feng, or brother Feng, but I still prefer people to call me brother Feng. Feng Anchan raised his eyebrows. Brother Feng, I'm just a little surprised. You are very similar to my senior brother from Wanshao sect. If you two met, you would definitely hit it off. Chen Zhuge had no intention of hiding his identity from a celestial being. The Wanshao sect, no wonder they can cultivate such a pleasing scabbard monster. I remember that there were also disciples from your Wanshao sect who came to Tianjian Mountain this time. I met them on the road. They will be here in a few days. Feng Anchan recalled the man and woman he met on the road. Oh, I don't know if it's someone I know. Chen Zhuge was not very excited. After all, there were so many disciples in the 10,000 Beast sect, and he only knew a very small number of them. Although Feng Anchan didn't care about status and position, Chen Zhuge still cared a little. He couldn't be so bold as to have an equal relationship with a celestial being. If the other person accidentally failed to control his magic power, he would be shattered to pieces. So Chen Zhuge was still a little restrained at this drinking party. Even the others, after knowing that Feng Anchan was Wan Jianshan's eldest senior brother, hid in the cave and did not come out. I can't afford to offend him, so I'd better leave this big shot to my master to socialize with. Chapter 175, Trip to Tianjian Mountain. Getting to know Feng Anchan was an unexpected gain, but Chen Zhuge's cultivation was not enough now. Even if Feng Anchan didn't mind, Chen Zhuge wouldn't be so arrogant as to treat him as an equal. At least he had to break through to the true immortal level first. 7 days later, Chen Zhuge met the male and female disciples of Wanshao sect that Feng Anchan had mentioned. Senior sister Bai Yao, senior brother Jun, is it you? Chen Zhuge was very surprised. Why did these two come to Tianjian Mountain? So the person senior Feng was talking about is junior brother Chen. Bai Yao was also very surprised. In Chen Zhuge's room, junior brother Chen, why are you here? Aren't you at Baiko Peak? Bai Yao was very curious. This junior brother was a homebody, just like Jun Sandao. Chen Zhuge briefly explained the reason why he went out to travel. Jun Sandao shook his head to sober himself up and said, Junior brother, although the difficulty of the Mirage Dragon's reincarnation illusion is not low, it is still useful. However, it is best to experience it yourself. An illusion is an illusion after all. Listen to your senior brother Jun, he has been through it. Bai Yao agreed. That's it. Afterwards, Chen Zhuge recounted the beautiful experiences he had along the way, which made Bai Yao very envious. Damn it, it's just a few years away, and it's all your fault that you insisted on refining that tortoise shell. You could have even seen the elves from the fairy sea being born. Bai Yao patted Jun Sandao's shoulder with some dissatisfaction. It's just 100 years. I'll take you there next time. Jun Sandao begged for mercy. At this time Chen Zhuge also noticed something was wrong. What was going on with these two people? Seeing Chen Zhuge's strange look, Bai Yao blushed a little. Jun Sandao said indifferently, your senior sister Bai and I have already formed a Taoist couple in private. Junior brother Chen should also speed up. Chen Zhuge was shocked at first and then confused. Is there anyone in the world of immortal cultivation who urges marriage? Junior brother, the lifespan of an immortal is very long. If you don't even have a fellow Taoist to walk with you on this long journey, what fun is there in cultivating immortality? Immortals, are still human after all. Jun Sandao sighed. Chen Zhuge suddenly discovered a blind spot. It seemed that many monks who had become immortals kept emphasizing that they were human beings, and they obviously did not need to eat. However, there were still many restaurants in the immortal city, and business was still good. Was there any deeper meaning behind this? Although he didn't know whether there was any deeper meaning in it, Chen Zhuge was not worried at all, because he always thought of himself as a human being, and even had to sleep every day. Even the spirit beasts at home followed suit. After the small talk, it's time to get down to business. Junior brother, this time we came out to travel and to find our own chance to become an immortal. You have experienced a lot along the way. I have a place to recommend for your training. It should be very suitable for you. Jun Sandao said meaningfully. Please tell me, senior brother. Chen Zhuge saluted. Bai Yao pushed Jun San with some dissatisfaction and said, what are you doing, really? Ahem, the city of beasts, that place is very suitable for me, junior brother. Jun Sandao didn't keep the secret any longer. City of beasts. Chen Zhuge was a little surprised. What place was that? Junior brother, you can't seem to see this from the guidebooks to the immortal cities in the heavens. The city of beasts is in the savage realm, and it's mainly populated by spirit beasts. Of course, there are other cultivators as well, but they're very rare. But it's still very safe. That place is ruled by the 3 tribes of True Dragon, Phoenix, and Kylan, as well as many powerful mythical beasts. Generally speaking, it's a paradise for spirit beasts, and we disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect also like to travel there the most. I see. Thank you, senior brother. I will consider it. Chen Zhuge did not refuse directly. The appearance of senior sister Bai Yao and senior brother Jun Sandao ended Chen Zhuge's stall selling career early. He accompanied the 2 of them on another tour of Fengming Fairy City. The happiest ones among them are Zioki and Jiayu. These 2 are real children, one is naive and the other is an idiot. As for Mickey, she is too young and still needs to grow up a little. At least she has to digest the enhancement that he gave her with the golden finger before he will consider letting her out. The last few months passed quickly, and Chen Zhuge and his team occupied the best location in Fengming Immortal City in advance. Of course, Feng Anchan's help was indispensable during this period. It started. As Feng Anchan finished speaking, Tianjian Mountain outside Fengming Immortal City emitted brilliant white light in the dark night. The white light was composed entirely of sword energy. As the white light, or sword energy, became increasingly dense, deafening sword sounds began to appear. The sound of the sword can give sword practitioners the opportunity to achieve enlightenment and greatly increase their sword skills. Chen Zhuge originally thought that it was an exaggeration, but it turned out that many casual practitioners on the street began to practice cross-legged. You can really have an epiphany. Chen Zhuge was a little envious. It seemed that he himself had never had an epiphany. Could it be because of the time travel and his thoughts were too complicated? The sound of the sword became louder and louder, and when it reached its peak, all the sword energy was arranged in an orderly manner to form a giant sword that could support the sky. Feng Anchan said with emotion, this is the greatest inheritance left by the sword immortal predecessor, the sky supporting. It's a pity that countless Huiyuan have passed and no cultivator has been able to obtain it. Chen Zhuge was stunned. Is this giant sword a legacy? Is this true? With this kind of momentum, even a celestial being would be chopped into ashes by this sword. That's right, this is the inheritance of the sky-lifting sword immortal. This is the inheritance of the ancient immortal Deluo Golden Immortal. Do you have any ideas, junior brother Chen? Jun Sandao joked. Brother, you must be joking. I'm not a swordsman. Chen Zhuge shook his head repeatedly. In the void on the top of Fengming Tower, Jian Wulai looked at the giant sword in front of him with a trace of sadness. Qing Tian, if you had not been so radical back then, it would have been better. Perhaps it would have been right to use immortals to support the heavenly Dao. The heavenly realm now has a hint of the prosperity of the ancient times. As if to refute Jian Wulai's words, the giant sword suddenly stabbed towards the sky, creating a piece of nothingness in the sky, but the nothingness was restored in an instant. Feng Anchan had the highest level of cultivation, and asked doubtfully, "Did I sense it wrongly?" Looking at the normal Tianjian mountain again, Feng Anshan shook his head in his heart, "Maybe I really sensed it wrongly." The eruption of sword energy ended, and the sword cultivators began their carnival. Countless sword cultivators began to embark on the journey of climbing Tianjian mountain alone. Chen Zhuge was also fully armed and said to the group of people behind him, "Are you ready? It's time for us to set off." "No problem." Everyone said in unison. "Senior sister Bai, senior brother Jun, are you really not going?" Chen Zhuge looked at the two people who were about to leave Fengming Immortal City with some surprise. "Our purpose this time is just to see the sword energy of Tianjian Mountain. After all, your senior sister and I are not sword practitioners, so we won't go." Jun Sandao shook his head. "Well, brothers and sisters, see you next time." "Damn it, what kind of road is this? It's so difficult to walk on, and the spiritual energy is restricted." Dabai complained while limping. Just now, he accidentally stepped on the broken sword tip, causing a small wound on the sole of his foot. Because he was unable to use spiritual energy, even the activity of his physical body was suppressed for a large part, causing Dabai's wound to be unable to heal. "You were too careless when you walked. You have the nerve to complain." The girls didn't say anything. Yu Meng said with contempt. Dabai wanted to refute, but seeing Nianyu and other female family members sweating and gritting their teeth, he could only shut up. He was a man and couldn't argue with a woman. Of course, the bigger reason was that the spiritual stones earned in the past few years did not meet expectations, and there were still some debts that had not been paid off. "Stop arguing, save some energy and climb higher," Chen Zhuge said a little breathlessly. "Tianjian Mountain is really difficult to climb. There are rusty spiritual swords everywhere along the way. Broken sword fragments appear on the path from time to time. It is easy to get scratched if you are not careful. Are we almost at the top of the mountain?" Dabai felt that his blood was about to run out and he was now shivering all over. "Is this the spirit sword choosing its master?" A casual cultivator not far away made a shocked voice. "I saw a cold silver sword appearing behind Dabai, and even the ground was covered with a layer of ice." Dabai turned around and took a look, feeling happy in his heart, "I am indeed the son of destiny. The spirit sword chooses its master, he he he." Looking at Dabai with a silly smile on his face, not only Chen Zhuge and others couldn't stand it anymore, even the spirit sword couldn't stand it anymore, and with a flick of its tail, Dabai was slapped to the side, revealing the bright moon behind it. "Hey, you mean you want to come with me?" No, I don't like fighting. You said you can chill it." "Hiss, okay, I accept it." After hearing Lingjian say that he could chill the fruit juice, Jiayu agreed happily. As the spirit sword left a snowflake mark on the back of Jiayu's hand, the spirit sword quickly penetrated into her body. "Oh, I have a bad temper. Where is the sword?" Dabai stood up shakily and said angrily. The spirit sword half emerged from the back of Jiayu's hand and slightly hooked the sword, as if to say, "What do you think?" Dabai was instantly weakened when he saw this. His spiritual energy could not be used and his body was suppressed. He really couldn't afford to offend him. It's okay. I just want to ask if I hurt you just now." After the spirit sword returned, Dabai finally dared to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. His life was really difficult and he was even being bullied by the spirit sword. "Okay, let's try again to see if we can move forward a little further. We are only halfway up the mountain now," Chen Zhuge said somewhat dissatisfiedly. His own body is comparable to that of the 10 evils, yet he is almost out of breath when he is only halfway up the mountain. Is this the same as the others? Even if it is Tianjian Mountain, which only tests the sword's heart, one cannot completely ignore one's physical cultivation. Chen Zhuge, who didn't believe in evil, took the lead and charged again. Facts proved that Chen Zhuge really didn't have any swordsmanship at all. Seeing Nianyu, Zioqi and Yumen still able to move forward, Chen Zhuge was convinced, "We will wait for you here. You can continue to move forward. It would be best if you can obtain a spirit sword. If you cannot move forward and still have no spirit sword, you can come down. It is good." As the three continued to move upwards, a spiritual sword appeared. This is a very small spiritual sword, about the size of a normal dagger, but the one chosen by Xiao Qi is the perfect size. "Oh, you chose me, really? That's great." Xiao Qi happily hugged the small sword that looked like a dagger. "Sister Yu Meng, Sister Nianyu, I'll go down first." Xiao Qi, with a look of joy on his face, skipped back holding the dagger and the spirit sword. There are only 2 of us left now. Nian Yu said with a wry smile. When he was a child, he failed the test of Haikyo Tianzong with his brother, so Nian Yu didn't think he had any talent in swordsmanship. After all, it was different from the pure yin body which could only be detected after adulthood. Although I don't know why I can still go up now. Although Chen Zhuge still felt a little uncomfortable staying halfway up the mountain, he could bear it as long as he didn't go up. Dabai was mumbling to himself as he looked at Jiayu, who was constantly pulling out and putting back the ice soul sword from the back of his hand. Why not me? Damn it, these spirit swords are so short-sighted. Sir, I am pregnant too. Little Zioki let out a crisp laugh. Looking at the dagger that was almost as tall as Xiao Qi, Chen Zhuge asked in surprise, what kind of sword is this? It said its name is dragon slaying. Xiao Qi whispered to dagger. Aoli in the cave shuddered, hiss, I feel like there's something unfriendly about it. Because of some special reasons, Xiao Qing can enter Tianjian Mountain at will without being restricted in spiritual cultivation. She glanced at Chen Zhuge in the void and thought silently in her heart, how can a saint be without a sword? Then he headed straight to the top of Tianjian Mountain. One emits a holy soft light, and the other emits a dark light. The 2 spiritual swords suddenly appeared in front of Yu Meng and Nian Yu, but the difference between them seemed a little big. After taking the immortal sword named Ziguang into her body, Yu Meng looked at Nian Yu hesitantly. The black spirit sword in front of me seems to be a little evil. Should I try to persuade Sister Nian Yu? Before Yu Meng could think it through, Nian Yu had already signed a contract with her. Nian Yu, who wanted to resist under the persecution of the celestial elder, was naturally a man of courage. As the 2 returned with the magic sword, Xiao Qing felt a little distressed. As an immortal sword from Tianjian Mountain, Xiao Qing has a good relationship with the sword spirits on the top of the mountain. Due to some special reasons, he got the help of Jian Wulai, and not only could he transform, but his cultivation was also very high. Xiao Qing, it's not that your brothers don't give you face, but it's obvious that human is not suitable for sword practice. Broadsword, whose body was stained with golden flames, said with some distress. That's right, it's not suitable for me. The silver sword wrapped in starlight was unwilling too. Even if he has the potential to be a saint, it has nothing to do with us. We are just a sword. The most domineering-looking big sword, which was surrounded by a lot of dragon energy, spoke. Xiao Qing felt a little disappointed as the spirit swords were rejected one after another. Was there no spirit sword that was willing? Sister Xiao Qing, I actually think I can do it. A childish girl's voice sounded. Xiao Qi turned around and saw that it was a pitch-black sword covered with a layer of ominous black paint, which gave people a feeling of impending doom. Xiao Qing was a little hesitant, but then she thought that she was a saint after all, and she couldn't be affected by a sword. So Xiao Qing told the magic sword about Chen Zhuge's appearance and location. Looking at the immortal sword that left dark traces in the air, Xiao Qing muttered to herself, it should be all right. The name of this sword is the Sword of Disaster.